Good morning, all. How you all doing? And as David Hensley says, good morning, Vietnam, over there in the Extra Channel. All right, it's time to make a start here on the main show. I feel like Steve Wright. Welcome on to the big show. Or Bob Harris on Radio 2. Okay, let's make a start. Let's get into it. And away we go. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome to Martyn Lucas Investor. It's April the 3rd, 7:30 in the morning. Welcome, everybody, and we want to start off by saying thank you to all of those that have been joining the 12-hour stream, that like to catch it early, make friends, support each other, answer questions, and find out what's going on before the main show starts and in between all the main shows. It's a great place to hang out throughout the day. The Extra Channel, what am I talking about? I'm talking about here behind the scenes on the Extra Channel. The link is below the homepage, and you can join the Extra Channel before the main show starts, in between, afterwards, and all the rest of it. There it is. There is the main channel working there in the background. Welcome to everybody. Lovely to have you here on a bright and breezy Wednesday morning here in Texas. The markets were down yesterday. They're down again. We had a little pop, little teaser that things were going to go up and straight back down again. Anyway, let's just jump in. You'll see this is my audience this morning on the Extra Channel. We had John Granfor and Blood Eclipse, David Hensley, and a few anonymous guests as well, chatting and supporting each other. This is where you can chat before the show starts, in between and after. Let me give you the link to the Extra Channel, and everybody on the Extra Channel, I'm going to give you the main channel. There you go. Keep it running if you can in the background as a separate device. You might want to mute it during the main show. Obviously, you'll hear me talking twice out of sync, more than likely. Anyway, let's see who was here this morning. Lisa Wayne, good morning. I'm in Atlanta, Georgia. Georgia. I can do a Ray Charles for you, Lisa Wayne. Every Friday night on my music channel. Here's the music channel. I do a live concert, and I do a good Ray Charles, I will say. This is my my channel, the music channel, and every Friday night we do a concert. Look on the homepage, look down there, and there's the next event. It's scheduled for April the 5th. You can join me this Friday, of course, Solar Eclipse Day. I might sing some sun songs. There you go. Exploit it a bit more like everybody else seems to be doing. I've seen an eclipse before. I've been in totality before. It's a wonderful experience, but everyone here, just like they were in England at the time, is milking it for all it's worth. We are building it up. For those who've not experienced it, they will invest and spend a bit too much money on planning certain events, and it's all over in seconds. It's wonderful. It really is great. It's lovely to see. What I love the most about it is nature goes to sleep and then wakes up again. And also, you want to, if you get to the top of a hill, you will see the shadow of the moon run across the land by about 2,000 miles an hour. You don't see that if you're just standing flat on wherever you are. You look up and see the sun do its thing. But if you are on top of a hill and you can see land going forward a few miles, you don't need to see 100 miles, but if you can see a couple of miles ahead of you, it's great because you see the shadow of the moon race over the land, and it's quite impressive. But what you'll notice most, what I think is the most amazing thing, other than it gets dark, is it's nighttime. It's not daytime with a bit of cloud. It's nighttime, so the animals go to sleep, the birds go to sleep, and they all settle down and then wake up again really quickly. It's kind of really weird, but it just shows you that in the nature is very much attached to the sun, and it's quite incredible to watch. Anyway, that's what I would recommend you do. Henrik, good morning to you. Good morning, Eric B. You told me you would sing it a few weeks ago on Friday. I was listening, but I didn't hear you do it. Well, Lisa Weng, if you'd come in I would have done it. I didn't know you were there, Lisa. How would I know you were there? I don't sing it every Friday, every single Friday. I sing Georgia. I sing whatever anybody wants. If you'd have come into the chat and said, hello, I'm Lisa, will you sing me Georgia? I would have sung it for you. As a member of the channel, you get a free request. After your free one, you've got to pay for it. But you get a free request as a member, and you've never taken a free request, so you might as well pop in. Yeah, every Friday. Will you plan on singing it this Friday? Well, I'll sing it if you come in and say, hello, can I have Georgia? I won't remember. I mean, people will be requesting all kinds of songs, but I'll do it for you if you come in. Anyway, good morning, John G. Hello, everyone. Okie dokie. I will make a request. There you go. There you go, Lisa. We look forward to that. John Grandfors, thank you for your email, John. Your emails, appreciate it very much indeed. All right, okay, let's have a look at the stocks this morning. We've got a couple of premieres coming out today as well, and some more reviews to do. Overnight, you may have missed some videos. Shall I share with you? I think I should. Here we go. Here are the videos that you might have missed overnight. So first of all, if you don't have a red line underneath the video, it means you've not watched it. We've just put out Space Rubbish. I wasn't talking about Virgin Galactic being rubbish. I'm talking about the management and the people that run traded companies, though them and LLAP as well. So you may, if you're not sure what that's about, go and check it out. Levi's. Well, we're covering the earnings tonight for Levi's after hours. That was the promo for it. We've done an analysis of C3IS. I didn't like it at all. I thought it was terrible. Go and have a look. If you want to watch the Canoe, the Gove earnings, you can. Chewy, if you've not seen the little fellas, you might want to go and check out the little fellas. There they are. Cronus, we just done that. Terran Orbital, I did the earnings for it where I had to read out the transcript because they couldn't be bothered to turn up. That was part of the rubbish video. Okay, and also Tilray Brand with the little fellas. The little fellas starring in Tilray Brands. Okay, so if you've not seen any of those videos, you might want to go and check that out and have a little look. All right, good stuff. We'll go through all our positions in a second. I've just got to cancel an event. Let me just do this now. Sensei is not able to make, he's doing this Sunday, which is the 7th of April, but he can't do the 14th of April due to a family birthday. So I'm going to, in fact, rather than cancel it, why don't I just change the date? I think I can do that. April the 14th, April the 21st. There you go. That would save a lot of hassle, wouldn't it? Just change it. I don't know why I didn't think of that before. Right, there you go. I'm just changing the 14th of April to the 21st of April, and that's done. Well, that was easy. Life just got easy all of a sudden. All right, so if we go back to the home page and we look down here, upcoming live streams, this is the home page. There's the closing bell. There's Levi's after hours. If we scroll in, Mike. There's the 7th, and now it's the 21st. There you go, the 21st. It's moved to the 21st, not the original 14th. Okay, I hope that makes sense. All right, let's go through our positions this morning. If you're new to the channel, tap subscribe, and you might like to... Thanks, Mike. Well, I like how we have all these little things, right? Little quirks, little quirbles. Quirks and quirbles. Foibles. That's the word I'm looking for. Quirks and foibles. That's the word. Quirks and foibles. So should we go through? Should we have a little look around the studio this morning? Okay, let's go to the left. Let's go to the left. There you go. That's where I brush my hair before I come on stage. Before I come on stage, I always brush my hair. As you can see, there's not much action over there. Anyway, can you see just here? If Bill's in, Bill's in. Bill's in. Look, I want to show you something. Look at this. This See this here? See this here? Let me just do this a minute. How do I change this? There's a zoom button somewhere. Where do I zoom? I'm still new to this camera system. There's a zoom button somewhere. Where's me zoom? Hang on a minute. Just give me a second. Zoom, 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 zoom. I want to show you something. Image. I'm trying to find. Whoops, a daisy. Wrong button. Didn't mean to press that. Let's try that again. Console. Not there. Not there. Where is it? You're all going, I don't know. I don't know what equipment you got. I can't help you. This is true. Zoom. This is ridiculous. I've done it loads of times. Anyone else get like this as they get older? Oh, this is not annoying at all. I'm trying to do something. I'm trying to do something nice here. Oh, what? Should I go away and come back again? This is ridiculous. I've done it over and I've done this. Hang on a minute. Right, oh, I see where it is. I see where it is. There you go. I'd taken it off the screen. Okay, now I've learned. Now I've learned something. Got it. All right, here you go. Right, now watch this. This was, if you look here, this was the first money I earned on YouTube. Can you see that? Leah gave me that as a little present when I got monetized on YouTube. Look, let me just zoom in. Takes a bit of skill. I'm getting better at it. Look at that. See that control? Look at that. That's my first 20 bucks that I earned on YouTube. There are. Let's see that. Look. First 20 Martyn made on YouTube. It's in a frame. There we go. But no, what I wanted to show you was that Bill gave me this. I'm getting better at it. It just takes a little bit of practice. There you go, Bill. There's the crystal ball. You know, we all do the crystal ball. Well, that's where it all came from. From Bill. He sent me in a real crystal ball. Look at that. There you go. So that's Bill's crystal ball. Is Bill still with me? I hope he is, because I wanted to share that. There's the crystal ball. And if we zoom out, you can see where it is. There it is. How good was that? You was impressed with that, weren't you? And now if I go into the TV, look, boom. We can now see the crystal ball on the TV. Ah, yes. Now look at it. Now we're getting the swing of it, aren't we? Told you I'll get good at this. All right. So let's have a look. Let's read the comments. Good morning, Lance Strength. Good morning, everyone. Hey, John. Good morning. Any comment on earthquake in Taiwan? Very, very sad, of course. Very, very sad. Did you see that building that was tipped over 45 degrees? That just shows you the quality of their buildings, because they build for earthquakes. If that was my house in Cornwall, tipped over 45 degrees, I think it would fall over. Anyway, very, very sad, of course. We don't like to hear anyone of any distress of any kind. So, of course, our thoughts go to them. Sid, good morning. Hello. Sid, welcome, welcome. Lovely to have you here. Do you remember the analysis of micro cloud hologram? Yes, I do. I did it a couple of times. CISS was up 25%. CISS. Didn't I just report on that? CISS. C3. Yes, I did. So, it is up 24% today. Well, it's not hard to be up 24% when you're only 4 cents, isn't it? I mean, you got a 4 cents, 5 cents. I mean, yeah, it's the same thing. I get what you're saying. But I reported on it. It's a complete gamble stock. I'd love to hear what Sensei says on Sunday on his show about that stock. I'd be very interested. Lance Wen, Bill, Rawhide before market open. Or should I say I was up 25%, sold as soon as I could? Wait, if you can take 25%, like I've always said, why would you not sell it? It's what you can do more in 2 years on the S&P. Daughter's birthday Friday. Wonderful stuff, Bill. Happy birthday to your daughter. I'm down 2.75 at the moment with it. She'll be 21. I live to see it. Well, that's good. We're very pleased you live to see it. Of course you live to see it. Tomorrow is never guaranteed. Hello all. Mark, Rap having 2 great days. I'll have Rap on the show again shortly. Good morning all. Good morning, Zach. The greatest one-man band deep in the money. Atlanta. Good morning. Good morning. 8:45 from Atlanta. Another person here from Atlanta, Georgia. Hey up, banana heads. I don't know how you can do everything. I don't know either, but I love it. I think these. I tell you why. Let me not beat around the bush. Let me tell you why I can do it all. All right, and I'm gonna be honest, right? I'm old school. I believe in hard work. I enjoy hard work. As I said before, most actually, nearly all, I would imagine, that have made success on. Oh, hang on a minute. I've got my big fan on. Hang on. I forgot about that. There you go. That's a bit quieter. I like to have the filtration going maximum before the show starts. It's a new thing I've put in the studio to get rid of any dust. It's nice. Most people who make success who get success on YouTube, let's be totally honest, right? They were doing a job one day, regular job, whatever they were doing, and they made a video, and then they went back to work, and then a few weeks later they made another video, and eventually they got a little bit of success, and then they made some more videos, and eventually they were able potentially to give up their job and maybe make YouTube as a full-time job. Maybe that's what happened. The point is, they were doing something else before this. Whereas I've been entertaining since I was literally a baby. I mean, I was born on the stage. Literally, I spent the first days of my life under a stage next to a drum kit. So from very early age, I've always entertained, and I've always believed in working 12-hour days. I've always worked like this. And when I ran One Night in Vegas, my theatre show, I did it this way because nobody else is going to do it for you. Simon Cowell never came along and said, I'm the winner of X Factor or American Idol or Britain's Got Talent. Never happened. So I decided to do it myself. So no one's going to do it for you. So I decided that I'd put on a theatre show, found some dancers, put on a show, hired theatres, got myself into some debt with credit cards, and I ended up putting on shows and doing it all myself, you know? So I would drive the truck, set the gear up, be in the show, market it, sell it, produce it, direct it, book the theatres, pay the wages, do everything. And while I'm singing on stage, I'm producing and directing the whole show. You know, I mean, I'm responsible for everything. We had the marketing manager, the theatre managers speak to me before, after the show, and the production crew. It was me in charge of everything. So you can do a lot more than most people do. And I learned to do that, and I've always done that. So when I started doing YouTube, it's like, you don't need a team of editors. You don't need a team of people to do everything for you. So people like Meet Kevin, who has like about 10 editors and teams and thumbnail creators, it's ridiculous. You build the machine that builds the machine, just like Elon Musk, which is why Tesla is so successful, even though the share price wouldn't reflect it right now. And that is it. That's it. It's never expecting anything from anyone or anything. I always have a very low expectation of everything. I have a low expectation and don't regard myself as entitled to anything and don't regard that I should have anything. Why should I? Why should the world give me a hand up? No one's ever given me any free money. I've never been sponsored or had any lucky break or won any money. When my dad died, I got zero. When my mum died, I got about £1,500 and it went towards that really nice microphone that I have in the studio. This one here, my main microphone. I put a spotlight on it. So I always wanted a proper Neumann microphone. There you go. That's my Neumann microphone, a hand-built microphone. And that was £1,500 for my mum when she died, went towards that microphone. Even if it is a replacement one now, but nevertheless. So at the end of the day, I never expected anything. And I always, I have very low expectations and expect to have to do it all myself. So whereas a lot of young people today, you know, your Graham Stephans and your Meet Kevins and all these people that have made success for themselves, they came from doing something else and now they think they're into, like Marcus Brownlee, for example, you know, you feel that you're important and the world owes you a living and, you know, you're above everybody. I mean, you're not at all. I'm absolutely nobody at all. But I do love hard work. I don't mind working hard because what else are you going to do? I mean, sit around watching the telly? I mean, so there you go. So the human brain can do a million more things than we actually do. So I don't think it's hard to do all these things. I mean, I say it isn't hard. It is hard, but I don't mind it being hard. Does that make sense? Anyway, I hope that encourages anyone. Anyone can do anything. You just got to get off your ass and do it, really. Anyway, let's read these comments. Let's have a little look. Jose, oh my God. Let's have a look. I don't know how you can do everything. Well, I hope that answers it. Oh my God, Martyn, you have to sit with a crystal ball every Friday for a prediction on the markets the following week. It would be awesome. We could do that, couldn't we? Links for YouTube. News Velo 3, probably not good. Already down 6. Okay, I'll have a look in a second. California love. Frank Major, good morning to you. How are you? Good morning from New England. I've got a song about New England. Everything is beautiful in its own way. Everything is beautiful in its own way. I love that song. Good morning from the old England. There you go. Hello, Patrick. Look at is that VV? What was that? WRP? Oh, is that rap? No. VVRP, unbelievable. Bill, good morning to you. Powerful earthquake. Yes, indeed. Awful stuff. Sorry, that's what I thought. VVPR. I'll have a look in a second. Hi, everyone from Michigan. Good morning, Batari Kamala. Good morning, everyone. Okay, it's getting a bit busy in the chat. I want to be able to answer all our questions. We've got some reviews to do. I'm going to switch over to members only because we do have a lot of questions and I want to make sure that everybody's voice is heard. It's only a couple of bucks to be a member of the channel. It's just so I can focus on the members and, of course, filter bots and people like that out as well. Good morning, KC. Good morning, Moy Guzman. Morning, Martyn. I invested in CCL, Carnival Cruise Lines. I wanted to know what you thought of Carnival. Oh, my gosh. Really, Moy? You really want my honest opinion? I've worked for all the cruise lines, including Carnival, and have played on all of the Carnival ships. At the time, there was about 30. I think there's a few more now, but oh dear. You want to know what I think about Carnival? You don't really. Well, let me show you what you can do here just to make life a bit easier. If you go to YouTube, which is where you are now, and you type Martyn Lucas in, like that, and then you go CCL, like that, CCL, like that, you will see there is my Carnival review. Now, this Carnival review, even though it was a couple of months ago, is still relevant today. Nothing really has changed, in my opinion, of Carnival. So what I would strongly suggest you do is, if I give you the link to that, there you go, link to Carnival. This is for you, Moy Guzman, Guzman, CCL, for you. Go and watch that. All right, it's in my playlist of all my. There you go, Carnival Cruise Lines. You'll get my thoughts on Carnival. Strongly recommend you go and have a look at that. All right, Jenny. Good morning, all. Good morning, Jenny. How are you this morning? Lovely to have you here. Welcome. Right now, then we have got. I want to see if we've got any of our viewers here this morning from. Stacey Bailey. Stacey, did I just see you a moment ago? Stacey, are you here? Are you still here, Stacey? I've got something for you, Stacey. Stacey. Legging Stacey. She's getting them some Martyn Lucas swag, as she calls it. And GNENF. Okay, GNENF. If we search for that in YouTube, what do you find? Hey, how do I not see it? How do I not see it? GNENF. GNENF. That doesn't make sense. Hang on a minute. That doesn't make sense. Have I put it out? Oh, no, I haven't, have I? I haven't put it out yet. Hang on a minute. Have I put it out? Now I'm confusing myself. Let me just check something. That was alt. Oh, I haven't. I've got to publish it. It's coming out today. That would explain it. Okay. Stacey Bailey, don't worry. Review good, company crap. Yeah. Yeah, I mean rubbish. Yeah. Stacey, the video will be coming out today. It's done. It's made. I've just got to publish it. I'm going to publish it after this opening bell this morning. And alt for Kevin B. Kevin B. Oh, now then. Don Claddy. Is Don Claddy here? Don Claddy. No, I've got your review. Is Wadey here? I've been trying to catch hold of Wadey for days. Wadey's not here. Jim Debussy. Jim Debussy, are you here? No. Jonathan Santos. John Granfor's here, but not Jonathan Santos. And Vincent Vosberg. Vincent, no. Todd Fletcher. I won't go further down the list. That was the last one. I've got all your reviews done. I wanted to put it out for you. Stacey, review. Yeah, I mean, it's awful. Absolutely rubbish. I wouldn't touch it with a barge pole. The one worse than that, though, was the, what was it, the C3i, even though it's up 25%. I mean, that's ridiculous. Anyway, I like investing in good companies. CISS runs in cycles. Buy at 3 and sell at 4 to 5. Now, you have to remember, folks, you've got to be very, very careful doing games like that. The market makers have to make money. I have done this to save you money. I did it with Rolls-Royce. Rolls-Royce was barcoding. You'd buy it at 99 cents and try and sell it at $1. You buy it at 99 cents, you sell it at $1. You lose every single time. The market makers have to make at least a cent out of the stock, out of the sale price. It's how it works, and you just can't win. For you to be able to buy it at 3 and sell it at 4, I mean, of course, when it's that low, there's like 3.001, 2, 3, whatever. There's digits after the point. I get it. but just be careful. It's not as easy as you think, and everyone's trying to do that, and it's literally full on casino. That is. I don't condone any of that sort of stuff. I'm not here to promote gambling or push that kind of idea. I know people do it and they think it's fun and exciting, and that's great. Carry on. But it's not something I really want to. That's why I gave the review I did. I think it was the worst company I've ever seen. But go into the review. Stacy, do you want to be part of the Green Gang? How do you become part of the Green Gang, Mike? What do you have to do? What do you have to do to become part of the Green Gang? You're being invited into a special club I don't know anything about. What's going on here? People setting up clubs I don't know anything about. I'm not having this. What's going on here? Virgin Galactic barcoding today at 133. Never good. Never good. That means people, algos are trying to trade it in and out at 133. No one's investing long-term in this stock at the moment. It's just being traded to death. Awful, awful situation to be in. Very sad to see this happening, and I do blame it all down to the management. I know the stock was going to go sideways, but not at this level. It should be going sideways at $4. It shouldn't be going sideways at 133. Anyway, let's make up a name and attach it to the review. Well, at least mine wasn't the total worst. Let's just say I was giving you something different to review. We needed some rubbish. It's fair enough, Stacey. We do need some rubbish from time to time. You're absolutely right. I don't know why, but hey, let's say we do. All right. Anyway, how do you do? It's lovely to have you all here. Green Team, LOL Mike. Mike, invest in cannabis stocks. Stephen, MSK, Crag, Jojo. Oh, I see. You're trying to get people to buy Tilray, are you? Oh, all right then. All right. Should we turn the studio green? Well, we can't yet, can we? Because it's still red. Good morning, Randy B. Buy Magic Green stock to become part of the Green Gang. There you go. Which Tilray brands would be my choice, I have to say. We've got the announcement in Germany, happened a couple of days ago. Just waiting for Congress now. But like I said, it popped just like as we said it would. You know what happened? This is when we talked about it. You know what happened as the video came out. But we also said it can fall back down again if suddenly there's a delay. Or if literally anyone from the government comes on and says, well, there's going to be a delay, or there's going to be this or that or the other, or the government is focusing on something else, then it'll all go to sleep again. So just be careful of that. All right, I'm just saying. And anyway. Let's go through the positions. Virgin Galactic today. Palantir. Gold. The S&P down. It didn't go low enough for me to buy some more using margin. And when I say using margin, I mean margin where I'd pay 8% interest. Admittedly, that's over the year though. But I haven't bought more. The S&P is expensive. I have got $99,000 of margin to use if it goes cheap enough. This is the as you can see, look, there's a $99,000, but it's not cheap enough yet. It's not cheap enough yet to do that. I've used the first 1,000, as you can see. Look, 908, because you're not paying any interest on it, and it's all very well saying I can earn uninvested cash. But at the moment, we are starting to sit on a downtrend. So I'm not buying any more. And when I get paid on April the 21st, if it is still falling down but not low enough, then I'll have some uninvested cash earning 5%. That's how to do it. But if you're poised or you have been buying, buy up to the $1,000 for free. I mean, you might as well. You're going to make more money owning the S&P than you are earning 5%. I mean, on average, it makes 10% a year. So it doesn't take a rocket scientist to work that out. The uninvested cash is great if you don't want to enter the market. But I believe in always being in the market. If I can earn 10% a year on average, why would I want the money earning 5%? It's kind of obvious, really. But if we start trending down, but not low enough to buy, that's when my cash would start building up, ready to buy when we get a bigger dip. All right, but it's not worth buying it now The averages aren't low enough. Right. Going to be a while before it moves again. Even now, a buy, or should it have been bought before? Should have been bought before, Stacy. Not now, Stacy. Will advise. Yeah, not now. I absolutely agree. This is what I say, Stacy. We've got an election coming up. There's two ways of looking at this. You've got two ways to look at it. There's the election coming up, and everybody wants to please the crowd, right? A lot of people would like to see this cannabis thing done, all right? It's a vote winner. People would love to see it happen. Not for the shareholders. That the government don't care about the shareholders. They're not bothered about that. But they do care about people going, oh, great, whatever. America's done something great, whatever. Because it is a great thing. It would be a great thing for those that want to use it. I've got no issue with that. I don't smoke. I wouldn't smoke cannabis or cigarettes or anything. I'm not interested, but I can appreciate that people do and they want to do it, and that's fine. Do what you want. It's your life. And I understand people enjoy it. I've worked a lot in Amsterdam where everyone smokes cannabis, and, I've got no issue with that if that's what you want to do. However, Eventually, this is a $40 stock. So you might go, well, I don't mind buying it now then. But if there's any rumor of any delay, it's straight back down to 150. So, and it's not gonna. I don't think it's gonna get passed in 5 minutes. Everyone keeps saying it's around the corner. It's been around the corner for a few years. So let's just remember that it's been around the corner for a few years. It will take. Oh, there we go. It will take the smallest ripple on the pond to say there's a delay and it's back down. So what I would say to you, Lisa, anything under $2 would be an entry point. But if you want the precise entry point when it comes to the chart position, then you want to join Sensei's show on Sunday. And Sensei's show on Sunday, look, here it is. There's the homepage. If you scroll to the right, Sensei will do a deep dive on the charts for you, and I have to say he's very, very accurate on it. Very, very good. Remember, we're not here to pump stocks. We're not here to try to create headline news and sell videos. We're always trying to give you the best information of what we're doing with our actual money. So if you go and check out Sensei on Sunday, I'm sure he will give you a good entry point. But for me, anything under $2 would be fine. Looks like the NSDX Nasdaq 100 outperformed the S&P 500 for the last 5 years. There you go. That's from Lisa. Jenny, the time to buy cannabis stocks is when the politicians on the committee overseeing cannabis legalization buy. Well, yeah. Nancy Pelosi. There's an ETF that tracks Nancy Pelosi. There's websites where you can see what she's buying, but of course, when they post it, she's already bought it. So it's kind of whatever. Cheers, Mr. Mike. Ed Nevius is here. Great to see you, Ed. Taking gummies has literally saved me from a lot of neurological issues after I had a brain infection 2 years ago. 2 brain surgeries. Flipping heck, mate. Still can't sleep at night because of my... Oh, man. You take it for granted, don't you? Whenever you get a little bit of pain, suddenly you realize how vulnerable you are. Has anybody else experienced that? You're living one day, you're all fine, right? And then you get something wrong with you, all right? It can be as simple as a paper cut. How much does a paper cut hurt? Or you bite, you pick a finger and you get a bit of an infection, or a toothache. Oh my God, toothache is the worst pain in the world. Or, you just wake up one morning and your back's out. That happens to me a lot, or you've got stomach ache, or you got something wrong with you. And it makes you realize the body's made up of millions and millions and millions of little pain issues that just sit there waiting to come out, bit like a cold sore, sitting waiting to come out when you get a little bit down. And it's awful, isn't it? And suddenly you realize that your body can break. Like a million things can break that you just take for granted. All of a sudden, boom. And then when it goes away again, oh my God, isn't life great? That first day when all the pain goes away, it's like, oh, life's easy. This is brilliant. So anyone who has pain, I always feel for you. I always, oh, Leah's turned up with my coffee. Thanks, Leah. Is it coffee or tea? Coffee this time. It's always the same little procedure, isn't it, babe? Here we go. Here's my coffee. Now, if James 007 was here, he'd say, sit back, change the camera angle, put a spotlight on it. Let's milk it. Shall we milk it? There we go. There you go. Cup of tea, everybody. Good morning, everybody. Now, you can buy one of these mugs from my shop and have that with your coffee. And I don't know why anyone would not buy one of these. I think everyone should have a mug. I might make it a rule that you can't actually watch the show unless you've got a mug. I might make it a stipulation. I think I will. Before you become a member of this channel, right? Don't, because you can't. We're going to ban it. We're going to ban you from becoming a member of the channel. You have to have a badge. You have to have a mug. So don't think of becoming a member. You have to have a mug, right? I'm not messing around here. You got to have a mug. Oh man. Anyway, let's have a look. I tried everything before I went to marijuana. I tried everything. Hang on a minute. Let me. I missed a couple there. I've got to do all the comments. I never had any interest in marijuana, but was just desperate for sleep. The salty bit, oh my, yes, it has benefits for a lot of people. There you go, look at that. Salty biscuit, try going to a traditional Chinese medical doctor and have acupuncture and use herbs. That never helped me. I got to be honest, acupuncture didn't do anything for me. I didn't get anything out of that. You remind me of the local GP calling patients. Maybe that's it. Dr. Martyn. Doc Martyn, that's me. Yeah, I'm the doctor. Doctor who? Yeah, how's your back doing, Martyn? I'm all right. Hey, listen, it comes and goes. Listen, I've only got to move my finger the wrong way like that and the back goes out. It's just, again, you feel invincible. I always feel invincible. I can do anything I want, right? And all I've got to do is move the wrong way 1 millimeter one day and boom, it's right there because I have 6 bulging discs. The chiropractor said I've never seen 6. He probably has, just making it sound worse so I have to go back every day. I don't know. But anyway, 6. It probably doesn't sound good, does it? I mean, how many vertebrae you got? About 20 and 6 of them are bulging? I mean, it's probably not good, is it? Years and years of touring in trucks and carrying equipment, probably. I overstrained myself for many years. But then that's life, right? I don't mind that. You live, you use your body, right? It wears out. Wouldn't you rather have something that's worn out than it just sits in the cupboard, never gets used? Well, your body's the same. Use it. Wear it out. Completely knacker yourself. Don't get to 80. Don't get to 80 and say, I'm at 80 years of age and my body's perfect. Don't do that. Don't do that. When you get to 80, you should be knackered. At 80 years of age, you should be absolutely buggered. If you get to 80 and you're perfectly fine, you've not lived. You've not traveled. You've not put yourself through hell. You've not risked anything. You've wrapped yourself in cotton wool and you're just a boring 80-year-old sitting around in cotton wool and bubble wrap doing nothing. In fact, not bubble wrap so much because you can't breathe if you wrap yourself in. Don't ever, boys and girls, don't ever wrap yourself up in bubble wrap, right? Apart from the little... That's quite good, little bang, bang, bang thing. But apart from that, don't get to 80 and find that you're perfectly healthy. Now, people will say, if you exercise, drink lots of water, get sleep, don't smoke, don't take drugs, do everything right, you can live a very happy, healthy life until you're 100. I say, as Dr. Martyn, that's rubbish. Wear yourself out. At 80, you should be buggered. You should be broken. You shouldn't be sitting around going, I'm perfectly healthy. I still walk the dog at 80 years of age. I don't want to hear that. If you're doing that, you've had a rubbish life. You've done nothing. You've never left your house, right? You should be broken at 80. And I'll tell you something else, right? And Mike will get this. People always say, I'm not old. I've got my mate, George. George is 84. He's not old, apparently. It's worse. Women are worse. I've known women in their 90s who go, I'm not old. And you go, of course you're bloody old. No, I'm not. Don't be so rude. It's rude to say someone's old in America. I said, of course it ain't. Of course it isn't. The human life expectancy is about 75, isn't it? Something like that. It's got a bit more over the last few years. But, up to like 100 years ago, you were lucky if you passed 60, right? So anything around 70 is old. Embrace it. If you've got an iPhone 1, is it old? Of course it's bloody old. We're an iPhone 14. Of course it's old, right? There's nothing wrong with being old. Is Windsor Castle old? Yeah, it's been around for 1,000 years. Of course it's old, right? Things get old. And if it's the sort of 90% of the life expectancy of that thing or product, then clearly it's old, right? So, when people say, I'm not old at 90, when are you old then? If you're not old at 90, when do you get old? 120? At what point do you become old? Bloody ridiculous. And those that say, I want to die young, I'm going to live but you can't unless you just sit around doing nothing. Right? So live, wear it out. Wear a pair of shoes that wears out, because that means you've been somewhere. Honestly, this is no joke. Put a pair of shoes on, like I have done, and walk around the world. I've been at every country. I've been everywhere, all over the world, everywhere, right? And I've worn out pairs of shoes. Things got busted and broken because I used them and I wore them out. Nothing wrong with that. Anyway, so yes, you're old. Anyone over 50 is old. I'm 55. I'm old. Don't worry about it. It's okay to be old. Because, what comes next is you're dead. And that's fine. That's not a surprise to anybody. That shouldn't come as a surprise after old is dead. I'm just saying that is part of the plan of it all, right? Anyway, I tried everything. Yes. How is your back? That's how we got on that. S&P is the Champions League of the stocks. They will kick you in the best 500, but will kick you out too if you are not good enough. That's right. That's right. People have said, should Tesla remain in the S&P 500? I've heard calls for that. The salty biscuit, it's crazy how many people still stigmatize pot use for medicinal purposes. Then there's stories like yours out there. It works for you. Exactly. Toothache is not the worst pain in the world. It was the Canoe earnings call on Monday. Thanks, Leah. I had a career in criminal justice and a passion against any and all drugs. Part of my brain tissue is dead. Hard to explain, but this is the only thing that works for now. Look, salty biscuit doesn't want to be in pain. Why should he be in pain? What's the point? Why does he have to live in pain? Why? And if he can smoke some marijuana and some cannabis and he feels better, let him do it. It's good for him, isn't it? It's not going to harm you. It's not going to harm me. And if you legalize it, the tax man gets some money out of it. So everybody wins, right? Why not? We as investors win in the company. The tax man gets some taxes. Salty biscuit feels better. You've only got a short life. You might as well feel good when you're doing it. Otherwise, what's the point? My uncle just passed away from a cut on his finger. And he was doing sausage. And within 2 days, he was doing what? He was doing sausage, and within 2 days, a staph infection spread to it. You are kidding me. Stacey Bailey, as you've shared that, let me share, and I'm sorry for your loss, of course, but let me share a similar situation. My dad was very healthy. My dad, was out every day in the garden working. He was like me, worked 12 hours a day, but he was outside. He wouldn't be doing this outside in the garden, right? He had a pacemaker. So, not completely healthy, I guess, but he had a pacemaker and he had to have it adjusted or something like that. So he went into hospital, routine operation to have his pacemaker fitted or adjusted or whatever. And while the operation was taking place, the surgeon, and this is what we were told, didn't wash his hands correctly. And he had the superbug, the MRSA superbug, and he passed it to one of the nodes on my dad's pacemaker, and it killed my dad. My dad died 3 days later. He went into hospital perfectly well to have a routine operation. 3 days later, my dad was dead. We went in, and my dad was sitting there perfectly fine, talking away after the surgery. And they told us that our dad had contracted MRSA, and he would not come out. And we went, "What do you mean? He's just come in, routine operation, and you're saying he's going to be dead in 3 days?" They told us first. So then we sat down on my dad's bedside. It was my mum who did it, and she told my dad. She said, "Ernie," that was his name, is his name, whatever. And she said, "Ernie, you've been here, you've contracted the MRSA bug on one of the nodes on your pacemaker, and you're not going to make it." And I remember it. And he turned around and went, "What do you mean?" I said, "Well, you're not going to make it." "Well, what do you mean?" And he kept saying, "What do you mean?" And in the end, Mum says, "You've got about 3 days." Can you imagine? Tears. I've never had my tears. I didn't know tears can flow like a tap, but they can. And the crying was ridiculous. We just couldn't stop crying. So we just basically lived in the hospital for 3 days, and we watched my dad die, and it was the worst thing in the world. He basically got his blood poisoned in 3 days. Never seen anything like it. Saddest thing I've ever seen. So, Stacey, I know what it's like. You can suddenly get ill and not good. Oh my, crazy. Take care of yourselves, absolutely. But enjoy every day. Wear yourself out. Walk in your shoes until the soles are gone. I would suggest anything near under 2 is great. There you go. If we get any one of our members request and do a super chat, we'll cover the earnings, and we'll do that. Stacey, very sorry for your loss. I'm not old. Change the damn subject. CZOO is doing great this morning. Great. I'll pay $30. Can I get a review with Martyn and Sensei together? If I pay $30, can I get a review with Martyn and Sensei together? Yes, you can. Yes, you can. If you do a $30 super chat, what review you would like, I will arrange a time that Sensei can be live on the show with his charts, and we can do an analysis together. So yes, if you'd like to do that, I can arrange that with Sensei. If you do a $30 super chat, that would be wonderful. Would certainly line that up for you. I'll contact Sensei and book it in. Thanks, Lance. It's okay. He had a great life, and we celebrate what we had with him, not what we haven't. Just like the stock market, don't be upset with what you don't have. We got 5 minutes before the bell. I'm not going to miss it. Don't be upset with what you could have had. Who cares? I could go out today and I could book a theatre and do a show. I could make $10,000. I know that. I've got the audience. I've got theatres I can book. No problem. I lose money every day. But I'm not a machine. I don't sit here looking at what can make the most money. I'm looking at what I want to do to enjoy myself. And that's what I'm doing. I'm sitting here earning $1 super chats. I could book a theatre and earn money. I could go out networking, find somebody that wants to book a wedding, $10,000 for a wedding. I could do that. I could find somebody that wants, there's always somebody who's looking for an entertainer for a wedding, do a DJ or whatever. I could do it easy. But, I choose to be here. So enjoy your life. Don't worry about what you don't have, what trade you didn't do. Just be happy what you do have. Right? That's all that matters. Why drink and drive if you can smoke and fly? Zach, are you wanting to join the Green Gang? Zach's 8 hard but not flying with space at the moment. Oh, VVPI is flying. Our time will come. Oh dear. Shut the front door. I'm so sorry to both of you for your losses. As a critical care nurse, the hospital is not a safe place. MRSA is a killer. Yeah. And by the way, for all the Americans out there who would go, did you sue? No. In England, you don't bother with stuff like that. You just get on with it. Our dad died. What are we going to do? Right. Now I want $1 million. No one even thought about it. And I've never regretted it. And I couldn't care less. Maybe I should have done. Maybe I should have got $1 million. I don't know. But no, we never bothered. Don't like stuff like that. I left the green investment 5 years ago for space. Zach 8, wow, up 300% up. Too late. Now is overbought. Zach, it's happening and possible. It's happening and possible. Zach 8. All right. What's the next big thing coming? The underdog, the Area 51 stock. That's top secret. That's it. Right. 3 minutes to go. Let's have a quick sip of coffee. Let's get ready. Now then, the S&P is slowly getting cheaper. Are we going to be able to buy some S&P this morning? Well, it's getting a bit cheaper as we sit here and talk about it. But anyway, let's get ready. Let's get ready to rumble. We got reviews today. We got premieres to do. We've got an earnings tonight. Levi jeans tonight. Levi Strauss. The 501s, remember that? Was it Nick Cayman? Nick Cave? Nick Cave, wasn't it? Or Nick Cayman? I don't remember. Somebody. Anyway, we've got links for YouTube to do. We've got all sorts of stuff coming up. Let's get ready to rock and roll. 21,087 subscribers. 21,000. The end of a football stadium. What do you think of that? Very, very good. Right. Okay, let's get ready. 2 minutes to go. Ready for the stock race? Are you excited? You should be excited. You get to see this every day. I never seen it. I've never seen the Martyn Lucas Show. You are very, very lucky people. That's all I can say, that you get to see this every day. Very, very lucky people. Right, the S&P. Am I going to buy anything today? It's down on the week. See, it's down like 0.5%. It's not enough. It's going back down to where it was yesterday, but we're sat on that trend. We have broken it slightly. This is the 3-month trend. We have broken it, which means now we could get a pullback. So now you just want to wait. Don't just jump in straight away. It's kind of not much point. Oh, yeah, see, it's dropping, look. 1 minute to go. Good morning, Dustin Turner, the Banana Heads. Welcome, welcome. A lot of green badges in today. You'll be turning 1 month soon. You have a 1 month, then you've got a 2 month. I think it then runs to 6 months. I think is it 3? 1, 2, 3, and 6. I think it is. Then you get your 1 year. The big 1 year, the big 2 year. Then at 2 years, you get entry to the VIP club, right? Remember that? Okay, now don't forget, if you've not yet seen all of your perks and benefits, if you don't know what they are, go and watch this video. It's how and why and who and when and if and why and but and stuff, how to become a member and how to get the most out of your membership. There it is. Right, let's get ready to rock and roll. It goes silent. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Showtime.
The year is 1991. Birds
The bell is gone. You too can sponsor the bell, a $20 super chat. You can sponsor the bell, put your name on it, and the Sensei Crypto bell with a link below in the description. Let's go. What's up? What's down? Are we making money today? Let's have a look. My portfolio, as you can see, is down. The studio is red, 74.8. We were at 75.8. $1,000 we were up a week or so ago. We've lost $1,000, but have we lost anything? No, of course we haven't. Just the value's gone down at the moment. Nicola has just gone down 6%. Nicola, let's go through our stocks. Let's show you where we are. Virgin Galactic, 130, another all-time low. It's still going down. I've said $1.10. If it goes to $1.10, then we can break the $1. Oh, it's awful. Then you're talking about delisting. Very, very bad. I don't like it. Management have let us all down. Palantir. Palantir today is down, but trying to come back up again. Gold, $210 now. Very nice indeed. Down 0.25% today. The S&P is down again. It needs to go down another percent or two before I start buying more. The Amazon is on its way up. It's down on its way up. Apple, 168 now. It's getting cheaper and cheaper every day. Next year Energy, down today, 0.59. Enphase Energy, 111 now. Down 1.37. Coca-Cola, around the $60 again. It's going down. It's going down. J&J said it. It's a $200 stock. I stand by it. Here we go. Kenvue is on its way down. Chevron is up today. Tesla, 165. It was down as low as 163. I do believe it's going to 110. Dear, oh dear, oh dear. A great company, but it's always been overvalued, overpriced, overbought. It's just correcting. It's not a problem for the company. I think the company are great, but I do feel that it's overbought, and now people are selling it and realizing that. Rivian is going up. It's green today. McDonald's is down today. You cannot overpay for land. It'll always make money long term. Google going down 1% today. We had a nice rally a few days ago. Now selling off. Microsoft going back down 0.5%. Walmart is up today, 0.31. Tilray, 243. We're getting a nice little rally this morning, up 0.83. Is it moving? Is it moving? Is it moving? Not at the moment, just slightly. Robinhood, heading back towards that $20 again. 1926, up 0.31. IonQ, it's too expensive. Big investment for Amazon. Quantum computers. Rocket Lab now, 388. It's getting cheaper and cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. Consistently going down. Look at Rocket Lab. Awful situation going on there right now. Plug Power down 0.32. Rumble down now, coming to $7. All-time lows. Funware going down. FFIE 9 cents. Rio Tinto down but moving up. Bitcoin. Let me refresh the screen. It hasn't loaded properly. Matic is down 1.28. Bitcoin is down 0.67. It was 75,000 just a few weeks ago. Polygon, we just done that. XRP is down today 1.3, 1.4. And C3IS, we talked about it. It popped up and it's gone back down as quickly as it went up. There is our rundown for today on April the 3rd. Let's come back to the comments, and we've got some more reviews to do. And let's have a look here now. Rubbish. My grandfather drank, smoked most of his life, and he died at 106. It's all down to genetics and moderation and no bubble wrap. That's right. That's right. Good on you, Iberian Wolf. Your grandfather is my hero. Good luck, everyone. The salty biscuit. Ha ha, you make me laugh. There you go. Well, we've got to have a laugh, right? If you don't have a laugh, what's the bloody point? That's what I say. Good morning, banana heads. Where did this come from? I think it came from a troll who came in. Was it Big Linda? Was it someone came in and started going on about banana heads. They were being a bit of a troll, and everyone thought it was funny, and all of a sudden it's become a thing. It's become a thing now on my show. God knows how that happened. Anyway, the salty biscuit. He was a ladies' man too, and lost count of children. I didn't like that about him. Yeah, but he didn't. He had a good. He didn't care. He was fine with it. Yeah, my dad was a bit like that. I mean, he wasn't lots of kids everywhere, but he did like chatting up the nurses. You know, it was a bit embarrassing at the time when you're like a teenager, you know, your early 20s, and your dad's like chatting up the nurses. It's not good, is it? You know, Dad, will you stop doing that? She's like 20 years of age, and you're like 50 or 60. Stop chatting up the. Oh, she's not. Dad. My dad was like Benny Hill. My dad was like Benny Hill. Yeah, who wants a dad like that? You don't. Nobody wants a dad like Benny Hill, but my dad was like Benny Hill. No joke. Anyway, in my life, I have learned that humor, sarcasm, and a just do it attitude can overcome anything. Almost died 3 times. Car accident, horseback riding, brain infection, spent many years in physical therapy. Bloody hell. My experience has been that those 3 things are what you need to survive the worst situations. I agree with you, mate. I agree. Don't worry about it. Just get on with it. That's it. That's it. You're spot on there. Morning. All sorry for all your pains and losses. I know. It's a sad morning, isn't it? Everyone's having a loss this morning in their life and their stocks. SNDL is going up again. Yay, Martin. I thought alt was the most rubbish, wasn't it? Alt. Was it alt? Yes. Yes, the most rubbish. Alt. Yes, this one here. And there you go. Look at it. Up and straight back down again. Look at that. Yes, this is alt. The most rubbish. Yes, it was Big Linda, Egghead. That was it. That was it. Making Martyn Lucas Banana Head t-shirt. Oh, God. Why do I want one of those? Why do I want one of those? I've already got GoDB wants a desk toy. Banana head. Oops, I can't even spell it. Banana head t-shirt. Oh, my gosh. The stuff that you guys want. I'd buy it. Your dad had that dog on. Your dad had that dog in him. Yeah. It's not good though. It's not good when it's your dad, is it? I mean, he thought it was great. I don't think the nurses liked it very much, and I didn't like it very much, and my mum definitely didn't like it. Right? There you go. But he did it. He liked it, and it's his life, isn't it? So. Every cloud. Anyway, I jammed my toe. Thanks for sharing, mate. Where else can you share this information? Where in the world can you have this sort of love and support? Nowhere. Doesn't exist. Is a laugh for you all. When I finally left hospital after 4 months, I said, check me out of this hotel. Here she is, the queen of self-braiding. The lovely queen of self-braiding. How are you, queen? Oh, I've got an itch. Right on the shoulder blade. There you go. Got it. Back of the chair sorted it out. Right. No messing around. Let's carry on. Let's look what's moving. Virgin Galactic 131. Flipping heck. It went down to 130 this morning. We're heading up now, though. Are we going to have a green day? Let's have a vote. Here we go. Red or green day? Start a poll. Red or green day. There you go. Pick one. Red or green. What do you think? Starting off, we've had a couple of days now. It's been like this. I'm going to share with you the heat map. What's going on? The heat map. This is the situation. We've been at the very edge of greed and extreme greed for about 3 or 4 months. As you can see, it's starting to cool back a bit. All right. So just so you know, we are starting to cool down now. They always say sell when everyone's buying. It's a bit rubbish. It's a good headline for YouTube, but it's not really relevant at all. It doesn't mean that. It doesn't literally mean that, but people try to sort of give everything a headline and whatever. But anyway, there you go. Martin, get yourself a back scratcher. They're amazing. Yeah, Leah. That is funny as hell, Martin. What was funny? What did I say? What did I say? I have no idea. ET flying, Randy. Let's have a little look. ET flying, is that a stock? ET. ET energy trader, energy transfer. Ooh, well, 1.24. So 1%. Is that what you mean? I don't know which one you mean. Anyway, we've got more reviews to do. Hi, Queen. I know it's been a while, right? It's been a while since you had Queen in the show. Right, we're expecting a green day, apparently. All right, we're going to turn green in a minute. I love it. I love it. ETA phone home. ET phone. Oh, God. Bloody, I used to be able to do that. That hurt my throat. That actually hurts my throat. ET phone home. I used to be able to do that, and now it hurts. See? This happened the other day. When I was younger, I would always climb. Love climbing trees, right? Tough Mudder, London Marathon, done it all, right? Been trained with the army, done all sorts of stuff, been around the world, right? Done everything. And I like climbing. And the other day, oh dear, 129. It's going to 110. There's nothing to stop it. Me and Leah were out walking around, and there was a tree over the path. We're just walking around, and there's a tree hanging over the path. And I would just like to swing on trees, jump up and swing and hang and stuff like that. Anyway, it's one of those, everything in Texas is rough. Everything in Texas is aggressive.
SKX Sketches Review with Martyn and Sensei.
Rallo 1. Sketches Review with Martyn and Sensei. Wow, look at that. Let me just write that down a minute. Thank you very much. I'll have to call Sensei now. Call Sensei for a joint SKX Sketches review. All right. Okay. For Rallo 1. Okay. Wow. I will be in touch with him and try to, I will not try. I will set that up. Anyway, so thank you very much. I will get onto that. I was walking along and I jumped up, and yeah, everything in Texas is super aggressive, right? The hail is killer hail. The tornadoes are killer tornadoes, right? The insects in England, I get a little fly, get a little spider in the house, doesn't matter. Here, it's copperhead snakes, and it's tarantulas. Everything is aggressive. Everything is like, everyone's got a giant truck rather than a little Mini Cooper, right? Or a Ford Fiesta, right? Or a Fiat Uno. We could go on about this all morning, right? Or a Vauxhall Astra. That doesn't exist in Texas. Oh my God, no, right? Everything is bigger and aggressive and louder and bigger, right? Anyway, so even the bloody trees are horrible, right? Flipping trees. In England, you can swing from a tree, no problem at all, right? Good old-fashioned oak tree, no problem at all. In America, oak trees have got this really rough bark. It's like flipping Brillo pads. It's like you cut your hands on it. You know where this story's going, right? So I'm walking along, and I'm thinking, I'm going to hang from the tree. And I just jumped up. I jumped up like that, and I grabbed it, and I went, me hands! It was like being stabbed in the hands. And it wasn't just because it was rough. It was because my body isn't used to hanging on trees anymore. I used to swing with one hand. I mean, it was like, no problem. The old monkey bars, remember all that? And now it's like, yeah. So anyway, yeah. So if you're in your 50s and you haven't done any any hanging off trees for a while, I wouldn't suggest that you do it, because you'll actually find that it'll hurt, and you'll go, and then you look really silly in front of your wife, because your wife, remember, she thinks you're in your 20s. She thinks you're Rambo. She thinks you're James Bond, right? That's what you think she thinks. She doesn't think that at all. But that's what you think she thinks. And the moment you jump on a tree and, whatever, you suddenly expose your weaknesses. Anyway, let me read this. I hold 870 shares. Yes, Martin, it's a stable stock. ET. Thank you very much. Let's have a meet the CEO with Leah. Yeah, that'll be good. Yeah, she'll never come on the camera. She doesn't believe in it. People think Leah doesn't exist. She definitely exists, but she doesn't come on camera. Dang it, ET phone home, not ETA. Yes, Martin, that's it. Hi, Mike, says the Queen. Been working on a project for 2 months. What have you been doing? How can we help you? What's going on? That bit about your dad and the nurses reminds me of my dad. That had me rolling in the shop. Yeah. Do you remember? I think it was a thing for the 90s. Dads were like Benny Hill. All right? Is your dad like Benny Hill now? See, now you can't do it. We live in a world where you can't do anything, right? My dad grew up in a world where you could pat a woman on the bum, where you could do a wolf whistle. You can't do that now. If you pat a woman on the bum at work, especially in America, England's a bit different. You might get away with it a little bit more. But in America, you're going to get sued and go to prison. It's going to be like sexual abuse. That's it. You're finished. Don't ever do that, right? Don't ever do a wolf whistle. Don't ever do that. But back in the 90s, so those the people that were born in the 30s and the 40s, they did wolf whistles. They pat women on the bum. You can't do that now. Don't do that. It's a health warning. Don't pat a woman on the bum or wolf whistle, because you'll go to jail. 20 years ago, you do it. She probably annoyed, though. I don't think women ever liked it, did they? But you got away with it. Now you can't get away with it. Don't go around doing stuff like that, otherwise you get in trouble. Anyway, so that's that bit about your dad and the nurses. Yeah. I don't think you'd be allowed to do it now. If you sat in hospital and you started chatting the nurses up, I think they'd throw you out. They'd go, get out, you dirty old man, get out of our hospital. You know, this isn't the Benny Hill show. But back in the 70s, 80s, 90s, people did those jokes. Anyway, great impression of E.T. Rubbish. I hurt my throat. By the way, what's the song you have about New England? New England. It's the one called I Was Made in England. Elton John. I Was Made in England. It's not really New England. It's just England. I Was Made in England. Very good. Friday night. Join me. My job involves being audited by customs. Oh, my God. Any news on Fisker? Yes, we do have news on Fisker. April the 28th is the meeting to talk about the vote. Whether there'll be a reverse split and back on the index. That's still scheduled. Whether that happens or not, we don't know. Everything is big. Everything in Texas is big. It is, especially the egos. Wait, what day did he say is the vote on marijuana? I meant to put in that in my calendar. There's no there's no date for the vote. That has not been confirmed. Don't get too excited. Skechers is like big 5, very impressed. They're still around. Stephen Lewandowski's back. How are you, Stephen? Great to have you here. When I spent a summer in England at the age of 20, I remember thinking, why is everything so big in America? Like McDonald's, for example. That's when I realized how insane as Americans are with food. Yes. I went to a drive-thru when I first came to America and said, McDonald's, please. Big Mac, please. What drink do you want with that? Coke. I am not kidding. I got a bucket of Coke. I couldn't believe it. I thought, what are you doing? I am not a farm animal. I'm a human being. I have a stomach the size of my fist. How do I drink a bucket of Coke? A bucket? A bucket? I mean, you could strap it around your head and walk around like a bloody farm animal. Can you imagine walking around like, I got bucket? I tell you what, that's where people go wrong. That's where people go wrong, all right? Let me get a little word of wisdom here. Little word of wisdom. If you're starting to put on the pounds a little bit, right? If you're starting to get a little bit overweight, your stomach is the size of a fist. Think what I need to fill that, right? So if you go to KFC, right, ask for a piece of chicken and some chips. Don't ask for a bargain bucket. You're not a farm animal. A bucket is like that. You're eating like 20 flipping wings of chicken, right? It will fill your entire body. It has to expand to let it in, all right? And it will expand to let it in. So if you start finding that you're eating fast food like an animal, right, and you're asking for buckets of food and buckets of Coke, something's wrong. And do you know who started that? It was that flipping Jamie Oliver, and it was that flipping, what's his name? What's that chef called? The one who swears a lot. What's his name? Not Harry Ramsden. What's his name? The guy who does the F word or the Hell's Kitchen. Him, the English guy, right? He started that, and I'll tell you why. I'll tell you how it started, right? We used to go to the restaurant, and we used to sit down at a table with a plate. We used to have a nice plate, a knife and fork. That was the old days. The days when we behaved like human beings. We would have a plate of food and we would have a knife and fork. That wasn't good enough. We couldn't have that in the millennium. When we went into the millennium and we went 2000s, we can't be doing with plates anymore. We need something more modern. We need something where we can sell more food like the Americans. A plate is not good enough anymore. Gordon Ramsay, that's him. Gordon Ramsay. So what did they do? They had posh restaurants. And what do they do in posh restaurants? We don't have plates. We don't have plates. We have the bane of my life, and I bloody hate it. I absolutely bloody hate it. Has anyone ever been to a posh restaurant where you don't get a plate? Back in the 80s, we used to have a basket. We had chicken basket. Chicken in the rough, it was called. Chicken basket meal. Basket of chicken in a basket. That's it, chicken in the basket. You get a little basket, bit of chicken and some chips. I was okay with that. That was okay, but that was the beginning of it. That was the beginning of the change. That was the beginning of the change. That's when it started. People were testing, oh dear, Virgin Galactic. People were testing the waters. They were trying it out in the 80s. A chicken in the basket. In the pub in England, chicken in the basket. We can do that, but that was the beginning of the change. They were testing it out. But I was okay with that. Do you know why? Because at the end of the day, the basket could hold the chicken. The basket, chicken would go in it and it would hold it. It was kind of sensible. I could live with the basket of chicken because it was still human. It was still human. It held the chicken and the chips, and I could eat my chips, and it would hold it. It was human. It was right. No. We've tested it out. We now know that people are ready for a change. They're ready to ditch the plate. They're ready. So what are we going to do, Gordon Ramsay? What are we going to do in these posh restaurants where we charge people $5,000 for some chips, right? Because it's got your name on it and it's laced in gold. You know what we need? We need a new style of plate. Okay, what are we going to do? Well, I think what we don't need a plate anymore. What we need is a bloody roof tile. A bloody roof tile. How many of you have been to a posh restaurant and ordered a meal and it comes out on a bloody roof tile? I'm talking a bloody roof tile, a grey roof tile. Number one, first of all, they charge you more money in those posh restaurants with those flipping roof tiles. Number one. Second of all, they're saving money because the roof tile is cheaper than the plate. That's the second of all, but the worst part of it, and this is what really gets on my wick, this is the part of it I can't stand. It drives me up the bloody wall. The bloody roof tile, it's a flat grey tile. They put it on your plate. Your peas, your little green peas, they roll off the bloody tile. What is the point? A plate, like a basket, was a good thing. A flipping roof tile is rubbish. Don't even get me started when you put the gravy on. And I don't mean thick gravy like in America. I mean proper Bisto gravy. You put the gravy on and you're like, it's like you're making cement. Do you remember when you were making cement? Has anybody ever done that? Where you get cement, right, and you dig a hole in the middle and you put the water in and you mix and you put the cement and the sand into the middle where the water is. You like mix it in to keep the water from spilling over. You got a big like ring of sand and cement and you put the water, you dig out the hole a bit right, you're doing that because you don't want the water to run off the side. That's when you're mixing cement. Well, that's how we are now with food. That's how we are now with food, right? We've got the food on the plate, right? And but it's not a plate, it's a bloody roof tile, and the bloody and then the flipping gravy and the peas run off the side of the plate. Who come up with this? It's ridiculous. And if that wasn't bad enough, some smart Alex said, hang on a minute, what are we doing with the sides? What are we going to do with the chips, the sides? No, we can't have it on the plate like we used to have for the first 1,000 years of human existence. No, millions of years, right? No, we can't have that. We can't have that. We have one of those stupid little aluminium plant pots. It's a little plant pot like that with a little handle on it. It's like you can carry it around. It's basically the beginning of the bucket. It's the beginning of what happened in America. It's the beginning of the bargain bucket. Because it's a little tiny stainless steel, little silver plant pot. Basically what happened is somebody was making plant pots for the local garden centre, made too many. We need to get rid of these. Oi, Bill, have you got any plant? Loads of plant pots. No one's... Sell it. The local restaurant will take those. Local restaurant will take that. Get them shipped off. Stick them on eBay. Send them off. That's what happened. Little plant pots. So now I'm sitting there in a bloody restaurant trying to be all cool with my girlfriend and my wife, going out for a fancy dinner. And what have I got? I've got a bloody roof tile next to a plant pot. Is it any wonder we started eating out of buckets? Is it any wonder we started eating out of buckets? So if you're starting to put on some weight and you wonder why, this is where it all started from. It started from the humble roof tile from England. And now we eat out of buckets. Well, guess what? Not in my house. In my house, I sit down with a plate and a knife and fork, and the peas and the gravy remain on the plate until I decide to eat them. And that's where they remain. And that's it. No buckets, no roof tiles, and no silver plant pots. I'm sick of it. Who the hell came up with this stuff? It wasn't me. If they asked me, I'd have said, ban that. I'm not having any of that. Anyway. What have we got here? Sketchers. When I spent a summer in England at the age of 20, I remember thinking, why is everything so big in America? That's how we got onto that. Salty biscuit, it's your bloody fault. Absolutely love England. One of my favourite countries. Yes. Very good. Congratulations. If anyone was patient on ABO, took all morning, but paid off. Very good. Ed Nevius. You should advertise the 6 review for a ton of viewers. You should advertise the 6 review. The 6 review for a ton of viewers would be a huge for the channel. The 6... Oh, you mean Sketchers? Sketchers, yes. I always advertise it, Rallo1. Every event I do, is on every platform, right? Just so you know. In case you've been missing it, it's on X, Stockwits, Facebook, Instagram, Rumble, and YouTube. Did I say Facebook? Yes. Ed, when on Sunday can you help? I really want to get into this opportunity. Martin, that's a financial warning. Yes, we'll do my best. I've actually never heard of a real life wolf whistle. I've actually never heard a real life wolf whistle. Do you want to hear it? I can't whistle very good. There you go. So if you see a pretty girl walking down the street and you go, that's a wolf whistle. You've now heard one. If you're a nurse and your dying man wants to grab your ass and you're too big, if a biatch to let him, quit, get a new job, or let a dying man. Bloody hell! That's what we like. That's what we like. There we go. Look at this. We're turning green. Studio's green. You all said it would. Yay! Everybody, look. We're finally green again. Fantastic. I'm loving it. There you go. It's green again. There you go. Stacey Bailey. So what do you think about that? I want to know what everybody else thinks about that. Stacey Bailey, what do you think? Now, that might start a debate, Stacey Bailey. That might start a hot debate in the channel right now. You might get the Queen of Self-Braiding, she might be, or Lisa Wang, they might go, I don't agree with that. I don't know. I'm not getting involved. I'm not getting involved. I just start the fire and walk away. I'm not getting involved. The sizes between America and every other country is absolutely batty. I ordered a small in England and I expected an American small, and it was like 5 fries in England. Had to go back and order a cheeseburger. In America, that's a whole meal. Gordon Ramsay, that was right. Thank you ever so much. Oh my God, says Ramen. Ramsay is many things, but full confession, his beef Wellington is wicked. Yeah, very nice. Martin, when would you say is a good time to take profits on SNDL? SNDL, let's have a little look. Well, it depends on your situation. Are you up? Where are you on it right now? Oh, look at the portfolio. SNDL. You got to remember, it's all the same as it is. It's the same as it is with Tilray. You got to remember this. If you're buying any of the cannabis stocks at the moment, right, let's be honest, any of the cannabis stocks, they're all about the legislation. There's no doubt about it. No one can beat around the bush and say it's not. It is. It's all about that. It's all about that right now. So at the end of the day, we're waiting for this big news, and people are overbuying these stocks, waiting for the news, to be imminent and to occur and whatever. So, I don't know your financial situation. I can't advise, of course, but at the end of the day, if you're up 10, 15% on any stock, and I say this over and over again, if you're up 10, 15% on any stock, and you've done that in hours or minutes or days or weeks, why not take a profit? Because at the end of the day, you never lose from taking profits. If you consistently make 10%, come back again, try and do it again. Don't just hold forever on a stock that at the moment isn't doing anything, or it's waiting for something which may take years to happen, may never happen. We all anticipate it will happen, but if you can make good profit and 10%, 15%, remember, respect your money. If you put the money in the bank, you're only getting 0.5%. If you wasn't investing and you were spending on credit cards, you might be paying 20%. Paying 20%, 23%, 30% on credit card fees. So never underestimate the value of the profit. If you're making 10% and you've made 10% really easy, remember, it's easy to make money. The hard part is to keep it. Why not take it? Look for another opportunity. Unless you believe, 100%, and no one knows 100%. Yes, 100%, the stock's going to go up for $40 to $40. It's going to keep on going forever and all the rest of it. And remember, 95% of day traders lose money. If you consistently make 5, 10% all the time, over and over and over again, you're always going to do much, much better than those who banked everything all on one stock and hoped it would all go up forever. I mean, why not? Move on. Don't be attached to the stock. The stock doesn't care you own it. It doesn't know you own it. It's not even a real thing. It's just a number on a screen. The actual company, the actual buildings, the people that work there, that's real. But the actual stock itself is just a thing. It's just a thing. And if you can make 10%, take it. But do it properly. Do it on your Roth. Do it on your IRA. Do it on your ISA, not your brokerage account, so you don't pay short-term gains capital tax. Make sure you do it right. But, I can't say when it's right for you. We've got people keep buying Virgin Galactic and Virgin lower and lower and lower and lower and lower. And, we believe it can go $100. But now you're putting everything, the fact of the matter is, I know 100% I will be a millionaire in 12 years, 100% by just buying the S&P and putting in what I'm earning today on YouTube. That's going to increase in time. I'm happy being a millionaire. I would rather that than stress and up and down and maybe be a millionaire by tomorrow if I buy the right stock. I just know I want to be a millionaire and how to achieve it in the most harmonious, easiest, healthiest way. That's all I want to do. I'm not trying to be the best trader, beat everybody else, have more money than everybody else. I just would like to achieve $1 million just because it just sounds good and it's fun and it's exciting. It's something to work for. All right. Oh, by the way, I'll give you an update on that in a minute. You're going to be very proud of me. I've got some breaking news on that very thing. Lisa, that is how ice cream cone was invented. A baker had too many waffle cones and he gave them to his ice cream maker at the fair. They probably give you a garden tool to eat instead with silverware. Yeah, here's your bucket and your shovel. That's right, Lisa Wang. Enough about food. The banks are doing well today. Enough of food. Ramen, I'm America. I love food. I agree with Stacey, and I'm a woman. I didn't know that. The salty biscuit, I had no idea. Salty biscuit is a lady. Hey, we've got more ladies watching this channel than I thought. Hang on a minute. I reckon we've got more ladies than men now. This is becoming the ladies' channel. Hello. What's going on here? It's when I mentioned Ben here, wasn't it? I agree with Stacey, and I'm a woman. Do you know what? I didn't expect to hear that. I thought the women, well, that's 2 women so far. Let's hear from Lisa. Let's hear from the Queen. I want to hear what they have to say. But so far, I'm surprised by what we've heard. I am. He's dying. What's the point? Just sit it out. He's dying. What's the point? Just sit it out. Sebastian, what's that? Who's dying? See all the funny good vibes turned is green. Thanks for the support, ladies. There you go. You have any idea what's going on with Nicola this week? Up 10%. 10% is like the roulette. No surprise. I said that I am much more bullish now on Nicola. They're turning things around. We've put out the news several times. Make sure that you watch the video. Gordon Ramsay's actually a nice fella. I bet he is. We need to laugh a little more. Some of my stocks are still in the red. Mr. Martin, 100%. 100%. Is it a good time to buy more Plug? It's at 314. Lisa Wang, remember, Plug is heavily manipulated. I would say that Plug can dip again. It's all about it's all about the earnings in the summer. That's when things will turn around for Plug. SWIN is up. The Queen of Self-Braiding. Keep them base hits and walk them players home and cut them losses quick. There you go. Make your money. Get out of it. No worries. I don't take offense when people think I'm a man. I'm sorry. The salty biscuit, I don't know. I just assume, I don't know. It's not as if the salty biscuit is a male name, is it? I mean, I don't know. The salty biscuit. You need to put Mrs. Salty Biscuit or Miss or Ms. I don't know. Put some pronouns in there. You can do that on YouTube now. You can be anything you like. There's loads of pronouns you can use now on YouTube. I'm going to stick with bloke I'm going to stick with man, but you can do anything you want. Now on YouTube, there's a section. There's a section for it. You can be whatever you want. Right? You can be a cat or dog if you want. I mean, I'm going to stick with bloke, man, male. I'm going to stick with that. But, you can be whoever you want. I'm not going to judge. Oh, God. The greatest skill is hang with the boys. 3 older brothers will do that. There you go. That will do that every time. Right, let's have a look at the stocks. See what's moving. We've got more reviews to do this morning. Virgin Galactic 128. It went down to 126. Let's have a little listen in to Bloomberg this morning. Have we got any breaking news for us? Have we got any news? Let's have a little listen here. S&P.
Haven't looked at that in a week, but the recent highs, this has been the case all year, the recent highs have been made on less positive momentum than last year. So the buyers have been tired for a while. At some point, it seems very likely that we're going to see, so the RSI is really trending down. There's going to be, I would say, possibly even closer to a 10% correction. And one reason, and even more, maybe,
nice.
just think about Apple. Apple right now down about 14% from its December high. There is fundamental news there, but at the end of the day, it's going to be the macro of the Fed, and then it's going to be the micro of the fundamentals.
10%
Yesterday
drop.
was interesting because we had lots of little idiosyncratic stories to the downside in terms of Tesla and then the insurers. When that starts to be accompanied by an uncertain macro, after a massive rally, and it's not just the rally out of the October 2023 lows, it's the rally out of the October 2022 lows. There's some investors, especially those who bought well, last year or the year before, who are going to want to take some chips off the table.
All right, Abigail, thank you so much for joining us. Abigail Doolittle, markets reporter for Bloomberg News. Looking at the shares of the Walt Disney Company, off about 0.9% today, but they're up 35% year to date, far outpacing the market and their media peers.
That's interesting then, isn't it? What do you think of that? Expecting a 10% correction. That suits me. That would suit me. If we get a 10% correction, then I would turn on I would use some margin. Absolutely. And then I'll just pay it off over the next couple of months. I wouldn't be 8% for the next, couple of years, but I'd spend 20 grand on margin. I reckon. It cost me 8%, but that's okay because I'd pay it off over the next few months because then we'll rise again. 10% correction would be nice. I can't see it, but maybe it will. I'm not going to sell anything though. Take all my profits, hoping it goes down. I'm not selling anything. I don't want to pay any tax. I don't want to take any profits. I just want to hold and buy it buy more when it goes down. Just keep bringing in. Anyway, I talked to you a few moments ago about I've got an update for you, and you're going to be very proud of me. We're on track. You're going to love this. Those of you that have been following my show know that I've got a target to reach $1 million, right? If you've been watching, you will know I've got a target to reach $1 million live on the show in front of you, all from $5,000. And the only thing I've got, my income is YouTube. That's it. That's all I do. You watch me do it. You see what's going on and all the rest of it. So I have got an app that I'm using, and I'm going to share with you on the screen in a moment how I'm going to get to $1 million. All I'm doing is investing in the S&P. All I'm doing is it's 13.7% a year interest rate, which is including inflation, which is what it is. My contributions, how much I'm putting into the S&P every month, so how much I can actually earn and put in. Remember, I've got no bills, so when you see how much I'm putting in, it's because I live in the studio. I've got no mortgage. I've got no car loan. I don't go anywhere. I've got a sad life, right? I live to serve this channel and do this. So all my money goes into this. This is all the money I have in the world, right? So you've seen how much I've been putting in, and every month, right? So it's live like a rich person, invest, spend what's left, don't spend and invest what's left. That's the way I'm doing it, right? And I'm going to stick to this and keep investing every single month. And as you remember, and when I last showed you this, it was at 12 years. And I've said to you that I'm not going to increase how much I can put in by earning more and then get it to 2 million and 3 million. No, I want 1 million and just bring back the years. So I keep recalibrating it by how much my portfolio is today. okay? And then how much I'm now putting in. And I've been able to increase it slightly. From last month, I've been able to increase what I'm putting in from my YouTube earnings. So I've grown and the stocks have grown. So the value's gone up and the amount I'm putting in's gone up. So can anyone guess? I'm about to show you to reach $1 million live on the show, all from $5,000. Here is the number. We are no longer at 12 years. Now you might say, well, of course you won't be at 12 years forever. If you've done a year, it'll be 11 years. We've been doing this for 3 months. We've been doing this for 3 months. So it should still be 12 years because it only goes down in years. All right? 12 years, 11 years, 10 years, 9 years. It doesn't do by months. Okay? But we've only been doing this for 3 months. Here is the result. And you're going to be proud of me because now I will be a millionaire live on the show in 11 years. It's already moved down. Fan-flipping-tastic. So there's my 1 million target. That's what's in my portfolio. That's what's in my portfolio. When I did it, I mean, it's gone down $1,000 since then, but I did that a couple of weeks ago. I did that 11 years because now I'm putting in $2,500 a month into the S&P from it's my YouTube earnings. That's mine. That's as I say, that's 99% of all my income. I spend nothing. I do nothing. All right. It's literally all going in. So there you go. Now it's moved down to 11 years. Fantastic. I am expecting by the summer, maybe by the summer, by about August, September, I can get that down to 10 years. So that'll be 2 years in about 6 or 7 or 8 months. So we're doubling. So in other words, if we carry on at this rate, I could be a millionaire live on the show in about 6 years at the current rate of growth. Isn't that incredible? There you go. And I started with $5,000 and a year and a half with no subscribers, nobody watching. It just shows you how you invest in yourself. That's the biggest investment you make. I hope I live to see that, Martin. Yeah, yeah. I'm not gonna hold too much hope out for that, Mike. Hey, I might not live to live. I might not live to see it, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Even if I'm not here anymore, the stocks will keep growing. And you'll keep rewatching the old videos, keep rewatching and make sure if I pass away that you continue being members. Keep doing that. And Leah every month will put the money from my YouTube into the stocks. So, even if I don't live, it will happen as long as you keep watching and stay members. So would you all make that commitment to me right now? Would you all make that commitment? Sounds a bit like a cult, doesn't it? If I pass away and I don't live, will you carry on being a member of my channel for at least the next 5 years? I mean, I reckon you should do at least 5 years after I pass away, right? I think you should still be members for 5 more years and still keep watching the old videos. It's a bit like a walk down memory lane, isn't it? Bit like a souvenir, bit like a memento. Do you remember the day Martin said this? Yeah, 5 years. Are we going to still watch this? It's 5 years on. Yes, I've been watching The Wizard of Oz since 1930. Yes, we can still watch. We can still watch Martin's Virgin Galactic flight for 10 years. Yeah, absolutely. And every time you do, it'll earn money, and eventually I'll have $1 million, even if I'm not here to see it. So one way or another, it's going to happen, right? For you, Mike, different ball game. Good God. I'm sure you'll make it. Most have no plan. Even a bad plan is a better plan than no plan. Are you saying I've got a bad plan? Is that what it was? That a little sneaky way to say it's rubbish? You could do better than that, Martin. You're worth more than that. Yes, it's right. You're absolutely right. Having a plan is everything. As long as you leave the 24-hour stream live. There you go. I will leave the 24-hour stream live forever. It'll never stop. How about that? then you'll stay members, right? What a great little push up this is. Nice. Let's have a little look. Right, we've got more reviews to do. Are we back up to the 75? 75.1. It won't take much to bring it back up again because I've never sold. And remember, I added on the way down. So you've got the old stocks that were bought 3 months ago, and the ones I bought just a couple of days ago, which, on the way down. And if we look at that, just a moment, let's see. Let's have a look. Let's have a quick look at the S&P. If we go to the S&P right now, and we look, the latest one I bought was one share at 479.24. 479.24. So that stock is still under. Now you might say, now we're trending up. We were at 178. Why wouldn't you buy another one? There's no real point. There's no real point. This could be I'm up to the maximum of the margin without paying interest. There's no real point. It's too close. As I said, it has to drop 5-10% before I start paying to borrow the money. Otherwise, we'll just wait until I get paid again. Anyway. Ha ha, said Mike. Bloody right, Mike. Bloody right. Right, I love it. Right, okay. Let's do some reviews. We've got some reviews coming out today. 2. We've got one for Stacey Bailey, one for Kevin B. It's Don Claddy here, Wadey, Jim Debussy, Jonathan Santos, Vincent Vosberg, Todd Fletcher, Ahmed, Aki Saad, Bill Oberkirsch, Tokash Charles, and Michelle. Are any of you here? Because I've got your reviews. Don't worry, Martin. Virgin Galactic seems to be open to anything, so we can fly your ashes. There you go. Anyway, don't worry about me. I'm going to live forever anyway. I've taken one of those blue pills, where you can live forever. Yeah, the red and the blue ones on the Matrix. I took the blue one, which means I live forever anyway. So that problem's sorted out anyway. Anyway, 127. What's our next review? Let's have a look. Right. Now then, before I do my next review, I've got 1.5 people who've signed up for this. I need another 8.5. Very disappointed. I'm trying to get a solid gold credit card. You let me down. Here is the link. If you are in the United States, and if you are either not on Robinhood, or if you are on Robinhood, click on that link, become a gold member, which is what I am. It's $5 a month. Or you can pay yearly and save $10. I just found that out. One of you told me about that. I'm waiting to hear back from Robinhood how I can convert to that. Anyway, there you go. Click on that link. If I get 8.5 more people to sign up for Robinhood Gold, I will get a $2,000 solid gold credit card. And then you can refer people as well. Everyone should do it. Everyone should do it. I tell you what, I've just had an idea. I know how we can do this. I just need everyone to go gold. Do $5 a month. Do $5 a month, right? If I get the solid gold credit card, if 8 of you do it, 8.5 of you. And the reason why I say 8.5, because one person did it. One person just did Robinhood, but didn't go gold. If 8.5 of you do it, that's about $45, $42.50. I will give you the $5 back. How about that? I've just thought of that. That's a brilliant idea. Go and, if you are on Robinhood in the US, become gold with my referral. I only want 8 more people, right? Then if I get the gold credit card, and by the way, if they run out of the gold credit cards, they give you the $2,000 in cash. Apparently, it's $1,000 in cash. Anyway, I will give back to everybody that did it for me the $5. How cool is that? I'll know it is because it tells me who I referred. So if you want to help me get a solid gold credit card or $1,000, I will give back the $5 it cost you to become a gold member. Does that make sense? That would be fun. That would be fun, right? Send me a little picture that you've done it so I can save it on Discord. So I just need 8 more people to get the solid gold credit card. So there is my link. Let me give it to you again. I've just thought of that. I should have mentioned this earlier. This is a good idea. Why did I not mention this? I should have mentioned this earlier. Anyway, there you go. So go and do that, right? Go and do that. Let me give it to my guests on Rumble as well. Here you go. There's my Rumble guests. Everyone go and do that. I think you should do it. Go and do it, and I'll give you the $5 back. That's fair, isn't it? Send me a picture so I know you've done it, and we can verify it, and I'll give you I'll send it via Cash App or PayPal or whatever, but I'll make sure you get your $5 back. That's fair enough, isn't it? That'd be brilliant. Who was the half of a person? Well, basically, they got Robinhood, but they didn't go Robinhood Gold. That's essentially what happened. All right, just so you know. Right, I'm just going to do something in a minute. Got to keep my updates going. Just bear with me a second. Right, that was CISS. Just bear with me. Time for another stock review. This time C3. Not. There we go. Let me get rid of that. Move to trash. Okay, upload. I'm uploading all my videos at the moment to Rumble as well. I'm trying to grow that business as well. So I'm doing this at the same time. Same time as we're everywhere. We're doing everything. Can you believe it? You can't believe it, can you? You can't believe it. I understand that. Let me just put this in here. It's very exciting. I think that Rumble now might it's just starting to trickle. It's just starting to trickle. But then YouTube started like that. So let's just see. Be interesting to see it, wouldn't it? I'm just uploading my Virgin Galactic video as we're sitting here because I want to make the most of every possible moment. Don't waste a moment. Life is precious, right? So as I'm sitting here, this can be uploading. Oh, yeah. There you go. That's uploading. And I've got 2 more buttons to press, that one, and we are done. There you go. I can leave it now. Look at that. So let's see what stocks have gone up so well. I think it'd be a better idea for you to upgrade their membership. I think it would be a better idea for you to upgrade their membership. I can't do that. I can't do that. There's nothing I can do to upgrade anyone's membership. I'd love to be able to give memberships away or upgrade it. I can't. There's nothing. YouTube don't allow me to do that. The only way you can upgrade your membership is you do it yourself. I tell you what I could do is if I get a gold card, if everyone does it, I'll come up with some prize, some gift. I mean, there's loads of things I could do to thank you. Okay, let's say that. Let's say that right now. Okay? If you... hang on a minute. So how are we going to do this? Yeah. Let me do this now. I'm going to put this out as a little video. No, I better not do that. Because I don't know what it's going to be right now. So let's just say, right, let me give everyone the link again. Right? Let me give you the link. If you are on Robinhood and you're not gold or you're not on Robinhood, either way, right? You need to go Robinhood and gold. Now, most of you are already on Robinhood, but if you go Robinhood and go gold, it's what you need to do. It's $5 a month. And I recommend it. I use it. It's what I use because it's worth $5 because you get the 3% uninvested, 3% match on your Roth. Otherwise, you only get 1%. You get 1% on every penny you put in Robinhood as a gift. You get nothing if you're not a gold customer. You get uninvested cash at what was it, 8.5%, 8.25. Otherwise, you get like, I think, is it 3%? So it pays for it there. You get the is it 3% cash back on everything on the credit card. So it pays for itself over and over again. It's worth $5 a month. Otherwise, I wouldn't be doing it. So either way, if you use my link and you do it, I only need 8.5 people to do it. I will, for the people that do it, and I can update you every day who's done it, because it sends me an email the moment you do it. I will know who it is, and I will give a prize, or I will give you your $5 back, or I'll probably do a prize. A prize might be nicer anyway. But I would love to get the Solid Gold credit card. Now, even if I don't get it because it's run out, they pay you $1,000. Now, if they pay me $1,000, I'm going to give some of that back to you to compensate you for doing it as a thank you, right? So you'll enjoy it because you'll see me get the gold card and it'll be fun. But also, I'll give it you back. So can't really lose, can we? So anyway, if you're on Robinhood in the US, use my link, upgrade to gold, or get Robinhood and go gold. There's the link. I put it in the chat. It would be great, right? And literally, it will do it. If I check my email right now, if anyone's done it, it will tell me. Let me check my email right now. It takes seconds to do it, and I'll see if anyone's done it. I've won a prize at Lowe's. Amazing. That's going straight into the rubbish bin, because that's what you call it? That's spam. Lots of spam on my phone. Get rid of that. I'm live on YouTube. I'm live on my extra channel. Yeah, I know about that. But no more emails, I'm afraid. So no one's done it just yet. All right, I'll leave that open. I'll come back and check in a minute. If someone does it, I'll tell you, and we can confirm it's you and write it down, and I'll make sure that I get a gift. I only need 8 more people. How exciting would it be? Anyway, it would be amazing, right? Now then, let's see what stocks are moving. We've got to do some reviews today as well. Oh, look at this. Palantir is up. Gold is flat. The S&P is up today. Amazon is up again. Apple has come back. That's nice. Those of you that got Apple shares will be happy with that. Next year at Energy. Enphase. Coca-Cola. J&J still down. Kenvue. Chevron. Tesla. Nice rebound. Rivian. McDonald's. Google, Microsoft, or let's get our NVIDIA as well. A lot of it comes down to NVIDIA, of course, NVDA. Yeah, there you go. Up nearly 1%. That's where the money's coming from. Heading to that $1,000. A lot of people think it's going to be there this summer. Tilray, 3.32. Nice. Robinhood, people are bullish again. I wonder if the heat map is moving towards more greed. Yep, it's stepping up a little bit. It was at the bottom of greed, wasn't it? It's moving back up again. There you go. Let me look at the heat map, and so you can identify which stocks are moving. Lilly, that's the top stock for the day. Look at this. This is the top mover for the day on the S&P. If we scroll in, Lilly is up 2.29. Very nice indeed. One of the S&P. This is all the S&P. But one of the biggest losers is INTC. So INTC could be a buy today. That's an S&P top 500 company, down nearly 7%. INTC. So because of that, we have to go and look at that. This is using the heat map. Very, very useful tool. Very useful tool indeed. If we go on to... SNDL is up 6%. INTC. Intel. There we go. Intel is down today 6%. Let's have a look at its price to earnings ratio, 109. So it's very expensive. It's down on the week, 2%. It's down on the month, 6%. It's down on the 3 months. It's down on the year, 16%. It's up 25% on the year, though. So over 5 years, down 24%. It's got a small dividend, though. Look at that. Over the maximum period from 2000 for 24 years, Intel has made you no money at all. I'm amazed that this is on the S&P 500. Look at that. Over the last 24 years, you have earned zero on the on Intel. Zero. In fact, you're down. You've only earned a 1.14. So it's not even worth it. I'm amazed that sits on the S&P. Intel. I'm amazed by that, aren't you? Let's go and check the actual dividend for it. I can do that now. INTC. Intel. What does it pay out? It pays out 12 cents a share. And it's been going down. It was 30, 34, 36. It's now 12. It's been going down. So let me share with you. Look, no reason at all to want to buy Intel. Look at this. 30, 30, 30, 34, 36, 36, 36, 12, 12, 12, 12, 12. It's going down. So how the heck is the Intel still on the S&P 500? Wow, I'm a bit amazed by that, to be honest with you. Anyway, would you want to buy it? I don't see any point. It's made no money. I don't even know how it can even be on the S&P. It's made no money in 24 years. The dividend is nothing. It's going down. There's nothing about that. I mean, has it got some special club that enables it to stay on the index? I don't know. That's a bit weird. I don't think that's much of a thing to be shouting about. Wow. There you go. Isn't that amazing? Evening, Martyn Lucas Army and Captain Martin. You've missed a great show today. You need to rewind it. Can you do a quickie on Nikola? What's going on this week? Up, down, or... Okay, I will. I thought you meant the blue pill from Pfizer. No, I thought that. As soon as I said it, someone would say that. That LTV announcement today at NASA and Luna. Triquet, is it on links for YouTube? Quick look for Sebastian on Nikola. Have we got any updates from Nikola? I mean, basically, I've already put the news out. It's very bullish. Let me have a look. Oh, Nikola down. It's taking a bit of a hit, but the S&P has been selling off though, so it's it's slow to react, isn't it? We've had a nice run though. You've got to remember that. It's just come back over the last month. And we've had a nice little rally, but I am relatively bullish on Nikola. I like what they're doing now. The management are turning around, doing a much, much better job. And if you've not, Sebastian, for your benefit, I don't know if you've missed any of this. Let me share with you, just in case you've missed anything. If you type in Martyn Lucas and NKLA in YouTube, there's some updates I've just put out a couple of days ago. There's a Nikola update, Nikola news, and Nikola. There's the Nikola earnings. All of this is very recent. All right, 8 days ago, 7 days ago, 6 days ago, right there. So if you type in Martyn Lucas NKLA, I'll give you the most recent one. If you've missed any of these, if you've not got a red line underneath it, it means you've not watched it. See, I haven't watched much of that one. Boo. All right. I need to watch more of my own videos. Right. Okay. So let me give you the video. Sebastian. So this is for you. NKLA. There you go. So if you've missed that, make sure you go and check that out. All right. Okay, now then, I've got some reviews to do. So what we're going to do is I'm going to take a... what should I do? I've got two to record. Right, this is what I'm going to do then. I'm going to end the show now, send you all to the extra channel. This is where we all are over here right now, the extra channel, behind the scenes. That way you can be in the show and chat to each other. You can see we're bright green today. Studio's looking good. Join me in the channel. I'm just about to publish 2 reviews. 2 reviews are about to be published. I will then come back early for the closing bell, maybe an hour or 2 early. So look out for that. And I will record and publish the earnings. Now, sorry, the reviews. I also have the Levi Strauss earnings this evening after hours. We were asked to cover it. I forget who it was who asked me to do it, but someone asked me to do it, so I agreed. Yeah, no problem at all. So let me just make sure that this video takes you now to the 12-hour stream. Join me there. The 12-hour stream is about 12 hours, literally, away from a major upgrade. A major upgrade. Can anyone guess what it might be? I wonder if anyone can guess what it might be. But a major upgrade is about to happen in the next 12 hours on the extra channel, perks and benefits. It's about to happen. I can't believe it's grown so quick, but some major perks are about to happen. Anyway, so I've given you that. Let me make sure I've done it. Yes, I have. That's done. And I'll give everyone the link as well. Extra. Brog popped. Ed Nevius. New music. I'll run a poll and find out if anybody wants some new music. I'll ask. I want to find out. Yeah, that's a good idea. Should we have a poll? New music. Red or Green Day? You said red. It's been a Green Day. It's a Green Day today. End the poll. You were wrong. I was right. Again, I'm always right. I'm always right. You're always wrong. What's it feel like to always be wrong? Anyway, there is the extra. I'll give it to you again. Let me give it to my Rumble audience. If you want to join me, I'm thinking about, if my Rumble channel keeps growing, I'm thinking about having an extra channel on the Rumble as well. For those of you that follow me over there that want to keep up to date, I don't know if it justifies it just yet, but I'm looking at doing that. All right, I'm looking at doing that anyway. Right, new music. So no, it's not new music, but should we have new music? I tell you what I'll do. Can I run a poll? Yes, on the extra channel. Let me do that now. Let me switch account. Yeah, on the extra channel now, I'm going to run a poll. Would you like new music? Start a poll. Would you like new music? Yes or no? There you go. Would you like new music? There you go. I'll do that. All right. So, okay, I'm going to leave you now, and I'm going to get on with publishing these videos. If you would like to join me over there on the extra channel, see what's going on, I will see you back in a minute. Okay. So before we go, though, we'll do Day Trader of the Day. So let's do that now. So are you up? Are you down? Are you in? Are you out? Who wins the Day Trader of the Day? Are you ready? Here we go. I am up.
The year is 1991. Birds and people are living together in seemingly perfect harmony.
Up.
Until one day, a young man catches fire.
0.29%. Mike says he likes the music. He's changed his mind now. Look at that. I like the music, Mike. Don't worry about it. Yes, one person. I've got one vote already. Okay, are you up? Are you down? I'm up 0.29. Who wins today? Mike is up 2%. Congratulations. Mike goes in the lead. Randy is up 1%. Mike is up. John Granfors, 11%. Is that your overall portfolio? Your overall portfolio, not one stock. That sounds like a winning score to me. up 2. Chris Coyle is up 1.23. Wow. Up 11%. Is that your overall portfolio? Can't just be 1 or 2 stocks. It needs to be your overall portfolio. Yes, overall. Well, I think it's very clear to say that that will be a winning score today. So I'm already going to call it. Congratulations, Jacob Biggs. Thanks for your subscription. That is absolutely great. Thank you for your honest trades. That is awesome. Thank you very much. Give him a big thumbs up. Absolutely great. No one's going to beat that, are they? I doubt it very much. What a great score. Drop your scores in. Let's see how everybody does. Let's have a look. People are already coming into the 24-hour stream. We've had 400 people through the stream so far. We're looking good. 21,000. Whoa! 21,000 coming up to 21,100. Very nice indeed. Let's have a look and see if I've got any emails. Did anyone sign up for gold? If I only need, no one did it. I only need 8, and I'll be giving a prize for everybody that does it, because it's just sharing what I'm going to get, right? So there you go. No one has done it this morning, so that hasn't happened. That's terrible. That's terrible. I can't believe it. Anyway, let me get ready for the next show. That's ready to go. That's good. Excellent. Right. That's it from me. The winner definitely is John Granfort today. Well done to you, mate. Sorry, not John Granfors. Yes, John. Beg your pardon. John Granfort. That's it from me. Thank you ever so much indeed. Nobody else put the score. They thought, sod it, I can't be bothered. I got no chance. Anyway, join me now on the 12-hour stream, and more information coming up. We got the premieres of the reviews, more being recorded. We've got the Levi earnings tonight. Can you believe it? And it's only a few weeks away, and we start the big mega caps earnings all over again. Make sure that you do go and sign up for gold. It's $5 a month, and I will give you prizes back for 8 people that do it to get that solid gold credit card, and you'll be rewarded for helping me out. Very exciting. Why would you not do it? That's it from me. All right, join me now on the 12-hour stream. I'll see you back in a bit. As always, take care of your money, yourselves, your crypto, and bring on the day, says John Granfors. Take care of each other. Bye-bye for now. might come. Okay, guys, it's now time if you want to join me for a premiere. It's about to begin in just a couple of seconds' time. This is the Gang Feng review. So we're going live now. Triquet, I've sent an email to see her to be on the show. Fantastic. That would be great. I'd love that. All right. So live now, premiere. Okay. I'll give you the link for it right now. It's just about to begin in just a couple of seconds. You'll see the countdown on the screen. When you do, jump in if you want to support it. There it is. I'm just going to... yes, it's just written in there. It's now starting. You can see it just now starting on the screen. Any second now you'll see it. And I've also got a couple of polls running if you want to take part in them. There is the Stockwits poll and the X poll, and also on Facebook as well if you want to go and check that out. So there is the event about to start now. Thank you very much indeed. I'll be back very shortly with another premiere. See you back in a bit. Bye for now. Okay, folks, it's now time for our next premiere. It's now time for the worst stock ever. Are you ready? So you want to know what the worst stock is? Well, you're about to find out. Here is the worst stock in the history of the world. I just did a review on it, so it's about to premiere now. I'll give you the link for it. Okay, folks, here it is. Worst stock ever. Do not buy it under any circumstances. All right, there you go. There is the worst stock ever. If you buy this, you are literally walking up to a fruit machine, pulling the handle with a 99% chance you're going to lose your money. But there you go. I don't know what to say about this stock. I think it's ridiculous. Sounds grand and all gold and Alt Alliance. It sounds amazing. It reminds me a bit of the Oakmont, the Wolf of Wall Street. What was the Oakmont business called? What was that called? Stratton Oakmont. That's it. Stratton Oakmont with a big lion on it. Big golden lion. Oh, it's got to be real. This has got to be good. So Stratton Oakmont we're talking about right now. If you buy this, what can I say? Good luck. The premiere is just starting. Enjoy it. See you back in a bit.
Iberian Wolf has become a member.
The year is 1991. Birds and people are living together in seemingly perfect harmony, until one day a young man catches fire. This is Phoenix.
You've been knocked down and got up again. In a corner, you're surrounded, no defenders. You've hid your fury and kept it in. But it's time now, you ignite and turn to embers. Like a phoenix, you burst in a fire burn. A thirst and desire, you transform right up in a flash. You spread your wings to rise from the ashes. Phoenix, you burst in a fire burn. A thirst and desire, you transform right up in a flash. You spread your wings to rise from the ashes. They let you down, but you get up. They let you drown, but you don't stop. You show your phoenix
Get ready for verse 2, Electric Boogaloo.
You see the truth behind the veil, and you know that they're just looking for attention.
The Gold Rush.
Don't let the ruthlessness prevail. Oh, it's time now, light your fire.
Are you ready for the Gold Rush? Just moments away.
You burst in a fire burn. A thirst and desire, you transform right up in a flash. You spread your wings to rise from the ashes. Phoenix, you burst in a fire burn. A thirst and desire, you transform right up in a flash. You spread your wings to rise from the ashes. a thirst and desire. You transform right up in a flash. You spread your wings to rise from the ashes. Phoenix, you burst in a fire, burn. A thirst and desire. You transform right up in a flash. You spread your wings to rise from the ashes.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome to Martyn Lucas Investor. It's great to have you here once again. How is everybody doing? Fantastic to have you here on The Big Show, the best channel on YouTube TV. It's great to have everybody with me once again. It is a special here this afternoon. We are talking cannabis and the gold rush. What do you do with the gold rush? Are you in? Are you out? We have a live poll. We have you to vote on that. We also have 3 stocks to compare. Which is the best stock, the best cannabis stock to buy? We're going to give you those charts and information. Plus, we've also got the latest news on why all this is happening. What is going on? Well, let's get ready. We got a good idea. Well, it has 2 things to do. The first thing, it has a lot to do with this. Does anyone know what this is? Not everyone in America probably recognizes that that flag right there, but of course we're talking. There's lots of cannabis stocks, but we are talking Kronos, SNDL, Tilray Brands, Aurora. These are the main ones that we want to talk about. But Kamala Harris, the US government, relaxing potentially on legislation around the corner. It has started a bit of a gold rush, but what kicked it all off was Germany. That's the flag of Germany. That's what kicked it all off. Anyway, very, very exciting stuff. The studio is very green. I'm wearing a gold jacket because, hey, you're making money today. Now, just full disclosure, I'm not making anything at all. I'm glad that you are, but I'm not. And that's not a problem. That's out of choice because I want to be the most honest TV channel on YouTube TV, not pumping, not dumping the stock. I only own the S&P. This is my full balance. As you can see here, this is all the money I have in the world, $75,000. And if we scroll down, you will see there's nothing else other than the S&P 500. Jonathan, thank you for your subscription. You will see there is 99.98. It's 100%. It's just I've won a couple of shares on Apple, or at least I've won a couple of dollars worth of Apple. You can see on my Roth IRA, if you look there, it shows the S&P is 100% of my account. Okay, so full disclosure, I don't stand to benefit from this video today, pumping the stock or anything like it. This is my balance. I'm here for my members. We are in members only mode. We're always in nearly always in members only mode because we're not about being the biggest, but we want to be the best YouTube channel in the world to serve our members. So what have we got coming up today? It's a special cannabis stock with lots of information coming up. So if you've not yet subscribed to the channel, please do subscribe to the channel. And if you've never followed my channel before, know that everything here is real, done live, 100% live. This studio is live. There's no green screens. This happens live. All the cameras are moving. I'm here on my own doing the whole thing. So let's get straight into a special today. It is a cannabis special. Now, hopefully at the end of this video, you're going to know which cannabis stock to buy, if at all, and what everybody else feels. And then maybe you can make some money on the gold rush. And it is a gold rush right now. When will it end? How will it end? Well, only history and time will tell. But right now, we are very excited to see all of this. We're looking at the charts and we're seeing a big swing in favor of of cannabis. Now, this essentially is the new stock. People often ask me, they say, what is the next big thing? What are we looking out for? Well, we've had AI, we've had EVs, we've had space. Well, this is it. This is it. This is the moment when it's potentially starts just ahead of the curve, slightly ahead of the curve. So let's have a quick look and see what we're talking about here this afternoon. We've got lots to cover, and I will reply. This will go out. This is live, but this will go out as its own video later on. And I will reply to every member's comments, okay? I only reply to the members because I get thousands of messages and I reply to all of the members. Okay, we're looking at Tilray this afternoon. We're looking at SNDL. We're looking at Cronus. And we are looking at Aurora. Quite a few things here. 4 stocks, all up massive today. Tilray up 16.78. SNDL up 21.32. Cronus is up 7.92 and Aurora is up 38% today. What stock should you buy, if any at all? Well, let's start with a poll. So I'm going to go straight over now to my X account. Are you in the stock? Are you in the cannabis sector? Are you in? And you've got, whether you're in Tilray, Cronus, SNDL, ACB, doesn't matter. I want to know, are you in? Because this will trend on my X account. People will be talking about it. And we already rank for Cronus and Tilray number 1 on Google and on YouTube at least. So a lot of people will see this. So let's start off by posting you the link for the poll. We'll come back to the poll throughout this special cannabis presentation. There is the link in the chat. I'll post it 3 times so it pops up. Go and vote. Are you in? It's yes, no, or undecided. No one is undecided. They're either in or they're out, and 84% of you are in. Let me jump into my Rumble audience. There's my Rumble audience, and give them the same poll. There you go. There's my Rumble audience, and I'm also going to give it to my Facebook and my Twitchers. There it is as well. The Gold Rush. Okay. Right. There you go. Now then. At the moment, this event is posted everywhere, and you can take part in polls everywhere if you really want to get behind and see cannabis rise today. And it really can, because, as I said before, we've got a wide reach now on this channel. We're gaining 1,000 subscribers a week, and it's still gaining speed. So, which is very, very nice. So I'm going to give you now a few places you can go. First of all, we've got StockTwits. If you want to make sure that you are voting on StockTwits. I've given you the X account. Here is all links, the website. I'm also going to give you Rumble. We're live on Rumble as well. Here it is. There's the extra channel where we'll continue after the show. You can join the debate afterwards. We are live 12 hours a day, more than any other YouTube channel on planet Earth. There you go. So there are all the links so you can take part. As you can see, it's a live poll and people are voting in real time on it. Right. Now, not only are we going to look at the stocks, we're also going to look at this. I've never done this before, but we are doing this today. Look, we've got the Tilray intrinsic value. We've got Sundial intrinsic value, SNDL, and we've got Cronus. The 3 here we're going to compare. Look at the balance sheets, the profit, the loss, the insolvency score, the solvency score, both inside trading. So if you have decided that you're going to be in cannabis at the end of this debate, then you can decide which one you should buy, if any at all. So there we go. Welcome to our special. I hope everyone's buckled up and is ready to rock and roll. So do subscribe, ring the bell. And one final thing we shall do on Friday night, not tonight, tomorrow, but Friday night. We shall be live in my music channel and we will have a cannabis special. There it is in the channel. The link is in the channel. I'll give you the music channel where we are. Here is the music channel, and every Friday night we have a live concert. This Friday night, this event here will be a special cannabis rock and roll special. I promise to make sure I'm drinking beer. I won't be smoking any marijuana live on the show. I don't smoke anyway. I think I'd fall off my piano stool if I tried, but there you go. So, first of all then, let's decide whether we should be in the stock or not. You can see I've just turned red there just to spoil the party a little bit. Let me put that on the 1 year. We want to see green today. There we go. Right, let's first of all decide whether you should be in the stock or not. Okay, here we go. Now, I will put all your comments on the screen. We are members only. If you want to do a super chat, it will read your comments out. So if you want your comments as part of this cannabis special, it will read it out. Oh, thank you, Salty Biscuit. I'm a gummy girl, 2 radiant. I take 1 at bedtime and off I go. Ha ha, John. I don't buy cannabis stocks purely on principle. I am against drugs. Ramen doesn't like it at all. Is he going to play Bob Marley and Snoop Dogg? Well, you never know your luck, right? Wearing the gold jacket because we're doing money today. Do you have a drink? Says Mike. Jamming with Martyn on Friday. Alcohol is a drug. Of course it is. Coffee is a drug. Absolutely. A mushroom you pull out of the ground is a drug. So there you go. Where does it all end? Okay. Are you ready? All right. So first of all, should you even be in this stock? Well, what it's all about right now is the success of this now will be the safe banking and changing the classification of cannabis. At the moment, it's up there with heroin and all the rest of it. And that's the big problem. We've got to change the scheduling, okay? If we can change the scheduling, not only will it be a completely different class, so you can't be prosecuted for it and all the rest of it, but investors can get in and institutions can start buying in, the whole thing. At the moment, it's a much more difficult and sponsorship and advertisement, as you can imagine. So is that going to happen? Are we going to get full legislation? Well, we believe so. When? Well, let's talk about it now. And why is the stock up so much? And should you be in it at all anyway? Right? Well, let's have a look. Here we go. Some recent news just out. I'm going to cover it all now for you. This is a cannabis special this afternoon. Is Aurora Cannabis set to take off after soaring 39% in the past month? Some key points we're going to pull up here. Germany recently passed marijuana reform. Now, we need to be clear. We've always known that this was likely to happen. This isn't a surprise. We've always known. Why has the stock been down then? We've seen the stock up and down across all of the main cannabis sector. It was because of the delay in the United States to get this passed and doubt whether it would ever get passed. But of course, we are now coming up to an election and a lot of people would like to see this. It's a vote winner. It's definitely a vote winner. Now, we have to remember the government don't care about you as an investor, but they do care about your vote. And there's a very good chance if this starts to pick up around the United States, someone's going to pick up on it and get it pushed through. So first of all, Germany recently passed a marijuana reform, which will make it easier for patients to obtain cannabis. Aurora is a key player in the German market, as is Tilray, and we'll come on to all that in a moment, and should benefit from these latest developments. Many of these companies are already placed in the same place. In a minute, I'm going to give you the chance to decide which is the best one to buy, if you decide to buy it after all, and should benefit from the latest developments. The company's financials have been improving in recent years, but the business has only been generating modest growth of late, as have all of the main cannabis stocks. This is no surprise at all. Okay, there's the first headlines. We got another one here. Aurora leads gains on Canadian cannabis stocks after pot trade group beefs up ranks with industry exec. Let's have a look. Drawing praise from Aurora SVP. Let's have a little look here. And what have we got? Aurora Cannabis led gains among Canadian cannabis stocks on Wednesday after the industry executive was named president of the Cannabis Council of Canada Trade Group. Paul McCartney. Sorry, I couldn't help it. Paul McCartney When I find myself in time to trouble, Mother Mary comes. Sorry, I can't help it. Paul McCarthy, who was formerly head of corporate policy and international implementation at Canopy Growth, was named president of the Cannabis Council on Tuesday. A lot of things that were scheduled to come out, and pardon the pun about scheduling, are now being pushed through and they're grabbing the media attention. Cannabis stocks light up as Florida adds weed to November ballots. Look at this. Cannabis stocks light up as Florida adds weed to November ballots. Now, that's what I'm talking about, the election around the corner. Cannabis stocks are climb on the Florida approval. Cannabis stocks are up today on news from Florida. The state Supreme Court is allowing a marijuana amendment on the November ballot. This would let residents partake in recreational marijuana consumption. As you can see, it's starting to pick up now. Things are starting to happen. Now, once they start, of course, it's going to roll down a hill very, very quickly, or roll up a hill, down a hill. I don't know which is a good way of putting it. But all of this is about to happen very, very quickly. And I am going to give you in a few moments my price prediction of where I see some of these stocks going, as we also look at the best ones as well. Okay, if you just tuned in, it's a cannabis special here this afternoon. Cannabis stocks are on the move Tuesday after the Florida Supreme Court approved the ability to add recreational marijuana use to the state's November ballot. This measure will have residents of Florida voting for and against a new amendment that would allow the use of the drug. The court voted 5-2 in favor of allowing the amendment to be on the ballot. Here's what Justice Jamie Grisham said about the decision in a statement collected by CBS News. Not Martyn Lucas Investor, that would be far more important. But never mind, it was on CBS. That will do for now. Our role is narrow. We assess only whether the amendment conforms to constitutionally mandated single subject requirement, whether the ballot summary meets the state statutory standard for clarity, and whether the amendment is facially invalid under the federal constitution. In light of those limited considerations, we approve the proposed amendment for placement on the ballot. Very good. Cannabis stocks up today. We're looking at all these right now. We're going to cover the numbers in a moment. Tilray stock is rising 2.7 higher as of noon Tuesday. Canopy Growth is up 15.8. SNDL is up 6.8. Aurora is up rocketing 23% higher on than Tuesday. Investors will find even more information, blah, 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 blah. Okay. That'll do for a moment. And we've got one final bit. Before I bring out that final bit of news, let's get all the comments on the screen. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Have we got any comments that we can put on the screen here? I can't share all of these comments. We can imagine we're getting little bits of colourful language in the chat. But anyway, I can't find anything at the moment. I can't see anything that I can put on the screen. Everyone's having a bit of a backwards and forwards conversation. Right. Okay. Last bit of news. Here we go. And then we're going to come on to the money side of things. And we're going to see if we can make some money from our green studio today. Welcome to the Cannabis Studio. Used to call this the Virgin Galactic Studio. It is from time to time. Don't forget that. All right, let's move on down now. So now we've got some more news I want to share with you on the screen right now. Let's get into it. Here we go. And then we're going to cover the numbers. We got some nice comments about to appear on the screen. I'm very excited about it. Okay, there we go. Look at this. Various themes and sectors garnered buzz and attention as the first quarter drew to a close. However, one industry that has been in lull of a significant period reignited the imagination and hope of. Oh, here it comes.
Martyn is on it. Congratulations, Tilray investors.
There you go. If you do a super chat, it will put it on the screen, read it out, share it with the world, and it will live forever. This will be an evergreen video, no pun intended, and I would expect this video to be a viral video by tomorrow. I'm pretty 100% about that. Yeah, I'm 100%. Over the previous month, several cannabis stocks have surged dramatically, igniting the sector as gains reach high double to even triple digits in some cases. Cannabis companies like Canopy Growth, Nasdaq, Tilray, and Aurora Cannabis have experienced notable upticks in volume and price, leaving investors at a potential crossroads. Is it time to exercise some caution and take risk after the swift and extreme move higher, or should one dive straight into the green gold rush? Let's examine each of the stocks mentioned above more closely and understand what drove their recent gains. And I am going to cover all of the major numbers in a minute as well. All right, the catalyst behind the breakout. So what catalyst was behind the extreme move in the sector that seemingly awoke several cannabis stocks from their lengthy lull period? Well, there were two separate catalysts, both carrying significant momentum. First, Vice President Kamala Harris reportedly advocated for the legalization of marijuana during a closed-door meeting at the White House in mid-March. She also called for the U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration, DEA, to reschedule marijuana, citing its current classification as a Schedule I drug as absurd since joining the Biden ticket. These comments marked the first time that Harris signaled support for federal legalization, potentially influencing the administration's stance ahead of the presidential election. They're not going to let this pass. It is a vote winner. And I'm going to give you my price predictions in a couple of moments. Then, and arguably the most significant catalyst, was when Germany passed a law to fully legalize marijuana effective April 1st, allowing possession, home growing, and distribution among social clubs. This news could benefit investors in cannabis stocks like Tilray, Cronus, Canopy Growth, particularly when Germany moves towards the laws to standardize commercial production and retail sales of cannabis. Okay, are you ready? We're about to go into the numbers. Have you tapped the like button yet? Have you subscribed and rung the bell? We're going to tell you in a minute which is the best one to buy. Oh yes, no joke, all right? And that you will be smiling all the way to the bank, hopefully making lots of money, and will be very, very pleased when you do stack up your money. So, are you ready? Okay, with further ado, let's cut the three main points, and then we're going to come straight over to the to which one you should choose, whether any at all. First of all, Tilray. Tilray, a pharmaceutical and cannabis company established in 2013, is based in Canada and operates globally in regions like the United States, Europe, Canada, Australia, and Latin America. They specialize in the production and distribution of medical and recreational cannabis products. Tilray staged an impressive turnaround in the previous month, with the stock up almost 43%. Interestingly, insiders have purchased stock for the first time in recent years, with insiders buying $183,210 of the stock in the first quarter of the year, based on 3 analyst ratings. I will show you the insider trading in a few moments' time. Very, very good indeed. All right. Tilray has a hold rating. Analyst consensus price target of 283 is forecasting a potential upside of close to 15% for the cannabis company. Don't forget, if you want to be in this event, this is going to be a viral video, part of a very special Tilray a cannabis special. Do a super chat. It'll be here forever. This is the day I'm announcing the beginning of the gold rush. You might want to have your name on the screen in the chat. This is your chance to do it. Okay, what about Canopy Growth? And we're going to give you these stocks in a moment. Canopy Growth specializes in cultivating and distributing a wide range of cannabis products, serving both medical and recreational users. From dried cannabis to oil, soft gels, capsules, and edibles. Canopy Growth offers diverse options to meet customer needs. Canopy's recent stock performance has been remarkable, with the stock soaring. Oh, hello, here it comes.
Tilray earnings, please, Martin.
Tilray earnings has been booked by one of our members. Tilray earnings is going to happen now. If one of my members gives me a super chat, Tilray earnings will happen. All right, let's carry on. I'll put that down at the end of the show. Thank you very much indeed. Canopy's recent stock performance has been remarkable, with the stock soaring 162% last month. Its volume has also surged to incredible heights, with the stock trading close to 200 million shares over the previous 4 trading sessions. However, analysts are bearish on the stock, with a reduced rating and consensus price target predicting close to 44% downside. What about Aurora? Aurora and its subsidiaries produce, distribute, and sell cannabis and cannabis-derived products globally. They operate in 3 segments: Canadian cannabis, European cannabis, and plant propagation. Like the above 2 names, Aurora's shared garnered substantial attention over the previous month. Stocks surged by almost 40% during the last month. With its volume rocketing higher, sentiment appears overwhelmingly bearish on the name, with a significant short interest of 24.5, representing 3.8 million shares as of March 15th. Okay, the gold rush. I think that's it for those main stocks. Now, it's the most important part. Now we look at the numbers. So, are you ready? Have you tapped the like button? Have you subscribed? Are you in so far? Are you going to leave me a comment later on, which I can reply to? Members only. We are a members only channel, because we're here to provide the most honest, real, live information in the world. That's my aim, to be the best YouTube channel and Rumble channel in the world. That's it. That's why we're members only. We're not about numbers. We're about quality, and quality will make us the best channel in the world. Right. Without further ado, let's have a look at the numbers. Does all this stack up? So by now, you've decided whether you like the cannabis sector, whether you want to be in it or not. You know the news, you know the options, you know what's going on. Now then, let's go back just before we show you the numbers, which one to choose. We're going to show you the latest updated poll right now. It's running on X. If you've not yet voted and you're watching this video later when it comes out as a premiere, I will put the link above and below in the description. But for those watching live right now, there is the link for you to vote. We have 19 votes so far at the making of this video, and 73% are in buying. No one, not one single person is undecided. It's a total yes or no so far. It's like you either love it or you're against cannabis and drugs, period, and you think the whole thing is wrong, you wouldn't touch it, and that's absolutely fine. There's nothing wrong with that at all. But 73.7% are saying, yes, I am in, and the poll is at 19 votes right now. I expect it to be over 100 by the time this video comes out, which will be in a couple of hours from now. All right, so without further ado, let's look at the numbers. Have you tapped the like button? Let me see how many people are watching me during this live event. Let's see what's going on. Oh, we got a good audience. Could everyone tap the like button so you can share it out? If you tap the like button, we want to share this out to more people. With just under 100 people watching now, with just 24 likes. So you're very lazy this afternoon. Tap the like button once we hit 100. This is going to be the best cannabis review video ever this year. It's all being done, everything in one video for you, with the best sound, the best presentation, the best facts, honest, unsponsored, completely done live, unedited, as it is real. So please do tap the like button. We got 24 likes. If we get to 100, we will start to get suggested on YouTube, and it will get seen by more people. I'll leave that up to you to do. Right, but without further ado, what we're going to do now is look at the numbers. So by now, you decided whether you like it or not, which one to buy. Right, here are my top picks. My top picks are Tilray, SNDL, and Cronus. These are my 3. So, Cronus is overvalued by 78%. It's overvalued by 78%. Too expensive. What about SNDL? SNDL is undervalued by 11%. These are on the base cases. Tilray is overvalued by 18%. 18%. Okay? So far, we are giving it to SNDL. That is undervalued at the moment when you compare to the, when you look at the intrinsic value. All right, moving on down now. We're going to move down. We're not going to go through the last earnings. No point doing that. The revenue of Tilray, 700 million on its most recent range, up 8%. If we now go over to SNDL and we scroll down, 909 million, down very slightly, 2%. So we can look at its curve. We can look at its curve and compare that to Tilray, about the same. Slightly more money has been made there. Revenue is slightly higher with SNDL. Now scroll down now and we'll look at Cron, 87 million, much smaller, up 0.4, but perhaps a steeper, maybe a slight increase on the curve. So far, you can see we gave it the best rating so far was let me just come back, was SNDL. I'm doing this live, guys, on my own, so and I'm running everything, so bear with me. I've never done 3 stocks at the same time, but there you go. Always challenge yourself. So far SNDL. So I'm going to put SNDL to the top of the list for the moment. But looking at the revenue, it wins on revenue too. Yes, far greater revenue. So SNDL still holding the top spot. SNDL is still holding the top spot. Okay, let's move on down now and look at the balance sheet of each company. The balance sheet, SNDL, which is in top spot at the moment, has 1.5 billion in assets and 261. So how much cash does it have out of its assets? It has cash in the range of 13% in cash. That's very nice indeed. 13%. Now we'll go to Tilray. How much of it is 4.3 billion? Much bigger balance sheet. But 4.3 billion, and in cash we have 6%. So even though we have a bigger market, we have a bigger balance sheet, more assets, we have slightly less percentage-wise of cash for Tilray. So far, even though the assets are greater, and whether you like the assets of all the breweries or not is up to you. For me, this is all about cannabis. If I want to buy breweries, I can buy DraftKings. I can go anywhere else. I can buy Coca-Cola if I want drinks. I'm focusing on the best cannabis right now. So they hold about 6% of cash. Let's go to Cronus, and if we look at their balance sheets, 1 billion, much smaller, and they hold their cash value is that is 75%. They've got a much bigger percentage of cash available as for over their balance sheet. So they don't have as many assets anywhere near what Tilray does, but it has much greater percentage of cash. So at the moment, I'm going to leave it where we left it, which was SNDL in the lead, Tilray second, and Cronus in third. Let's look at the debt position. So we'll start with Cronus as we're on Cronus. Do we have any long-term debt? We don't have any long-term debt. We have a nice bit of cash and no long-term debt. So it's a smaller company, but every company will boom. Tilray will not be able, just because it's got the biggest assets, the biggest proportion of assets, it won't be able to serve the public if it explodes. Everybody will have an opportunity to make money on. Everybody will have an opportunity to grow here. They have no debt, so Cronus has no debt. That's very nice indeed. What about Tilray? Tilray, on the other hand, has long-term debt, and it has long-term debt of 36, I think that's million. 36%, which equates to 348 million. A lot more debt. They've been buying all these breweries. If we're focusing on the cannabis sector, period, not all the drinks, that's a lot of debt to be carrying. Okay, we know all that. Not good at all. If we look at the leader at the moment, which is SNDL, if we go over to their liabilities, long-term debt 136 million, which is 52 now. 52% of their liabilities is in long-term debt. So SNDL have just come off the crown a little bit. So I think at this stage we've now got Tilray just starting to come up a little bit. But of course, don't forget Cronus, who don't have any debt at all. So now Cronus is coming up to Tilray and catching up. I think we'd still put SNDL as the leader, but the gap has narrowed over Tilray, and Cronus has caught up because of their debt position. We like that. All right, what about the stock itself? Well, before we come on to the stock sentiment, we've got Cronus 14% margins. Okay, that's their moat, 14% margins. Tilray has margins of 21%, much better margins, much better margins from 14% to 21%. Okay, that now puts Tilray a little bit ahead of the game again now. What about SNDL? That was our favorite, 24%. It beats Tilray and it beats Cronus. So going ahead now is SNDL again. So SNDL is now going ahead. SNDL is coming out as favorite at the moment. Right. What about the profitability score? Now, SNDL gives us a profitability score of 34%. If we look at Tilray, 29%. No surprise, I've just done the margins. And Cronus, I'd expect to be lower, 23%. There you go, exactly as anticipated. So again, we've got SNDL on top. What about the solvency? Remember, Tilray in second place, but catching up with Cronus. Cronus catching up. Tilray has a bit of debt, quite a bit of debt, as does Cronus. 63% though. Is the solvency score for SNDL. Let's look at Tilray right now, 55%. So it's gone down as you'd expect. And Cronus, 81%. That's because of the cash they hold. So that now brings up Cronus up there with Tilray. So again, we've talked about this before, just because you have a bucket full of cash and no debt, as they do, it can be good for you, but you've got to turn that into profit though. But right now though, anyone's going to do well when legalization gets passed. So consequently, anyone's going to be able to make money. And if you've got no debt and your balance sheet is much stronger, you can grow quicker. If you're labored down with debt, that will slow you down. So SNDL is now in the lead, again, pushing further ahead. And SNDL and Tilray and Cronus is about equal now. So we got equal second. That's where I will put this. Right, as we are on Cronus, let's stay right there. Wall Street is giving it a 0% growth from here on the average, a 0%. We're not going to look at the others. We're going to focus on the average. We don't want to confuse anybody. On the average, a 0%. If we now go over to Tilray, we're giving it a 10% downside. 10% downside. Now we've got Cronus just slightly ahead of Tilray now. Slightly ahead of Tilray. So Tilray's just dropped into third place. Cronus is in second place now. And let's go on now to SNDL. SNDL has done it again. It's moved ahead now. 54% is the upside from SNDL. A clear winner so far with Tilray in second place. Cronus, SNDL is first. Second is Cronus, and in third place is Tilray. Can you believe I'm doing all this at once, right? This is years of being the director of One Night in Vegas, literally running everything in this studio, lights, sound, camera, screens, 16 screens now, talking to you, seeing all the comments, monitoring all the outputs, and doing all the calculations of 3 stocks at the same time. Are you impressed? You should be. You should be. Don't confuse that with arrogance. Make sure that you confuse it with passion and belief. There's a difference. People often say, oh, he's a bit arrogant, isn't he? No, it's a commitment and a belief in what I'm doing. There's a big difference. I don't expect anything from anyone. Never have. All right. Just thought I'd throw that bit of personal stuff in there. Right. SNDL. Remember, now it's far ahead. It's got a 4%. It's hardly got any short interest at all. People like it. 4%. That's good. Not much short interest. What about Tilray? Tilray. 15%. 15% short interest. Now remember, with volume, and we're going to get volume, you can end up having a short squeeze. So they're all going to get volume in time. Those that are over 20, 25% are going to get a short squeeze. But you don't have to have a short interest to grow, you know. It just brings the stock price down. So Tilray's got a big short interest. What about, lastly, Cronus? It has 2.83. So again, Cronus goes ahead, and we've definitely got a clear winner now, SNDL, and then we've got Cronus in second and Tilray in third. Okay, now then, we're not going to cover that. Finally, sentiment. Sentiment on the stock. This is Cronus. Sentiment over the last 7 days, we've got 83% all positive. Okay, what about Tilray? Tilray, if we scroll to the bottom and look at the sentiment. We've got 73% sentiment. That is good. That's nice. That brings Tilray up a little bit. What about oh dear me. What about SNDL? 85% positive. So there we go. Never been done before. There is a review of all three stocks at the same time, giving you the news, running a poll, giving you the funky music. There it is. There has been a cannabis special. My brain's now going, okay, now you need a cup of tea. Time to sit down with the biscuit. So that was a special cannabis presentation. We've now gone through the news where we see what's potentially about to happen, but now I'm going to give you the price targets and the warnings, and this is very, very important. If you've got to the end of the video, and I hope you have, this is the most important part of this video, and I'm going to present it to you now. So it's great. It's no doubt about it. We're going to get legislation. It's a matter of time. However, as good as all this news is, you've decided you like the cannabis sector, you've decided SNDL was the better buy for you than Tilray and Cronus, but you think SNDL is the one. Whatever you buy, they're all going to do well in time. But as we know, Tilray is saddled with quite a bit of debt right now. That's the only downside to it. They're all going to do well. But a lot of people have lost a lot of money on these stocks. They've had quite a tumultuous run, and a lot of them are down heavily from where people first got in. There's going to be volatility, and the sort of people that buy these stocks, yes, good investors buy these stocks, but also gamblers, Mullen owners, and so on. It's going to be a crazy time. Like the original gold rush was a crazy time. You want to be the one that sells the hammers and the buckets and the spades. Like I believe I'm the guy who owns the casino. I don't play the casino. You want to be in charge of this and be aware of what is going to happen. There's going to be volatility. There's going to be short squeezes. There's going to be dumps. There's going to be people taking profit. If you're buying this, you want to be aware of that. You want to buy the company with the least, in my opinion, short position. That would be SNDL. You want to buy the one with the best balance sheet. That would be the one with SNDL. You want to buy the stock that has the least debt. That would be SNDL. Not diversified, really focused on cannabis. You can buy drinks machines and everything else from everybody else. Coca-Cola, Pepsi, whatever. That would be SNDL. And remember, I'm not sponsored by anyone. It makes no difference to me what you buy. But just be aware, there will be some volatility. No doubt about it. let's go back to our poll and see what people are saying. Perhaps we should do a poll as well later as a follow-up and see which stock people prefer. See if they agree with my analysis. They should agree with my analysis. It's based upon facts, not drama on YouTube or, drama. Pretty dramatic, right? Studio's pretty dramatic, but it's not selling a narrative. It's just the facts, and no one's sponsoring and inflating the figures. I'm just giving you the facts. This is the poll right now. We've had more votes, which is great. I said it would be 100 by the time this video comes out tonight in a few hours. 23 votes, and 73.9% of you are, yes, I'm in, I'm buying, I'm in, already in, or I'm buying in, whatever. Only 4.3% now are undecided, which means, effectively, I've done a rubbish job. I've done my best to give you the best review you're ever going to see on YouTube TV. No one's going to do it like this. And what happens? 4% of you don't know what to do. So clearly, I need to try harder, which I will. So, in final thoughts, is this stock right for you? Are you buying it? Okay, let me end the video and let me just finish it like this. Click above my head.
The year
Oops.
is 1991.
Hang on a minute, it is live.
And people are
It is
living together
live.
in seemingly perfect harmony. Until one day,
I
a
pressed
young
the wrong
man
button.
catches fire.
Yes, I did.
This is
How do I
Phoenix.
stop it now? How do I stop it? There you go. It's a live video. It happened live, right? I've got to do better than that. That was way too loud. You ready? Try again. I might even cut the video, but maybe I won't. I'll leave it in. Right, click above my head for all the links. If you want to use my alpha spread, all my members get a free version of this, and you get a lifetime discount if you want the premium version as well. Why wouldn't everyone have this? It's the best tool you need. Other than my channel, of course, our channel, the family, the most important thing, the 12-hour stream, you need that. Click above there. Down below in the description, you'll also find all the links, and the extra channel will appear here in a moment. Friday night, you want to join me for a special. We're doing a cannabis rock and roll special. Bit of Bob Marley, bit of Snoop Dogg. Friday night on my music channel. You won't want to miss that. But I will be covering the Tilray earnings. It's just been asked for in the chat. I will be covering the earnings. And if anybody else would like me to cover the earnings of their favorite stock, including all the cannabis stocks, become a member and super chat me, and I will get up early in the morning or work late in the evening to do your favorite stock. That's it from me. I hope you enjoyed this cannabis special this evening. Above my head, down below, over here and over here. This was a cannabis special. Are you in? Are you out? Are you making money? Welcome to the Green Studio. And that's it for me. And now we're going to play out with a bit of funky music. Until next time, as always, thank you ever so much. And as always, take care of your money, yourselves, your crypto. Most importantly, take care of each other. All right, there we go. That'll fade out. How about that? Was that good or what? Was that good? Everybody happy? That's right. Gold days are coming. Okay, now that was done for all my members who wanted a special, who wanted a Tilray and a cannabis special. I hope you enjoyed that presentation there. It was fun making it. It was a bit of a challenge, but I have to say, really, really enjoyed doing it. I'm just clearing the boards. And I was asked to do Tilray, so let me take note. This will go out as a video by itself later. Right, let me write this down. So earnings. TLRY. This is for MUFC Buddy. Thank you very much indeed. Let me put that down. Now let me see if I can do it first of all. You've asked for it, but doesn't mean to say I can do it. Let me check. Available April 9th. Available April 9th pre-market. Now that we do not have at this stage a link. So let me go on to the investor relations page. Tilray. Let me see if I can find it. There's Robinhood is not providing a link, which they should do, and they normally do. Investors. events. Tilray, April 9th. Yes. Tilray, third quarter, 2004, April 9th, 8:30 in the morning, which will be 7:30 in the morning, April 9th. April 9, Wednesday. Oh, that's next week. That's okay. April 9. Yes, I can do that. April 9. And that will be at 7:30 a.m. Central Time. So it will be literally opening bell time of the show when we normally start. All right, that's now booked in for MUFC Baddie. If anybody else wants me to do that, I can do the same for you. You just got to ask. Right. Let me clear the boards. We've got 3 minutes to go. I want to ring the bell. How many joined me this afternoon? A little bit quiet this afternoon. I thought it was going to have a much busier show than that. I think the video will do well later on, though. Well, I know it will do well. I'm just surprised it's so quiet. Okay. Let me just amend this. Oh, there we go. That's better. That's better. Right. Okay, it's 2 minutes ago. We're going to ring the bell, and I'm going to put this video out. Now then, we've just put out a couple of videos that you may have missed. So let me just give you that quickly. I'm going to refresh this, end the show, and then get this video out. You don't want to miss it, especially if you are an investor in this stock. So I've just put out a couple of videos you may have not seen. This afternoon we had C3IS analysis. We had Gangfeng Lithium. You might be interested in that one. And also the worst stock in the history of the world, Alt Alliance. I'm not joking. It's got to be the worst stock ever. I can't even believe it exists. But it does, and nothing surprises me anymore. So there you go. If you've missed those, go and check those out on the homepage of the channel. Who was it who asked for Rallo 1? Rallo 1. Is Rallo 1 here? Rallo 1. Is Rallo 1 here? I've got a surprise for you. You're going to love this. I don't see him in the chat. So before we end the show, we just got to ring the bell. We're running out of time. Is Stacey Bailey and Kevin B here? Stacey Bailey, Kevin B, Wadey, Don Claddy or Jonathan Santos, Vincent Vosberg, Todd Fletcher. Are any of you in at the moment? If you are in, let me know. All right, I'd like to know if any of you are in the chat right now. Trichet, I'm really, really excited. Eric, starting now. Have to mute Martin. What are you doing? Muting what? What are you muting? 3, 2, 1. The bell has now gone. What a day. Even though I'm showing green, it was because of our stock. Oh, we are green. We are green. That was nice. We've been red half the day. Well, nearly all the day, to be honest. We had a little bit in the middle, but yes, it's gone back up again. Good. So I am really, really excited. Eric B, starting now. Have to mute Martin. Hang on, what's going on here? Whose mission is that, Martin? Don't forget to switch to NASA feed after the bell. NASA feed? Trey K, what's going on? NASA live. What's this? The big announcement. Okay. I don't know if I can cover this. I don't think we have much of an audience for this. NASA will host a conference to announce at 4 p.m. Oh, it's starting now. Oh, no. It starts in an hour. Oh, hang on. No, it starts now. It starts now.
It will let us conduct science.
Okay, yeah, it's very difficult to cover this because we've got a lot of copyrighted music, I'm afraid. No, it's on now. Yeah, this is it. This is NASA.
Operate with
Yeah, they're playing copyrighted music.
science.
Yeah. If they were just talking, it'd be fine. But unfortunately, they're playing copyrighted music, and if I do it, I get my channel banned and all sorts.
New discovery.
If they were just talking, it would be absolutely fine. We'll give it a second, but as long as they're playing music, it just ruins it a little bit.
Lunar terrain vehicle.
Maybe we'll get something now.
Good afternoon and welcome to NASA's Johnson Space Center here in Houston, Texas. I'm Victoria Ugaldi. Today we have an exciting announcement to reveal the company selected to move forward in developing the Lunar Terrain Vehicle, which will allow astronauts to explore more of the lunar surface during Artemis missions. We have some panelists here today who will be providing remarks and answering some questions regarding the new award. With us today, we have Vanessa White, Director of the Johnson Space Center, Jacob Bleacher, Chief Exploration Scientist at NASA headquarters in Washington, D.C., Laura Kearney, Manager of the Extravehicular Activity and Human Surface Mobility Program here at the Johnson Space Center. We also have representatives of the awarded companies to provide remarks and address questions, but I will give the honors to Vanessa for announcing the selected companies. We'll first start with some initial remarks from each of our briefers before opening it up for questions. We'll be taking questions on our phone bridge as well as from here in the room. If you're here in the room, just raise your hand and we will get a microphone over to you. For those on our phone bridge, please press *1 to enter into our queue. And with that, I will hand it over to Vanessa for opening remarks.
Thank you. Thank you, Victoria. Good afternoon. NASA's Johnson Space Center is proud to continue exploration via NASA's Artemis Moon to Mars program. As the home to mission operations, astronaut training, human spacecraft development, systems integration, and program management of our premier NASA programs, I am pleased to talk about the accomplishments that happen here every day. At the Johnson Space Center, we are very proud of managing the International Space Station, where we are operating and conducting science 365 days of the year, and it not only benefits Earth, but it also is helping us with our exploration goals. Through the Artemis program, we will witness our nation's return to the lunar surface, this time establishing a sustainable human presence on the moon in preparation for missions to Mars. Building on commercial collaboration that started in low Earth orbit, we're fostering a commercial space economy with private sector and international partners. In view of this, I am pleased to announce, after a very thorough and rigorous procurement process, NASA is selecting 3 awardees to provide lunar terrain vehicle services. The awardees are Intuitive Machines, represented by Steve Altemus, CEO and co-founder; Lunar Outposts, represented by Justin Cyrus, CEO and founder; and Venturi Astrolab, represented by Jarrett Matthews, CEO and founder. Congratulations. Thank you. This capability is being added to the other Artemis elements. The excitement here is tremendous as we are training our Artemis II crew for an upcoming test flight to the lunar vicinity next year. These will be the first humans to venture to deep space since 1972, at the close of the Apollo era. They will board an Orion spacecraft on top of a Space Launch System rocket and be launched from a mobile launch platform at Kennedy Space Center. Our astronauts, engineering, operations, and health and medical teams are working with other commercial and international partners on vehicle and systems that will support sustainable lunar missions. Johnson Space Center is proud to lead other critical elements of the Artemis architecture, including commercial lunar payload services that provides robotic exploration activities, Gateway, which is humanity's first space station around the moon, as well as our exploration-capable, commercially provided spacesuits. In support of future Artemis missions, Gateway will play a key role in helping NASA and its partners learn how to live sustainably on another body. The Orion spacecraft will dock with the Gateway, and our astronauts will perform crew-tended operations while preparing for surface operations via commercially developed human landing systems. As astronauts explore the South Pole region of the moon during our Artemis missions, they'll be able to go farther and conduct more science than ever before thanks to the Lunar Terrain Vehicle. Think of a hybrid of the Apollo-style lunar rover that was driven by our astronauts and an uncrewed mobile science platform. This will give the crew the capability to travel a distance much further from their landing sites. In addition, during uncrewed operations, the LTV will provide autonomous operations for science and technology. NASA and the Johnson Space Center workforce will continue to work closely with Intuitive Machines, Lunar Outpost, and Astrolab as they build the LTV, providing insight throughout the development and ensuring that the system is safe for our astronauts. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Vanessa. I'll now hand it over to Jake.
Thank you, and thank you for having us, Vanessa. This truly is a exciting moment as we're looking to the moon and continue to take steps with Artemis to build a blueprint for exploring space. I would like to congratulate Astrolab, Intuitive Machines, and Lunar Outpost for bringing forward your innovative and creative solutions that will provide new opportunity for exploration of the moon. I'd also like to congratulate Laura and her team. I know they spent a lot of hard work, a lot of time and hard work to reach this point. Now, I would like to take a moment to ensure that we all recognize the importance of this announcement. If you'll indulge me for a moment, let's take a step back in our memory and try to remember a time when you were a child. Most likely, your world was as large as the range that you could move under your own power at that time. Now try to remember how it felt when you first gained the ability to move beyond the boundaries of that world. For me, that involved learning to ride a bike. Maybe for you, it was something different. Roller skates, roller blades, skateboard. Maybe it was a wheelchair, or maybe it was even access to public transit for the first time. Regardless of your technical solution, you could now reach places that were previously off limits to you. Enhanced mobility fundamentally changes one's world. It changes where you can go, it changes what you can do. Quite simply, it changes what you can learn. Science is our toolbox for learning, and enhanced mobility is one of the most important tools in that science toolbox. Science itself is one of our fundamental reasons that we're going to the moon. Science will help us learn about the moon, about how we survive in space, and that will help us build that blueprint for exploring away from the Earth. The moon is a treasure chest of science that can unlock the secrets of our solar system and teach us more about our home planet for the benefit of all. The lunar samples returned from the Apollo program dramatically changed our view of the solar system, our place in its evolution. And scientists continue to this day to unlock new insights from those samples. The diversity of Apollo samples increased when the lunar roving vehicle enabled exploration of more surface area per mission. That diversity of lunar knowledge is what we seek now. Observations from previous robotic explorers in space and even an impact mission on the surface have proven that permanently shadowed regions on the moon, including some craters in the South Polar region, contain frozen water. Yet we are only scratching the surface of knowledge that the moon has to offer us. Future samples from Artemis missions will increase that diversity of our knowledge about the moon. The discovery of water on the moon holds promise for both science and human exploration. NASA wants to understand how much water exists below the surface and whether or not we can access it. Better understanding of the sources and concentrations of this water will help teach us how the moon formed and evolved, and may provide resources for our future explorers. Under Artemis, NASA is sending robots and astronauts to explore more of the moon than ever before, including the lunar South Pole, where no humans have ever been. Crews will use the LTV to explore. They will transport scientific equipment, and they will collect samples from the lunar surface from much farther than they could if they were on foot alone. This will enable us to learn more science as we go. With the addition of the LTV, we are combining the best of human and robotic exploration. Between the Artemis missions, when our astronauts are not on the moon, NASA can use the LTV's remote operation capabilities to continue exploring. It means also that we'll be able to operate the LTV to meet our crew when they arrive on the surface. That means they'll be ready to go right away to focus on all the exploration that benefits the most from having our astronauts there. And then after the crew leave, the LTV can continue remote operations for additional exploration, prospecting, science, similar to robotic explorers that we have on Mars right now. This can help us identify priorities for our next crewed missions. With NASA's Artemis campaign, we are building up the capabilities needed to establish a longer-term exploration and presence of the moon. And the LTV is one of those capabilities that will enable us to conduct more science as we explore. As we will learn to live farther away from home for longer periods of time than ever before, we will build the first long-term presence on the moon and inspire a whole new generation of scientists, engineers, astronauts, artists, and everything else. Mars remains a horizon goal, and what we learn here on the moon, both with our operations and how to interpret the science, that will help us when we're ready to take that next giant leap to Mars. Now, I like to imagine the views and the vistas that the LTV will enable us to see from the surface of the moon. This truly is an exciting next step in exploration. The LTV is truly an exploration vehicle. Where it will go, there are no roads. Its mobility will fundamentally change our view of the moon. Thank you.
Thank you, Jacob. And now we'll go to Laura Kearney.
Thank you, Victoria. So really excited to be here today. As was mentioned, our NASA team has been working really hard to get to this point. Started a couple of years back. It took us a little while to really understand the requirements for this vehicle and what it meant to ask a vehicle to operate on the moon, in the lunar South Pole region, full-time, 24/7, 365 for up to 10 years. So we wanted to make sure we were really getting the requirements set right when we put this request for proposal out. We also wanted to make sure we truly understood our acquisition strategy. As was mentioned, we want to make sure we are pushing the commercial industry forward and making sure we are establishing a robust lunar economy on the moon. So it took us a little while to make sure we understood what that requirement set was. Once we got the RFP out, our procurement team really kicked in, and they have worked really hard for the last year maintaining the schedule so that we could be here where we are today. So I am really excited to have the three gentlemen sitting here to my left. We've been waiting to this point where we can start engaging them as a program going forward. So a little bit about the EVA and Human Surface Mobility Program. We are charged with delivering and integrating the EVA spacesuits that will be used to walk on the lunar surface, the LTV that we are here to award today, and the pressurized rover. Together, these three elements will provide the first surface elements for the astronauts in the early Artemis missions. So we have a responsibility not only to deliver these elements on cost and on schedule, but to make sure they are integrated well and meeting all of the objectives of the Artemis enterprise as well as of our science community. So again, we're very excited now that we have these companies and these teams on board, we can better understand what their designs are and how they integrate into the infrastructure that we are charged to support for the Artemis enterprise. A bit about the structure of the contract. It is what we call a service contract. So we have asked these companies not only to design, develop, and deliver a lunar terrain vehicle, but to also get that vehicle to the moon. So as part of their proposals, they propose not only the design of the LTV, but also how they launch it and how they will land it on the lunar surface. Each of their contracts will include that full scope, but they are not actually authorized to do the work until we have put a task order in place. And so by doing this, we will have competitive task orders throughout the life of the contract that ensures we maintain robust competition, we continue to get innovation, and we get the best value for the government and long-term commercial economy. So how we do that at the beginning is we have what we call a feasibility phase. It's a task order that each of these companies will get. It's about 12 months, in duration, and leads up to the preliminary design review. And so during that time, our NASA teams will be working with them to understand what their designs look like, iterating with them on where we can make improvements, and understanding how they incorporate into our overall lunar architecture. Once we get past that point, we will have a follow-on subsequent competitive request for proposal go out. They will then compete for what we call a demonstration task order. That demonstration allows them to finish the development, get the LTV to the moon, and demonstrate it on the surface prior to the arrival of the Artemis 5 crew. We anticipate only being able to award that demonstration task order to one of these companies. Once that demonstration is complete, we'll then move on to what we call service task orders, and that will be an annual cadence where we will work with our Artemis enterprise customers as well as our science customers, and on an annual basis, we will award a service contract for them to provide both crewed and uncrewed services throughout the remaining life of the contract. So again, we are really, really excited. Our congratulations to the three companies from our team. We are looking forward to jumping in with you guys and certainly making LTV a big success.
Thank you, Laura. We will now hear remarks from each of the selected companies in alphabetical order, starting with Steve Altemus of Intuitive Machines. Steve?
Thank you very much. Welcome, everybody. I'm so excited to be here and receive this award on behalf of our Moon Racer team, which is the reusable, let me write this down here. It's the Reusable Autonomous Crewed Exploration Rover Team. Our team is made up of AVL, Boeing, Michelin, Northrop Grumman, with Intuitive Machines as a prime. So we're very excited. I remember about a month ago, I was in this room in a press conference celebrating a successful soft landing on the moon. And this next step, this LTV award, is just an exciting next step to put the most critical piece, or the first critical piece of infrastructure on the surface. We're going to need this world-class team to do that because, as you saw in the video, the environment on the moon is harsh. You know, we have 500-degree temperature swings. The South Pole region is rocky and craggy and shadowed. It's going to stress our suspension, our drivetrain, our power systems, and our autonomous driving algorithms and software. And we're going to need this globally integrated team to pull that off, to allow this rover to live for 10 years and provide the service that NASA is asking for. I think what's really important also is to applaud NASA for this non-traditional, forward-thinking procurement. It really is exciting that not only are we going to support the Artemis campaign with crewed missions and uncrewed missions, but also it's commercially available for us as a commercial business to sell capacity on that rover and do that for international partners and for other commercial companies and space agencies around the world. So this is another first, this LTV contract in a burgeoning cislunar economy. And I'm really happy to represent our Moon Racer team and to be here and appreciate NASA's award. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Steve. Next up is Justin Cyrus with Lunar Outpost.
Hi, my name's Justin Cyrus, and I'm the CEO and founder at Lunar Outpost. For those of you who don't know who we are, Lunar Outpost is the leading mobility provider in the world. We have 4 rovers that are headed to the lunar surface. First one this year, later as a part of the IM-2 mission. Shortly after, we'll be a part of the IM-3 mission going to Reiner Gamma, and a commercial mission to follow, and an international collaboration from there as part of the Australian Space Agency's Trailblazer program. So I'm honored to be here representing our company, but also our amazing team. So our team consists of Lockheed Martin, General Motors, MDA Space, and Goodyear, who are all providing critical components of this overall contract. Now, our team combines proven human and robotic heritage, which is extraordinarily difficult to come by, and we're very fortunate to have as a part of our group. And what we're doing is taking not only this space heritage, but we're taking cutting-edge technology and automotive industry strengths to provide a true off-road vehicle capable of allowing us to live and work on the surface of the moon. With a strong focus on commercialization and enabling the new cislunar economy, our team is well positioned to help NASA take the next leap. As a part of the Artemis campaign, our LTV design emphasizes astronaut safety, alongside groundbreaking new capabilities that enable new mission profiles, including notably enhanced science mission returns, alongside building and maintaining infrastructure on the surface of the moon. I am truly humbled to be here on stage at Johnson Space Center, where as a kid, I grew up right down the street, watching the people of this center and watching the people of NASA continue to constantly push boundaries and explore new horizons. And that spirit of constantly pushing, improving, and exploring is what's led me to be here on this stage today. So first of all, thank you for that inspiration, and I really hope I am able to be a part of this program and inspire the next generation. Now, I do also want to thank NASA and Johnson Space Center for letting us have the opportunity to get humanity back to the moon and on to Mars, hopefully this time to stay. And I will do my best, and our team will do our best to make the most of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Justin. We'll now hear from Jarrett Matthews of Venturi Astrolab. Jarrett?
Thank you. Thank you for joining us today. Astrolab is on a mission to move humanity forward by building and operating a fleet of multi-purpose planetary rovers for transporting crew, supporting science and exploration, and robotic cargo logistics on the moon and eventually Mars. First, I would like to express my deep gratitude to NASA for giving us this opportunity to work alongside you on the LTVS project, and to the Astrolab team for working so hard for years on the LTV design and for putting together such a strong proposal. The Astrolab team is comprised of many incredible individuals with decades of experience in human spaceflight, mobility, and planetary robotics, and I'm so proud of them today. I would also like to thank our LTVS team members, Axiom Space and Odyssey Space Research, who are bringing to the team their deep experience in crew interfaces, crew training, flight software, simulation, safety and mission assurance, and mission operations. And finally, our strategic partners at Venturi, who are bringing their cutting-edge advancements in electric mobility, energy storage, and lunar tire design. Astrolab has been working for over 4 years on our commercial platform called the Flexible Logistics and Exploration Rover, or FLEX. FLEX is designed to operate on the moon for years and is purpose-built to help establish a permanent human presence on the moon and to serve as a catalyst for the lunar economy. The first commercial version of FLEX is scheduled to land on the moon in late 2026 with up to 1.5 tons of commercial cargo. The mission will allow us to validate our strong commercial model prior to sending the Flex LTV for NASA's Artemis campaign. Everything NASA has ever accomplished has been because they can assemble great teams, and that's exactly what we've done at Astrolab. So on behalf of everyone involved with our team, we are honored, humbled, and so very much looking forward to working with NASA to deliver the most capable and versatile rover the world has ever seen. Thank you.
All right, and thank you to all of our briefers for those initial remarks. We'll now move on to the question and answer portion of today's news briefing. For all media, both here in the room and on our phone bridge, please remember to state your name, affiliation, and to whom you'd like to direct your question to. And with that, and for those who are in the room, just raise your hand. So with that, we'll go ahead and get started.
Hi, Eric Berger with Ars Technica. Thanks for doing this. Question for Laura. You talked about a 12-month feasibility phase, and then there's going to be a competitive RFP. I just want to understand how you're going to maintain competition, but also it sounds like there's just going to be one team building one rover LTV that actually gets to the moon for this program. And so at what point do you cut from 3 to 1, and how long does that last? It seems like it's going to be a fairly brief competition in that sense.
The current plan, again, a lot of it is based on available budget. And so right now the intent is to just run this feasibility phase through the 12 months, as I mentioned, and at that point, one demonstration. But that said, this contract mechanism is extraordinarily flexible. We can bring task orders onto this mechanism at any time. So depending if another use comes in, we can certainly turn on another task order for another development or service effort. We also have an on-ramp clause that allows other companies to come onto this contract in the future should they have capability. So really it is a matter of objectives, requirements. If we have customers that come with additional funding, we have a contract mechanism that will allow companies to continue to compete for future demonstrations and service periods.
Okay, thank you for that question. And just as a reminder, for those on our phone bridge, please press 1 to enter into our queue. And if you found that your question has already been answered, please press *2 to withdraw it at any time. And with that, we'll take another question here in the room.
Oh, thank you. Mark Carreau with Aviation Week and Space Technology. I have a kind of a few technical questions. And I don't know whether you've specified this yet, but if you could explain how these guys are supposed to be powered, what their range could be, and then maybe you could just describe the kind of environment at the lunar South Pole that these will be experiencing in terms of thermal and maybe radiation and other major factors. Thank you.
And perhaps I could start with high-level requirements, and then you gentlemen certainly can jump in. We tried very hard in this requirement set to not be too dictative. We wanted to give just high-level functional requirements, but with an understanding of what the environment is. One of the big challenges at the lunar South Pole is power, given that we are in shadow quite often. So the NASA team had done a lot of analysis to try to understand how we would navigate to an area where we could get to areas where the sun can get to the rover, and we can at least have some kind of power that way. We had derived a certain number of hours, a minimum number of hours that we put on this contract. But we did not limit and we did not define how these systems had to be powered. So they were able to provide innovative solutions and certainly able to provide what I would call excess capacity. If they could, for instance, meet 150 hours and it allows us to stay in darkness longer, that just provides more operational flexibility for us. So that is absolutely one of the driving requirements. As far as thermal, it was mentioned we can swing hundreds of degrees one way or another once, beyond being in the sun to being in the shaded area. Radiation is a big one, to be able to keep electronics alive in that environment. We have asked the companies to meet a 10-year operating life. We did not define how they needed to do that. I use polar examples just to prove a point. They could, for instance, come in and say, I'm going to deliver one rover, it's going to last 10 years, or I'm going to deliver 10 rovers that only last 1 year. And that way they have the trade space to say, maybe I can fly COTS electronics, but I'm going to have to replace them once a year. Or I have to be extraordinarily robust because I'm going to last 10 years. Those are bounding cases. None of them proposed either of those. But we wanted to be able to give them, again, these high-level requirements, and then they could innovate on how they wanted to solve those problems.
I'm happy to hop in. So our company and our team more broadly has some pretty cool technology around this. It's a big part of what we're actually figuring out over the course of our first 4 rover missions to the lunar surface, basically how to squeeze every last watt of power out of these battery systems and conserve that energy for as long as we can. So on our first rover mission, we're just lasting the lunar day, which is a much easier challenge to solve than what we're doing here as a part of LTVS. Second rover mission, all right, now you can start looking at potentially lasting a couple lunar nights. By the time you get to the third and fourth rover missions, then we're looking at operating months at a time, all the way up to years at a time, depending on how those technologies are tested. Another member of our team that we're extraordinarily excited to have is GM. So that's something that they are providing as a part of this overall LTVS program, is their new battery technology that comes with much higher energy density that can survive the extremes of the lunar surface. Of course, with a little bit of modification, but it's truly amazing energy storage technology that we're very proud to be bringing into the Artemis program. So our team over at GM will be providing our battery technology, and then Lockheed Martin and Lunar Outpost will basically be figuring out how to make the most of that technology moving forward, so we can not only survive the lunar night, but truly operate for many years at a time during the lunar day and lunar night.
All right, thank you. Before we go to our phone bridge, we'll take one more question here in the room.
Hi, Beverly Casillas for Space Scout. And I guess this one's also for Laura. What kinds of knowledge and resources is NASA sharing with these providers to kind of help accelerate the development of their concepts? We've seen, like with XEVAs, NASA provided things like the XEMU data, as well as resources like the Argo system to help with testing in the gravity environments. Could you provide any information about what kind of resources EHP is providing? Thank you.
Yes, we are using a very similar model to what we had on, we call it XEVAS. It's the EVA acquisition. We've had a lunar LTV team working within our engineering directorate here at Johnson Space Center for quite some time, building prototypes, understanding requirements, trying to get an idea of what these systems might look like. And we make all of that data available to these companies in a technical library for them to use and learn from and leverage from. So all that data is available. As we execute this contract, we will have a NASA, what we call Insight team, which will work side by side with these companies, again, providing lessons learned and information back and forth. And then also similar to our EVA contract, we will utilize what we call government task agreements. And so as part of their proposals, they actually provided, we gave them information on what kinds of assets, whether it be a testing facility, materials, certain knowledge that we have here at the Johnson Space Center, and actually all centers across the agency. We made that available to them so that they could then propose back to us where they would like to use those capabilities as part of their overall proposal. So certainly Johnson Space Center here has a lot of facility capability, zero gravity or lunar gravity offloading systems that we anticipate them to use. We have some virtual simulation capabilities we anticipate them to use. And then of course, this is where we will be bringing the spacesuits in and integrating the human element along with our crews and our engineering test subjects. And so all that capability is being made available to them as they go through the development process.
Yeah, I'd answer that too. For Intuitive Machines in our team, we've made extensive use of the GTA process that NASA offered across multiple centers, and whether that's Ames Research Center for autonomous driving, path planning, They have some great algorithms that do that, and whether it's Goddard Space Flight Center for communications, or whether it's Johnson Space Center for the Argos gravity offload system. So there's quite a bit of capability in the agency, which we plan to leverage. That was part of our proposal and priced accordingly. So this is really going to be a government and private sector partnership that builds this LTV and delivers it to the surface.
We've actually been testing our lunar tire prototype here at Johnson Space Center for the last year, as well as at NASA Glenn, through the NASA Announcement of Collaborative Opportunity program. So separate from LTV, but that technology is going to be applied to LTV.
All right, thank you. And just as a reminder, if you are online on our phone bridge, please press *1 to enter into the queue to ask your question. And with that, we will go to Jeff Faust with Space News.
Good afternoon. A couple of quick questions for Laura Carney. What is the dollar value of these initial task orders the three companies are getting? And then also, how many proposals did NASA receive for the solicitation? Thanks.
I think I am probably going to have to pass on both of those since we are technically still in a blackout period with these companies. So once that blackout period is over and source selection statements are released, I think that some of that information at least will be available to you.
All right, thank you, Laura. We'll take another question on our phone bridge. Kenneth Chang with the New York Times.
Hi, thank you. So the question is, how much time will there be for other customers to use the LTV, and how does the coordination go between NASA and the commercial customer if NASA needs the rover at a certain place for the next Artemis mission?
So we thought about that a lot, actually, in how we developed this RFP. We had to really strategize on different models for how we might establish those agreements. We understand, at least, we believe, in the early phase, NASA is going to have to be somewhat of an anchor tenant. And then we hope that over the 10-year operating life of this vehicle, we can start bringing in more and more and more commercial requests as the market evolves. So as I mentioned, we will have these 1-year service periods. And we started a model where the first service periods tend to be more NASA requirement driven. So NASA, either through our science requirements or our exploration requirements, will carry about 75% of the burden or so, freeing up about 25% of the capacity for other commercial uses. We have other mechanisms on the contract where, as we go over time and NASA perhaps becomes less and less of a user, we can open up more and more of that capacity for the commercial space. We also put processes on the contract where we have science and utilization teams that come in and they help us understand what their objectives are. We have joint agreements with the companies where we can get together and say, over the course of this next year, these are what our objectives are. This is the mission that we want to meet. And NASA ultimately, even though this is a commercial service, especially when it comes to crewed missions and crew safety is paramount, NASA still has mission authority and risk acceptance over how this vehicle is operated on the lunar surface. So we have set up, through the contract structure, a lot of that I would call governance and authority infrastructure to make sure that we are collaborating with the vendor both on mission objectives and on crew safety and vehicle reliability.
And if I may, we're really excited about NASA's services approach. That allows companies like ours and like the others on stage here today to start bringing more people into the cislunar economy. Something that not widely talked about. We're not a public company, so we don't have to disclose this, but we're actually a majority commercial revenue company. As a space company that's called Lunar Outpost, right? That doesn't exist 10 years ago. That doesn't exist 15 years ago. But through these new opportunities that NASA is providing to companies like ours, we are able to bring in those non-traditional space customers, international space agencies that are part of the Artemis Accords, and also a new block of new space companies that are helping drive value in the ecosystem. So it's been really exciting. 2 out of our first 4 missions are actually fully commercial, where one is NASA and then the 4th one is an international space agency. So we're really looking forward to trying to scale that as part of the LTVS program, and we're very excited about the opportunity to bring some more people into the overall ecosystem.
All right, thank you, Justin. We'll now take another question on our phone bridge. Bill Harwood with CBS News.
Yes, thank you very much. I just wanted to follow up on Mark Carreau's question earlier, trying to get a general sense of some of the at least aspirational goals each company has. For example, I mean, what kind of ranges are we talking about? I realize you don't have a solid answer to that yet, but maybe can you bound it for us at least? I assume all 3 are solar powered. Are you envisioning solar panels on the vehicle for recharging or some kind of charging station? And maybe anything you can tell us about tire technology. We're all familiar with Apollo 17 and the kind of wheels they had back then, but what are we looking at now? And I realize you don't have specifics perhaps for us, but just give us some general ideas of what you're looking at. Thanks.
Well, let me interject here, Bill. A lot of this is competitive, right? So what we did was we crafted feasible existence proof of a design to meet the RFP requirements. We are going to go through a year-long process now to get to what Laura said was essentially a PDR design for the delivery to the South Pole and also for the demonstration mission for that LTV. There's a number of the subsystems that we've put in as the initial design that will be traded over that 12-month period that will give us a better understanding of things like survive the night, operate during the night, how effective solar arrays are versus fuel cells, what the drivetrain needs to look like, what the battery life extensions are, what the suspension needs to be, and tires in particular. We've brought Michelin on board, who's done extensive work on lunar tires with the Glenn Research Center, and so that research has been going on for years. And so a lot of this work we have answers to, even our sparing strategy.
I've now got to interrupt this broadcast. I've just remembered we have Levi earnings this evening, and of course I'm covering it. So we now have to end this broadcast very, very quickly, and we are scheduled to start the Levi earnings right this second. So thank you very much for joining me. I'm going to end the broadcast right now. Send everybody very, very quickly I cannot believe I forgot this. Send everybody now to the live show, the 12-hour stream. End this show. I'll be right back with Levi earnings. I cannot believe I forgot, so I apologize for that. Let me send you now to the extra channel. Here we go. Okay, it'll take you there directly, and I will see you back in just a couple of minutes' time with the Levi earnings. Whew, I'm glad somebody mentioned that in the chat. All right, I'll see you back in just a couple of minutes. Don't go away. 12-hour stream and then right back for Levi. I apologize. I'm glad someone mentioned it. Bye-bye for now. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome to Martyn Lucas Investor. Well, it's now time for Levi Strauss earnings. And as you can see, they've beaten on earnings. It's a nice beat too. As you can see, the stock is up very nice indeed. Estimated 21 cents. They made 26 cents. Nice beat. Very well done indeed to Levi. Fantastic. And the earnings starts in 10 minutes time. Excuse me, I'm going to take my jacket off. We've just been doing a special event which needed a gold jacket. But right now I don't need this, so we'll just take this off for a moment. We've just been covering a special cannabis stock event and going to NASA as well, into space. So a lot's been going on over here in the last couple of hours, but now it's time for Levi earnings. You're in the right place. Welcome, everybody. Levi earnings coming up in just a couple of moments. Let's see how we get on. Welcome, Eric B. Welcome to the event. Let me adjust the volume a bit. There we go. That's good. Ready to rock and roll in just a few minutes' time. In fact, we're counting down 10 minutes before the earnings begins. Welcome, everybody. If you're over there on the extra channel, I will give you the link for the Levi earnings. As you can see, it's just starting. I'm just going to change this event over here. You can see it. There it is. So we're all good there. And everyone can now join me for the Levi earnings. We're just 10 minutes away before the event begins. Welcome, welcome, everybody. That's a beautiful flagpole. I have to dig out my buttonfly jeans. That's a beautiful flagpole. Yes, very good. Looks very good, doesn't it, eh? Very good indeed. All right, welcome, welcome, everybody to the event. It's a nice beat this evening. We are over on the extra channel as well. This is the extra channel behind the scenes. So we are going to run a debate, a live poll in a minute. Are you in this stock as well? So we'll do that in a second. But coming up in just a couple of moments, we do have the earnings. We are just a few minutes away, in fact, 9 minutes. So we've got a bit of time. So what we're going to do is we're going to do a quick poll. We're going to put this out right now. So Levi, Levi. You need to just do the symbol Levi. There we go. Let me make sure I've done this correctly. This is happening live. Levi. All right. Levi Strauss. Love that name. It's just a cool name, isn't it? AU, don't know why, just is. Levi Strauss earnings, whoops, Daisy, live now. Okay, Levi Strauss earnings live now. Give everybody the link, and we're going to do a poll as well. Looking pretty good tonight. Very good. Let me just do this, and I'll give everyone the link in a moment, and you can vote on this. So here we go. Still going up, doing very nicely indeed. And we'll be reviewing it all in 8 minutes from now. There'll be the presentation. Hopefully you'll join us. Levi Strauss. There we go. Just about to run a poll for you, and I want to see what you think. Are you in this stock or not? This was asked to be covered by one of our members, and honestly, we nearly forgot. We were heavily involved with the NASA event this evening, and we nearly forgot it. Anyway, thank God someone mentioned it. I was completely and utterly had forgotten, but it worked out. It worked out fine. Worked out perfectly, in fact. A bit of luck though that someone mentioned it, and I'm glad they did. All right. Okay, we've put the poll there. I'll give you a link to it in a moment, and you can go and vote on it if you'd like to. Earnings, just doing this now. We've still got just a couple of minutes to go. 7 minutes, in fact. So don't worry, won't miss anything. I'm just putting this because we didn't have time because we were covering a NASA event, but we'd covered most of it, all of it, in fact. So I'm glad we managed to do that. But anyway, now we've got 5 minutes to go before the official event starts. We'll be listening in. I won't be speaking when that happens if you've never tuned in to our earnings before. Looking good. Okay, we've got the event out now, so I want to ask you to vote on the poll. Is this a buy, sell, or hold for you? So here it is. I'm going to show you what I'm doing so you can see. Just there. I'll zoom in, make it clearer. Is this a buy, hold, or sell for you? Please vote in X poll. Would love to know your thoughts. So here we go. We'll run this throughout the evening. Yes. Oh, hang on. Buy, hold, sell, or you may be, of course, undecided. There you go. Let's run that there. All right, there we go. Post that. I will now give you the link as well. So should you wish to vote. Okay, here is the X poll. I'll drop that in the chat there. There you go. There is the X poll, and we'll see how you vote. We'll keep that live throughout the earnings, and we'll come back to it. We'll also be looking at the figures as well. We've got 5 minutes left to go before the earnings begins. If you'd like to vote on the poll, please do. It's my X account. I've given you the link, but I'll give it you again. There you go. There's the X account, the all links. There's StockTwits, Rumble, Instagram. If you want to become a member of the channel, there it is. You can become a member of the channel. Awesome. I think everyone's got the links, right? Excellent indeed. Okay. Good. We're all sorted. We're ready to go. 3 minutes to go. I'll be bringing the audio in a second. Welcome everybody to our live event. This is the studio here. Live concert on Friday night from the music channel, the music part of the studio just behind me. If you've just tuned in, please do click subscribe and ring the bell and tap the like button. That would be absolutely great. Welcome to all of you. We're about to join the Levi Strauss earnings. This is the event. This is how it looks. We don't know if we've got any slides yet. We don't know until it starts, but we will be listening in here in a few moments' time. There's no point yet. Looking at the stock price, looking at the chart, seeing how it's moving. It's all looking good, but as you can see, it was a beat, 21 cents to 26 cents. But, you know, it's sort of stock going sideways, really isn't growing. But then that's the nature of this business. It's just continue doing what they're doing. Everybody continues to wear jeans, always will do. The name, the brand is great. And we love it, of course. So there we go. Just a few moments to go before it starts. Just coming up to the 2 minutes. If you are here in the chat, let me know you're here. That would be great. We're just checking if I've got any requests on Discord to upgrade anybody's account. I don't think so. That's good. We're up to date there. Welcome everybody watching over there on $501 to 50 to 1. Very good, Zach Zate. Very, very good indeed. Okay. If you're over there on the Extra channel and you want to join us, you can. Or you can watch it on the Extra channel. I would not touch any other jeans, said Vaz. He loves the jeans. Excellent. Only buy 511, says Vaz. I would not touch any other. Excellent. Minute and a half to go. We're nearly there. Just a few moments to go now before we start. We're just going to listen in now to see if the audio is coming through. Not yet. We've got a few minutes to go. This is a very, 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 very quiet stock. Many of these legacy companies that just do the same business don't really grow. They're just going sideways, if you like. People don't tend to be interested in them, but they are very important. 2.56 dividend. Over the last 5 years, you've made 17%. Over the last 24 years, I beg your pardon, you've made 2019. That's wrong. Over the last 5 years, you've made 17% plus the dividend as well. So it's on par. It's like an S&P stock at the moment. Anyway, we're coming up to time. I'm going to listen in now and bring up the audio. Welcome, everybody. It's a very quiet one, this, but it was requested by a member. There's the audio. You can hear it coming in now. I will keep jumping in and out of the audio to make sure that we don't get any copyright issues. We never go early. It'll be a couple of minutes late at least. We'll keep listening in. And once we get the audio, we shall begin. All right. I like my Wrangler jeans. Says Eric B. Right, it's now 4 o'clock. Typically, these earnings go a minute or two late. We shall see. We're just listening in. I used to like Wranglers too, Eric, but it's just the fit. It's much better for me. Everyone's got a different shape, right? Whatever you like, innit? What about Tesco jeans? What about Walmart jeans? Oh. I thought we were going to go live then for a minute. But no, they teased me. We could be going live now.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Levi Strauss
Here we go.
Company first quarter fiscal 2024 earnings conference call for the period ending February 25th, 2024. All parties will be in a listen-only mode until the question and answer session, at which time instructions will follow. This conference call is being recorded and may not be reproduced in whole or in part without written permission from the company. This conference call is being broadcast over the internet, and a replay of the webcast will be accessible for 1 quarter on the company's website, levistrauss.com. I would now like to turn the call over to Ida Orphan, Vice President of Investor Relations at Levi Strauss & Company.
Thank you for joining us on the call today to discuss the results for our first quarter in 2024. Joining me on today's call are Michelle Goss, our President and CEO.
There are no
and
slides.
Singh, our Chief Financial
Nothing to
and
show
Growth
you on
Officer.
slides.
We've posted complete Q1 financial results in our earnings release on the IR section of our website, investors.levistrauss.com. The link to the webcast of today's conference call can also be found on our site. We'd like to remind you that we will be making forward-looking statements on this call, which involve risks and uncertainties. Actual results could differ materially from those contemplated by our forward-looking statements. Please review our filings with the SEC, in particular the Risk Factors section of our Form 10-Q that we filed today, for the factors that could cause our results to differ. Also note that the forward-looking statements on this call are based on information available to us as of today, and we assume no obligation to update any of these statements. During this call, we will discuss certain non-GAAP financial measures. These non-GAAP measures are not intended to be a substitute for our GAAP results. Reconciliations of our non-GAAP measures to their most comparable GAAP measure are included in today's press release. Finally, this call is being webcast on our IR website, and a replay of this call will be available on the website shortly. Please note that Michelle and Harmeet will be referencing constant currency numbers unless otherwise noted. Today's call is scheduled for 1 hour, so please limit yourself to one question at a time to give others the opportunity to have their questions addressed. And now I'd like to turn over the call to Michelle.
Thank you, and welcome everyone to today's call. The year is off to a strong start with both Q1 revenue and adjusted EPS coming in above our expectations. revenues of $1.6 billion were down 8% on a constant currency basis due to last year's $100 million shift from Q2 into Q1 related to the ERP implementation in the U.S. Excluding this shift, as well as the impact from exiting the Denizen business in Russia, Q1 revenues were flat. Adjusted diluted EPS of 26 cents came in better than our expectations, driven by a 240 basis point increase in gross margin and prudently managing our expenses. Our performance this quarter reflects many proof points that our strategies, leading with our brands, operating as a direct-to-consumer first business, and diversifying our portfolio are working. We are fueling consumer demand, resulting in meaningful U.S. share gains in both men's and women's, driven by newness and innovation, as well as continued strength in our core. We are continuing to see strong momentum in our global direct-to-consumer business, where we have now delivered 8 consecutive quarters of robust comp growth. Our e-commerce business again achieved strong growth of 12% on top of mid-teens growth last year. And we're particularly excited about the continued acceleration in our overall women's business, which was up 14% in DTC globally for the quarter. We're encouraged by the performance of our largest market, the U.S. We saw sustained progress in DTC, which was up 10%, as well as continued stabilization in U.S. wholesale for the Levi's brand, which was up low single digits. Stepping back, we are building a stronger business in the U.S., underscored by significant growth and operating margin expansion across channels in Q1. And revenue in the global wholesale channel, while down, was in line with expectations as the actions we have taken to improve this business are working. Importantly, global wholesale gross margins increased as both owned and channel inventory levels are much improved. And through our transformational pivot to operating as a DTC-first company, we are bringing operational rigor and a narrower strategic focus, which will set a solid foundation for sustainable, profitable growth. Through our productivity initiative, Project Fuel, we remain focused on driving cost efficiencies, and during the quarter, we took concrete actions in right-sizing our organization. In addition, we have activated an initial reduction of nearly 15% of SKUs across our Levi's product assortment and are deprioritizing footwear. These efforts, together with the recent decision to exit Denizen, not only improve our cost structure, but also provide an unlock in simplifying and streamlining how we work. While it's early in the year, we started the year strong and are encouraged by the trends we're seeing in the business. As a result, we are increasing our adjusted diluted EPS guidance for the year. Harmeet will share more. I will now talk you through the results of the quarter in the context of our strategic priorities, starting with our first priority, leading with our brand. First, the jeans category has stabilized in the U.S., now flat to prior year after several years of volatility. Importantly, over the same time period, Levi's outperformed the category, growing 2 points of share in men's and 1 point of share in women's. We are also making progress in our key youth target, gaining share with 18 to 30-year-olds in the past quarter. Levi's picked up share with the middle-income consumer, which is critical given these are the largest consumers of the category. We are continuing to outperform the category with higher-income consumers, demonstrating the success of our efforts in elevating the brand. Market share growth is being driven by the exciting innovation we are bringing to the category, as well as our ongoing commitment to keeping the brand at the center of culture, driving deep connections with fans around the world. Just last week, we reaffirmed our place at the center of culture with the launch of our global breakthrough and interactive Live in Levi's campaign. As part of a digitally led 360-degree media activation that kicked off with our advertising film, The Floor is Yours, we're inviting everyone to participate in a dance open call across social media platforms for a chance to showcase their talent and Levi's style in an exclusive new music video. Moving to product, we continue to see strong performance in our core offerings while also introducing newness and innovation in denim and beyond. A clear barometer for the strength of our core business, the 501 was up 23% in DTC, on top of 32% growth in the prior year. We're seeing strength in loose fits for men's and women's, both up more than 40% in the quarter. For example, we launched 6 new baggy styles for women, for which sales were up 50%. And we continue to see an evolution to low rise and wider leg openings, both performing strongly. We see an incredible opportunity to own the head-to-toe denim apparel lifestyle, and in doing so, we expect to expand our addressable market for denim overall. Denim skirts, dresses, and jumpsuits again saw positive results, increasing triple digits in the quarter. We are also seeing strength in our denim tops assortment, with our iconic women's westerns up more than 40%. Looking forward, we are leaning into this opportunity, and we're introducing new denim top silhouettes across blouses, corsets, vests, and more. As shared on our last call, we are working on an end-to-end reset of our tops business, and we're seeing early success, with tops outperforming the overall business driven by about 10% growth in DTC. We are building out our core essential assortment in categories like t-shirts, wovens, and polos to provide a perfect pairing to our denim bottoms. And we're investing in capability building, including new key leadership hires. We recently filled the newly created role of Vice President Tops Design, which will be critical in setting the design direction for Levi's tops. And we are successfully extending our authority in bottoms to categories beyond denim. We recently launched our active tech pant in the US, which has been met with great initial response, with demand for the product stronger than expected in both wholesale and DTC. We are chasing into inventory, and we're excited to continue fueling this new product line with additional innovations planned throughout this year and next as we roll out this platform globally. As we move through the year, we will accelerate newness and drive innovation by extending our non-denim authority into categories like shorts, skirts, and dresses for the seasons ahead. And given the positive early trends in our performance cool and lightweight denim collections, we will continue building out those platforms to bring to the consumer our innovative
breaking
denim
news.
fabrications,
Look at this.
giving them the fit and style they love with a more versatile year-round end use. Shifting to direct-to-consumer, our second strategic
7 million% on
DTC
OIN.
continued to grow rapidly, up 8% on top of 16% growth in the prior
Breaking
year.
news here on crypto.
We achieved these
7
strong results by delivering positive
million%.
comp sales across our stores, growth in e-commerce, and adding
OIN.
new stores. Increasing
We'll go back
productivity
to
and
Levi's.
profitability in our stores is a key focus of Project Fuel.
Wow.
And we are gaining traction. Overall, for the quarter, we saw increases in traffic, UPT, and AUR in our DTC channels. And we are building bigger baskets through our focus on having the right assortment in the right stores at the right time, more newness drops, which are driving positive momentum, and better in-stock positions. In addition to top-line growth, we are seeing a greater degree of leverage on our cost base, such as improving our management of controllable retail costs, like optimizing store staffing and scheduling. We're encouraged by these results and have multiple initiatives underway to further improve the four-wall economics of our stores. The success we're having in brick and mortar also gives us confidence in our store opening strategy. The majority of net new stores this year will be in Asia, where we see a lot of runway for growth. One great example is our recently reopened Kyoto
Mike says
store
that's
in
a lot.
Japan,
Yeah.
in one of the city's most vibrant shopping districts. Delivering consumers an immersive shopping experience, this store is representative of the culture and history of the city and features the best of Levi's. Another example is in Europe, where we are reopening our Levi's flagship store in Paris ahead of the Summer Olympics. Located in the heart of one of the most highly trafficked and desirable shopping destinations in the world, Champs-Élysées, this store will offer Levi's fans from France and around the world the fullest and best expression of our denim lifestyle offering. These stores and others coming are representative of our commitment to bringing elevated shopping experiences to the world's most desirable locations, while also driving a scalable and profitable store portfolio. Our e-commerce business continues to gain momentum, generating 12% growth on top of 14% growth in the prior year. This is a direct result of the investments we've made to enhance the consumer experience, including improved search, navigation, and filtering capabilities. We are also creating a more engaging experience by upgrading our product imagery and videos, addressing a key consumer need, helping people find the perfect fit.
7 million%
As we make our
just
pivot
happened.
to be a DTC-first company, we remain committed to wholesale, and the actions we're taking to elevate our performance in this channel are gaining traction. After adjusting for the revenue shift related to the ERP implementation in Q1 2023, the Levi's brand within U.S. wholesale grew for a second consecutive quarter, up low single digits, and was substantially more profitable than last year. We remain encouraged regarding the outlook of our global wholesale business and expect sequential improvement as we move through the year. Improved sellout trends, along with an expanded wholesale assortment, gives us optimism. Turning now to our third strategy, the diversification of our business. As I referenced earlier, we are pleased with the ongoing momentum we are seeing in our largest market, the U.S. Beyond that, diversifying geographies continues to be a key part of our growth strategy, and today, international comprises nearly 60% of total revenues. While international was down 2% in Q1, international DTC grew high single digits, and Asia achieved record revenues in the quarter, driven by double-digit top-line growth in many markets. Let me address Europe. We continue to be pleased with the performance we are seeing in our DTC channel, which was up 4% excluding Russia. We saw notable improvement in our DTC business in response to new floor sets launched with sequential improvement in the quarter month over month, and February up double digits. This strength has continued into March. While the European wholesale channel has been challenging, our key customers are excited about the amplified denim lifestyle offerings that we are delivering, and we are seeing positive wholesale pre-book orders in the second half of the year. We continue to expect the total Europe segment to return to growth in the second half of this year. Moving to other brands, where we continue to make solid progress. Both Beyond Yoga and Dockers expand our portfolio and our addressable market. And when we look at our category portfolio, we are excited about the diversification we are making beyond denim bottoms. Dockers sales trends improved versus the prior quarter, down 9%, adjusting for the shift in wholesale, as strong performance in DTC, up 14%, was offset by lower wholesale sales. Inventory levels for the Dockers brand has shown sequential improvement and is now at its lowest levels since March of 2023. We're encouraged by the positive customer reaction to our new product launches, including the recently released Dockers Go pant, the brand's first active pant that has quickly become one of the top-selling items in stores across the globe. Beyond Yoga was up 11% on top of similar growth in the prior year, driven largely by strength in e-commerce. We are making investments to grow brand awareness and unleash the growth potential of this incredible brand. In summary, we have started the year strong. With many of the headwinds we faced the past 18 months resolved, most notably the congestion at our U.S. distribution centers, and accelerating momentum across the world, and especially in the U.S., we are well positioned for the year ahead, and I'm confident in our ability to achieve our objectives for 2024 and beyond. And with that, I will turn it over to Harmit to cover the financials.
Thanks, Michelle. We delivered better than expected results in Q1, driven by continued outperformance in global DTC and stabilization in U.S. wholesale. Most importantly, we achieved these results while also improving the structural economics of the company. Together, these established a strong base for profitable growth for 24 and years to come. In the quarter, we delivered significant gross margin expansion, and we continue to expect further improvement this year and beyond from the structural drivers of our strategies to grow DTC, women's, and international, and as transitory headwinds continue to shift to tailwinds. We delivered disciplined cost management while also investing in our key growth initiatives. The productivity initiative we launched in Q1 will drive efficiencies across the company, both in 24 and 25, while positioning us to realize the growth potential of our business. We expect the combination of margin improvement and operating leverage to enable us to deliver sustainable bottom-line growth. And the greater efficiency and our active inventory and working capital management is enabling us to generate strong free cash flow. This allowed us to return cash to shareholders through dividends, restart the stock buyback program, and acquire our distributor in Colombia.
Breaking news, 10 million percent OIN.
Strategy.
10
As we look ahead,
million.
Based on the trends we are seeing in our business today, we are confident in our ability to deliver accelerated sales in H2 and are positioned to deliver continued improvement in profitability and margin expansion in 2024. As a result, we are increasing our full-year earnings outlook. And with that, I will turn to our results. Q1 net revenues were $1.6 billion, reflecting continued momentum in our global direct-to-consumer channel, which grew 8%, up 25% on a two-year stack, and acceleration from Q4. Gross margin of 58.2% was better than expected and improved 240 basis points year over year. Expansion was driven by lower product costs,
a
the
tenth
shift to DTC,
of 1
and the
cent
fact that wholesale mix
to
was abnormally elevated in the prior year due to the ERP implementation.
Biggest
These
gain in
factors
history.
offset both FX headwinds and the annualization of the strategic price reductions.
Oh, everyone just sold it. It popped.
In H2 last year. Adjusted SG&A expenses
It got
in the
dumped.
quarter increased 1.2% to $766 million, compared to $757 million last year. Slightly better than expectations as we start to see the benefit of our cost control actions, including Project Fuel.
It's gone.
Adjusted EBIT margin declined 200 basis points to 9%, compared to 11% in the prior year. The decline was almost entirely due to the sales deleverage resulting from the $100 million ERP shift. And adjusted diluted EPS was 26 cents, ahead of our expectations, primarily driven by the outperformance in both revenue and gross margin. Before turning to our segment highlights, let me spend a moment on the restructuring charges we took in the quarter. As you know, we launched Project Fuel in January to accelerate profitable growth while driving cost savings. Since then, we have taken actions to streamline our organization structure with the elimination of approximately 12% of our global workforce. Other actions being implemented will improve DTC productivity and our SG&A as we deliver savings across indirect procurement and other initiatives. We've also made the decision to close our manufacturing facility in Poland as we optimize our supply chain to both enable agility and lower costs. And after a strategic review of our categories, we have taken the decision to wind down our small Levi's footwear business. This, along with the decision to exit Denizen last quarter, will help our plans to unlock the true potential of the Levi's brand globally. These actions put us on the path to achieve approximately $100 million in savings in 2024 and more in 2025. Now let's review the key highlights by segment. In the Americas, 11% growth in DTC was more than offset by a decrease in wholesale, largely due to the shift in wholesale shipments in the prior year. Operating margin increased 160 basis points to 18% due to increased gross margin across both channels and lower SG&A. This was largely driven by our U.S. business, which is more profitable today than last year. We also just closed our acquisition of our Levi's brand distributor in Colombia, including approximately 40 owned and operated Levi's retail stores. This transaction further underscores the tremendous opportunity that exists to accelerate DTC growth within Latin America and further diversify our business geographically. This follows a very successful 2019 acquisition of our distributor in Chile, Peru, and Bolivia that has significantly surpassed our revenue and profitability expectations, and we're very optimistic on the outlook for the business in Colombia. In Europe, DTC net revenues increased 4% excluding Russia. Growth was driven by positive performance in company-operated stores and in e-commerce. Wholesale net revenues decreased 13%, excluding Russia, as wholesale orders from our retail partners remain conservative. As Michelle mentioned, we're encouraged by the momentum we are seeing in our DTC business, and coupled with positive inflection in our wholesale order book in the second half, gives us confidence that Europe will grow in H2. In terms of profitability, gross margins were up 200 basis points, driven by an increase across both channels and most markets in the segment. Asia net revenues increased 5% compared to the prior year and is up 27% on a two-year stack. DTC revenues increased 7%, driven by strength in company-operated mainline and outlet stores and in e-commerce. And wholesale net revenues increased 3%. While a relatively small business for us, we experienced a slower than expected recovery in China. We have several initiatives in place to improve our business performance in this market, including ramping up a local product engine. Excluding China and the impact of the Middle East, this segment was up 8%. We are still long on Asia and remain confident of our plans to drive high single-digit growth in this region. Now looking to our balance sheet and cash flows. Reported inventory dollars decreased 14%, or 21% excluding the impact of the modification of terms with the majority of our suppliers. Comparable inventory in the U.S. remains significantly below last year's level, and we continue to make progress in Q1. Overall inventory is also expected to end the year below prior year levels as we work to further optimize inventories by improving turns and driving more assortment productivity. Adjusted free cash flow was $214 million in the quarter, positive for the second quarter in a row as we manage inventory and working capital. We also expect to end the year with positive free cash flow. Our improved cash flow position enabled us to return $73 million to our shareholders in the form of dividends and the reinitiation of share buybacks. In the quarter, we paid out $48 million in dividends and spent $25 million in repurchasing shares. We also announced Q2 dividends at 12 cents a share, maintaining the Q1 dividend per share. Now let's turn to our fiscal 2024 outlook. Looking forward, we remain confident in the strength of our brand and the execution of our strategies. We are pleased with the trends in both the category and our business that we saw in the first quarter, and these have continued into March. However, given that we just started the year, we're taking a prudent approach to our revenue outlook while raising our full-year adjusted diluted EPS guidance slightly. With that in mind, we are affirming our full-year outlook of 1 to 3% revenue growth. Incremental headwinds from FX in Asia will be offset with the impact of the Colombia acquisition. We now expect full-year gross margins to be up about 150 basis points, which is the high end of our previously guided range. Turning to earnings, we are raising our adjusted diluted EPS estimate by 2 cents to $1.17 to $1.27, given our stronger gross margin results and our continued commitment to expense discipline. As we look into the second quarter, we continue to expect revenue to be up high single digits. The Q2 revenue guidance reflects the shift in the ERP implementation and the exit of the Denizen business. We expect gross margins to be down approximately 50 basis points due to the higher concentration of DTC in the second quarter of 23, given the ERP implementation that took place in that quarter. Overall, H1 gross margins will be up approximately 100 basis points. And we expect adjusted diluted EPS to be about 10 cents in quarter two, 150% higher than prior year. Before we begin Q&A, there are 2 points I would like to make. First, we are confident in our ability to grow the top line mid-single digits in the second half. We are seeing continued momentum in DTC globally, green shoots in the wholesale channel, and encouraging trends in the U.S. Our product pipeline is resonating with consumers and positions us to continue to grow market share. Based on the strength of our new offerings in European DTC and the positive pre-book in wholesale, we remain confident that Europe will return to growth in the second half. And in addition to the stores we acquired with the Colombia acquisition, we are also on pace to open 100 plus net new system stores globally in 2024. Second, we remain focused on driving improved profitability and cash flow while being committed to deliver 15% operating margins over the longer term. We are confident in our ability to drive margin expansion through gross margin execution and expense discipline. The benefits from our Project Fuel initiative are just starting to unfold, which will continue to improve the agility and the efficiency of our business. And we will also continue to deliver positive free cash flow through inventory and working capital management. To close, these actions give us confidence in delivering our 24 commitments while setting the foundation for profitable long-term growth and enabling the company to deliver solid returns to our stakeholders. And with that, I will go ahead and open up the line for Q&A.
Thank you. The floor is now open for questions. If you have a question, please press star, then the numbers 11 on your telephone keypad. Due to time constraints, the company...
Yes, Mike, I showed you on the screen live. It popped. It went 10 million% up.
Queue up again.
It was
If at any point your question has been
0.1 of a
answered, you may remove yourself from the
cent
queue by pressing
to
star
$760. It was the biggest bounce in history,
Our
and then
first
it
question
popped live on the show.
Comes from the line
It went
of
straight.
Bob
It's gone.
Gergel
Finished.
of
10 million
Guggenheim.
%.
Your question,
Billionaire.
please, Bob.
Zero.
Hi,
I shared it on the
good
screen.
afternoon. I was wondering, I think you mentioned on the call, market share gains and some recent category trends. Just wondering if you could share some more, around what you're seeing and where you feel like the market share gains have come from. Thanks.
Thanks, Bob. Thanks for the question. Yeah, first of all, we are really excited about what we're seeing in the category right now. So let's start with our biggest market in the U.S. That after a couple years of volatility, we're seeing the jeans category actually stabilize, and it's now flat to prior year.
I would have held it.
But
I would have held it.
Most importantly, we're seeing market share gains with the Levi's brand. In the men's category, we saw 2 points of share gain, and in women's, we were up a point. And then underneath that, some really great proof points around our strategies. First, we continue to be committed to driving the business with youth and our key targets, the 18 to 30-year-olds. We're seeing share gains there. Around the middle income consumer, which is a big part of the market, 40% of the category, we're seeing the category grow there as well as grow with Levi's. We're continuing to pick up share with that higher income consumer as we focus on elevating the brand. I think really attributable to everything we're doing to drive our initiatives in DTC in the U.S. DTC was up 10%. So within denim, we're feeling good, and I think you can look around even in the U.S. and it's a denim moment. I mean, there's a lot happening in denim, and for Levi's, we're the top. We're driving the trends. We're excited about everything we're doing, head to toe denim dressing. That's really resonating across our male and female customers. And on that note, we're expanding our addressable market. So we first start with this evolution from being all about denim bottoms to denim lifestyle. Categories like skirts and dresses, those are up triple digits in the quarter. Amazing. Our tops business, which we've been talking about for some time, whether that's denim tops or perfect pairings, that was up 10% in DTC, also outperforming. So a lot of great proof points. And then beyond that, around non-denim, and we're seeing great strides there as well. So non-denim was up 13% in DTC for Q1, representing 42% of our DTC channel. We're seeing that in categories like the XX Chino and our new introduction, the Active Tack Pant, which is doing really well both in wholesale and in DTC. In fact, exceeding expectations, we're chasing into inventory. And then I would just say around women, it's a key focus for us. The third of our business today, we see that over time getting to half of our business, from fashion bottoms, like I said, skirts, dresses, tops. Women's overall DTC was up 14% for the quarter, but in the US, it was up 19%. So I could go on and on, Bob, but there's so many great proof points that our strategies are gaining traction. And the last thing I would say, that's all around the U.S. But as we think about globally, the denim market is expected to continue to grow about mid-single digits. So, we fully expect to grow with the category, but we also expect to exceed it and drive market share.
Right. Thank you.
Thanks, Bob.
Thank you. Our next question comes from the line of Laurent Vasilescu of BNP Paribas. Your question, please, Laurent.
Thanks very much for taking my question. Michelle, Harmeet, it was noted that you're encouraged by trends in Europe. There's a lot of fear on Europe since yesterday morning. So curious to get your take on what you're seeing in that market by region. Should we still see Europe grow low single digits for the year? And then separately, I know Beyonce's album was just dropped a few days ago, but curious to know if you're seeing any boost from her Levi's titled song.
Great, Laurent. Michelle here. I'll take both your questions. Well, first of all, as it relates to Europe, as we shared on the call, it was really Europe wholesale where we had a tough quarter there, and I'd say that was largely due to some of the macro pressures as well as our own product deliveries. We feel like to the product side, we've corrected that. I'll get to that in a moment. But overall, we feel really good about Levi's in Europe. I mean, the brand continues to be very strong. We have many measures against our brand health. Our brand boasts the highest unaided awareness. All of our denim perceptions remain best in class. We're actually seeing increases in Europe on relevance, preference, and even head-to-toe denim. So those things are all headed in the right direction. And then, a huge proof point for us, of course, is how the consumer is responding to our direct channels, both our stores and e-commerce. And overall, our DTC business in Europe, excluding Russia, was up 4%. I think importantly, we saw that accelerate during the quarter. And in February, DTC was double digit, and that carried on into March. And that was largely driven off of our new product drops. So what we're seeing really in many markets, I was just elaborating in the U.S., but in Europe as well, the consumer is responding to the fashion we're bringing. So women's fashion, the looser fits, the baggy fits, the low rise, also the rib cage, all doing well. On men's, we're also seeing the baggy trend take hold. Our tops business is improving. So that new product is what's driving DTC and what we expect will drive also on the wholesale side. So while a softer quarter this past quarter for Europe and wholesale, we're expecting improvement, especially in the back half. And to me, the biggest evidence of that is that our pre-books for Europe are up for the back half of the year. So we are expecting Europe overall to return to growth in the back half of the year.
And Laurent, to your question about the full year, yes, we do affirm that Europe will be up low single digits.
And then to your second question on Beyonce, I would just say that, denim is having a moment and the Levi's brand is having a powerful moment around the world. I mean, you see head-to-toe denim everywhere around the world. Western is really trending, and Western trending in fashion and in music, as you just said. And, one of the things that really, really is significant about the Levi's brand, and we place a lot of emphasis and investment, is making sure that Levi's brand remains in the center of culture. And I don't think there's any better evidence or proof point than having someone like Beyonce, who is a culture shaper, to actually name a song after us. So we're super proud of that when we're very, very honored that someone like Beyonce would actually name one of her new songs.
Great. Thank you very much.
I could do it. I could do it. Do a better job. And I'll do it cheaper.
Thank you. Our next question comes from the line of Dana Telsey of Telsey Advisory Group. Please go ahead, Dana.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone, and nice to see the progress, Michelle and Harmeet. As you talked about, as you talked about stabilization in U.S. wholesale, was it department stores, off price, the discounters? What did you see in U.S. wholesale, and what's your outlook going forward? And Harmeet, as you mentioned, inventory levels with the gross margin uptick in guidance for the year. any specific drivers of gross margin as you go through the year, and any shaping of gross margin that we should be mindful of given compares to last year? Thank you.
Great, Dana. Well, I'll take the first one, and then Harmeet can take that second question. So as it relates to wholesale, really where we're seeing the improvement is, I'll call it, in full price wholesale. So it is in, our partners largely in department stores, and we're really excited with the progress. So for the Levi's brand U.S. wholesale this past quarter, we were positive, second consecutive quarter of seeing positive sell-in, and we're also seeing improved sell-out in that channel. And it really is a direct reaction to the actions that we've taken. Say the congestion issues that we had last year in the supply chain are long behind us, so we're filling at rates we need to at normalized levels. I'd say, the partnerships with our wholesale partners are very, very strong. I mean, this is an important channel to us. Levi's is an important brand to them. And Dana, I would say while we talk about, rewiring the company or becoming organized around a DTC first mentality, it's not DTC only. Wholesale will continue to play a really important role to amplify our brand and to reach consumers where otherwise we wouldn't. So it's really important that we win together with these wholesale partners. But as I said, we're seeing momentum in both sell-in and sell-out. And the single biggest reason is product. We're bringing a lot of newness to the channel. Newness, we call it in our core denim bottoms. And the core is continuing to work. I mean, I mentioned earlier in the remarks that we're seeing great traction ongoing with the 501, but we're also in this denim cycle of looser, baggier, definitely seeing it in women's, but also seeing it in men's. So we're excited for men's to expand their closet with looser fits as well. And for women, there's so much going on. There's looser, there's baggy, there's low rise, yet rib cage, higher rise continues to do well. And then also what's happening in fabrication, fabric innovation. So having denim that people can wear year round. So Performance Cool is one of the innovations that actually started to solve a need in Asia with warm temperatures. I'd say last year, we made comments on that when the seasons got really hot, we didn't have enough offerings to satisfy that need. We're now expanding Performance Cool around the world, which we expect is going to really help our year as we look ahead. And I think in particular in Europe, as I was just talking about, momentum there, and here in the U.S. as well. And that's being picked up by wholesale partners too. Lightweight denim as well as part of this warm weather solution. And then, of course, there's non-denim. And we have been so pleased to see the response in the non-denim areas with our latest innovation being the tech pant, which is just getting started in DTC and in wholesale. Off to a great start. It's exceeding our expectations. We're chasing into inventory, and we have more expansions of the platform to come this year. So there's a lot working. We'll stay really close to our partners to make sure that we can maintain and build on that momentum.
And Dana, to the question on gross margins, strong start to the year that has allowed us to raise the full year expectation, as you heard. So what's driving the strong start to the year? Product costs coming to normal levels. So if you think about the 240 basis points, about 150 basis points is driven by product cost. About 110 is driven by the mix of DTC. Half of that is the SAP ERP implementation that impacted Q1. Half of that is continued growth in our DTC business and the structural improvements in international, etc., as well as the strong women's business. In the quarter, FX was a headwind, and in the quarter we are analyzing the pricing initiatives that we reduced prices in quarter 3 of last year. So that's really Q1. Q2. As you probably know, if you go back and look at history, Q2 gross margins traditionally are lower than Q1, largely due to channel mix. It's usually about 100 basis points lower than Q1. However, we expect Q2 to be around 58.2%, and that is practically a record high. right? The only time we had a higher margin in Q2 was last year because DTC was a bigger piece of the business. So the underlying factors, which is product cost, lower product cost, lower air freight, and others continue, through Q2. FX was a bit of a tailwind a year ago. It's a bit of a headwind this year, and is largely a first half issue. So we expect H1 gross margins to be about 100 basis points better than a year ago. Second half of the year, gross margin should be up about 200 basis points, largely because we would have analyzed the price reduction, and DTC will, momentum we believe will continue to accelerate. So that helps gross margins. So that's how we're thinking about gross margins between H1 and H2 and on a full year basis.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dana.
Thank you. Our next question comes from the line of Jay Sole of UBS. Your question, please, Jay.
Great. Thank you so much. Michelle, you mentioned in the prepared remarks that you saw a lot of opportunity to improve the four-wall economics of the company's stores. Maybe can you just elaborate on that a little bit? Where do you see the opportunities? And if you can put that in context, if you list maybe like the top 3 or 4 margin drivers that you see that get the margins into that mid-teens level over the next few years, what would those be? Thank you.
Yeah, you bet. No, it's a huge focus for us. As we think about the future of our business, the growth really coming from DTC, it's critical for us to get the structural economics of the DTC channel to work harder for us. And we have a lot of efforts afoot, both in our stores and on e-commerce. Specific to our stores, I talk about first the top line drivers and then some of the other opportunities we have on profitability. But the first and biggest priority for us is to drive the top line. A, you get the top line benefit, of course, but B, it helps you leverage all your fixed costs, as you know, your fixed real estate, fixed labor, and the like. And as it relates to the top line drivers, I would say a couple things. Some of these are they're the basics, like making sure that you're always in stock on the key items. And the teams have enhanced better tools today than they did even a year ago, systems and accountabilities to make sure that on X number of top SKUs, things like your 511 top washes or your low loose introduction for women or whatever those might be, that we're not out of stock on the key sizes. And doing that has, as we shared the results, that's had a direct effect in some of the results we're seeing even this past quarter. Secondly is about innovation and newness. And, in a store, if I'm just thinking about the store, the consumer wants a more comprehensive head-to-toe look. And we're getting a lot more disciplined in how we're introducing newness, literally on a monthly basis, making sure it's all through the lens of the Levi's brand. And the close-in opportunities we see, and I spoke to it in the remarks, is this whole head-to-toe denim dressing. We are the authority in denim bottoms, and we're expanding that to be the authority in denim everything. And categories like skirts and dresses, they're comping at triple digits. Which just says there's so much opportunity, right? Like we should have the iconic denim skirt for every woman who wants it. And we're not there yet. To have triple digits would say there's a lot more upside. Same with tops. What's the perfect black t-shirt, white t-shirt to go with your bottoms? These kind of things not only can drive traffic, but they drive conversion, they drive UPT and AUR. And we are actually seeing UPT and AUR increases based on the actions we're taking on the product side. In addition to product, it's really around our teams in the store and having them encouraging the upsell and the complementary sell. So they're doing that. We're seeing the upsell. Those are just a couple of examples. As it relates to cost, the single biggest opportunity we have is becoming an expert in labor deployment and how we manage labor from the moment you open the store to the moment you close it, and how you navigate days of the week, et cetera. And so a lot of focus and effort, we're starting to see the early traction.
Got it. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Our next question comes from the line of Oliver Chen of TD Cowen. Your question, please, Oliver.
Hi, thank you very much. Hi, Michelle. Hi, Harmeet. Women's tops and dresses is clearly a big, nice opportunity. What's ahead for timing of that, and how it can and will drive upside to the model and moving the needle even more? And as we think about your DTC first opportunity and strategy ahead, what do you think about speed and inventory management, as well as the reality of markdown management and the cost method of accounting, and making sure you're thinking about gross margin return on inventories as you become more agile, and also balance novelty versus core, and also look to increase inventory flows and frequency to be agile with the customer? Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Oliver. I'll take first, and then Harmeet will take the second piece. We're seeing traction already, Oliver. I mean, to the comments we made earlier, the DTC to be up 8% in the quarter, 25% on a two-year basis. The momentum is actually accelerating quarter on quarter, which is fantastic. As it relates to women's, I called out DTC up 14% overall, up 19% in the U.S. And that's both tops and bottoms. So bottoms up, total company, DTC, bottoms up 13%, women's tops up 13% total company. So we're seeing traction in both, and that's only going to grow from here. So as it relates to bottoms, strength and things like the 501 continues, but the boot cuts, the flares, the 90s, the baggy dads, all doing really well, those fashion fits. And then on the tops, what's really resonating with her are things like non-graphic tees, woven shirts, outerwear. And as I was just speaking to a minute ago, this whole head-to-toe denim on skirts and dresses is off the charts. And so we're chasing into what's working today, and the assortment only gets more robust. I'll quickly just answer your question on speed. Go-to-market for us is one of our top priorities as we make this pivot to DTC. And we are looking to literally shave months off of our process from concept to consumer. So I'd say stay tuned on that. And we're already doing that in certain categories as we're chasing into them.
And to your question about markdowns and inventory turns, Oliver, I'd say that's an opportunity for us. We can turn inventory faster in our stores, and our markdown cadence, given all the new products that we're introducing, I think we can get a lot more scientific. And that's why we feel that the productivity opportunity in DTC is pretty high and large, and that's what we're working on as part of Project Fuel.
A quick follow-up, Harmeet, on your guidance assumptions around margins. What was merchandise margin, or what were the merchandise margin assumptions, if there's ones we should be attuned to for the year? Thanks, everybody. Best regards.
Yeah, we haven't gone into those specifics, Oliver, but I'd say, if you're asking specifically relative to markdowns and discounts, the margins are really driven, in our view, by the structural improvements in the business, which is really our women's business and our growth in our DTC channel. I think those are the factors that are driving the margins, and that's why it's more sustainable longer term.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you. Our next question comes from the line of Chris Nardoni of BofA. Your line is open, Chris.
Hey, thank you, guys. Good afternoon. Can you help us unpack the strength you're seeing in the North America retail business? I'd be curious if you're able to help us quantify the trends you're seeing in the outlet business versus digital and then versus full-price stores. And then as a related follow-up, just curious if you can help us quantify how we should think about the impact to these 100 net new doors to your total sales growth for the full year. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'd say to your first question, the growth in DTC in the U.S. is broadly across all three channels. Mainline is really strong. Okay, outlet is probably strong but less stronger, and our e-commerce business is actually doing fairly well. And so I would just say, if you want to rank it, mainline, e-commerce, and outlet, but all three strong from that perspective. And broadly, what we're seeing is largely driven by traffic. as well as higher UPT and AUR. Conversion is an opportunity for us, and that's why we feel that this can only get better over time. And we are seeing the basket size improve because of newness that Michelle talked about, and better in stock, which is really helping the case. From that perspective, I think you had a second question, Jay. Sorry, Chris. What was the second question, Chris?
Yeah, sure. I just wanted to see if we can talk about the impact you expect to see from these 100 net new doors. Is it impactful to the 1 to 3% total growth you're expecting? And then if you could kind of clarify where these new doors will be opening.
Sure. So the 1 to 3, is impacted by the 200 basis points of a headwind because of the exit of Denizen and the other things that we spoke about. I mean, the gross number is more 3 to 5. The 100 net new doors, 70% of them are skewed toward the second half. So you see partial impact this year, but probably more the following year. And as you think about what's driving the DTC business, the number that we have kind of talked about, which is high single digit, low double digit, a large piece of that is comp growth in existing stores, followed equally between e-commerce and new stores. So I think comp stores being the main driver, and then equally split between the other two.
Great.
And we do have, Chris, we have a very disciplined process where every year we review how the fleet is performing, and determine the return on invested capital. And return on invested capital is in the high teens, and so that's encourages us to actually invest more capital and grow the store base longer term.
Thank you. Our next question comes from the line of Tracy Kogan of Citi. Your question, please, Tracy.
Hi, this is Tracy Kogan filling in for Paul. I think you guys said Europe DTC was up double digits in February, and that has continued into March. And I was just wondering what March versus January and February looked like in the other regions. And then just a follow-up on gross margin. I think, Harmit, you laid out the drivers, the 240 basis point increase. But what were the drivers that drove it above your expectation of up 150 basis points? What came in better? Thanks.
Yeah, I think I mentioned, Tracy, to your second question, I kind of broke up the 240, 150 in product cost, lower product cost, and the channel mix, which half of the channel mix was about a little over 100 basis points, but half of that was the ERP-driven shift. And then you had other factors like lower air freight, et cetera, offset by FX headwinds and offset by the annualization of the U.S. price reduction. So that's really what drove the Q1. What was better than what we anticipated was just the strength in the DTC business. That was strong. That kind of helped out, as a quarter. And the U.S. was a big piece of that because U.S. was up 10% on DTC. So that was the factor that drove the upside. To your second question, which was to do about, we don't go into the specifics, Tracy, but Europe started soft and has accelerated. As Michelle said, once the new products were introduced, that I think drove consumer demand and actually has helped unlock some of the open to buy from our wholesale customers. And we're seeing that generally both in the U.S. and in Europe, and so that's the positive sign.
So it has improved, at least generally speaking, in the U.S. and Asia as well, generally similar to Europe. Is that fair?
Yeah, I would say U.S. and Europe in terms of the exit, stronger. Asia it has been strong all along. So I think Asia generally is performing well, other than China was a little soft, and the Middle East impact we are seeing because Asia also handles the Middle East.
Thank you, guys. Good luck.
Thanks, Tracy.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next question comes from the line of Alex Stratton of Morgan Stanley. Your line is open, Alex.
Great. Thanks so much for taking the question. I just have a couple for you. The first, maybe for Michelle, and a piggyback off the last one, is just, I mean, taking a step back, how would you describe the state of the consumer, I think, now versus 3 months ago? Just trying to get a sense for if it's the same, better, or worse. And then a second one, maybe for Harmeet, just on North America margins. They definitely expanded nicely year over year. They're above pre-pandemic levels, but they are below where we were during COVID, I think about 20%. So what's holding that back, and is that 20% level achievable in the future for North America? Thanks a lot.
I'll take the first one really quickly. In a nutshell, I'd say we're feeling better about the consumer than we did 3 to 6 months ago. We're seeing lots of evidence of that, both in terms of our overall category, the denim space, and the stabilization we're seeing there in our biggest market in particular, the expectation globally in the denim category to be up in the mid-single digits, and then how we're seeing our own consumer respond, both in our DTC performance, as we've talked about quite a bit, with our DTC business up 8%, US DTC up 10%, the gains with the middle income consumer, and just market share gains across the board. So we're optimistic, more optimistic than I'd say we were 3 to 6 months ago.
And on the profitability in the US, yes, you're right. It's a lot more profitable than definitely a year ago, and that's obviously driven by gross margin and better management of labor, etc. That we talked about. It's not all the way to 20%, largely because when it was 20%, we were growing at a faster clip, including in wholesale, and that's something that it's an opportunity for us. But as we unlock growth, which we are confident of doing as the year progresses, that should flow into the bottom line.
Thanks a lot. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thanks, Alex.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to turn the floor back over to the company for any closing remarks.
Thanks, everyone, and we look forward to speaking with you next quarter. Have a great rest of your day.
Thank you.
There you go. So I just managed to get that all done before the end. Fantastic. There you go, Levi Strauss. What a great return. A lot of it's got to do with, of course, we talked about Beyonce. The jeans is back in fashion, and up goes the stock price. As you saw during that show, during that event, we had a 10 million% increase. 10 million%. I'm not sure it was the right time to sell, though. I'm just saying. And it popped and it disappeared in seconds. Right, I've got to end this show very quickly. I'm going to send everybody now to the extra channel, the 12-hour channel. Please join me there. I'm going to put out this as its own video. I've got the big event tonight, of course, is the big multi review of all the cannabis stocks. That's got to go out, as well as the lunar information from NASA as well. So I've got to end this stream. Join me on the 12-hour stream. I've got to get busy. I've got lots to do. And before we finish. So I'll say goodnight to you. Thank you ever so much. See you back in the morning. Join me on the 12-hour stream tomorrow. The 12-hour stream should get a big boost. More of that information tomorrow. Thanks for joining me. It's been a great day. I hope all of you have made a lot of money today. You certainly have if you bought SOI, soy. You went from 0.0001 cent to 721. Like that. And it went like that, straight back down again. You saw it live on the show. You would have become a billionaire for about 50 quid. Perfect. Amazing. I'll see you back in a minute. Good luck with trying to sell the asset, though. Bye-bye for now.
1991. Birds and people. The year is 1991. Birds and people are living together in seemingly perfect harmony. Until one day, a young man catches fire. This is Phoenix.
Are you ready for the gold rush? So not everyone in America probably recognizes that cannabis rise to 7 higher as of noon now. Hunters, Vincent Vosberg, Todd Fletcher, or any of you, there's Robin. I might even cut the video, but maybe I won't. I'll leave it in. Right, agree with my analysis. They should agree with my analysis. It's beating the figures. I'm just giving you the facts. 3.9. And what happened? Are you buying it? Above my head. Are you buying it? Okay, let me end the video and let me just finish it like this. It is live. It's the wrong button. Stop it now. How do I stop it? There you go. I might even cut the video, but maybe I won't. I'll leave it in. Right, click above my head. Leave it in. Right. I'll leave it in. It like this. Right, click above my head for all the links. My channel, of course, our channel, the 4 Hour Stream. You'll also find all the here in a moment. Fractal, bit of Bob Marley. You won't want to miss that. Who else would like me to cover the earnings of Get Up Early in the Morning? Cannabis special. Are you in? Are you out? And now we're going to play out always. Thank you ever so much. And as always, take care of your money, yourselves, your crypto. Most importantly, take care of each other. Take care of each other. Yourselves, your crypto. Most importantly, take care of each other.
Our core essential assortment in categories like t-shirts, wovens, and polos to provide a perfect pairing to our denim bottoms. And we're investing in capability building, including new key leadership hires. We recently filled the newly created, which was up 10%, as well as continued stabilization in U.S. wholesale for the Levi's brand, which was up low single digits.
Hold or poll, please. That's good. We're up to last 5 years. You've made 17.
The link to the webcast of today's conference are included in constant currency questions addressed. Start with both Q1 newness and innovation, as well as continued strength. At the same time, gets through our focus to return to growth in the second half of this evolution to lower Project Fuel. Please note that Michelle and Harmeet will be referencing constant currency numbers unless otherwise noted. Today's call is scheduled for revenues of $1.6 billion, currency numbers unless otherwise noted. Today's call is scheduled for 1 hour, so please limit yourself to one question at a time to give others the opportunity to have their questions addressed. And now I'd like to turn over the call to Michelle.
Thank you, and welcome everyone to today's call.
Stack and
as you becoming an expert, and
in our view, and because
your question,
consumer holding that back
as the year progresses.
The extra channel, Beyonce.
To the company for any closing remarks.
Thanks, everyone, and we look forward to speaking with you next quarter. Have a great rest of your day. Rest of your day. Thank you, and welcome.
Follow up.
Victoria. Good afternoon. NASA's Johnson Space.
But unfortunately, they're playing copyrighted music, and if I do it, I get my channel back. Maybe we'll get something now.
Upcoming test flight to the lunar vicinity next year. These will be the first humans to venture to deep space since 1972.
Good afternoon and welcome to NASA's Johnson Space Center here in Houston, Texas. I'm Victoria Ugaldi. Today we have an exciting announcement to reveal the company selected to move forward in developing the Lunar Terrain Vehicle, which will allow astronauts to explore gravity and human surface mobility program here at the Johnson Space Center. Good afternoon and welcome.
Systems integration, not only in view of excitement to the lunar vicinity next year, these will be the first humans to venture to deep space since 1972. At the close, astronauts will perform crew-tended operations.
Available for us as a commercial business.
More people into the cislunar economy
Will be traded over that 12-month period. That will give us a who's done extensive work on lunar tires with the Glenn Research Center, and so that research has been going on for years. And so a lot of this work we have answers to. Even our sparing strategy.
I've now got to interrupt this broadcast. I've just remembered we have Levi. I cannot believe I forgot this.
Answers to even our sparing on lunar tires with the Glenn Research Center, and so that research has been going on for years. Research Center, and so that research has been going on for years. With the Glenn Research Center, and so that research has been going on for years.
Good afternoon and welcome.
you.